It's like the sunshine will level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine will level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine will level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tags on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up. Two times we ain't gonna stop. Three times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah. We're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shooting stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah. Are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya I'll be coming
get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive. We were heroes. The moment has arrived. We found the biggest battle of life. Come on, we were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Like the heroes, we were heroes. Come on, the moment has arrived. We found the biggest battle of life. Biggest battle. We were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint. P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up. 2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shooting stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they
get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You gon' want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive. Unpredictable, if you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up. 2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the skies. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they
I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You gon' want it, I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive. We were heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. Come on, we were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Like a hero, we were heroes. Come on, the moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint. P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up, two times we ain't gonna stop. Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. It is up.
Let the heroes arise. It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of life. Come on, we will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. We will be heroes. Come on, the moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of life. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up.
Two times we ain't gonna stop.
3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In
Sounds like a loaded, then we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run.
Hear about the long shot, I'm a rebel, I'm gonna shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. Hear about the long shot, I'm a rebel, I'm gonna shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop. I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes are too high, this is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes are too high. This is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. It is up.
Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. we turn up and play.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew up behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up, two times we ain't gonna stop, three times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the skies. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shooting stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya I'll be coming back? Stronger, faster, like a heart attack. I'm making known I'm the master. Think that boom boom need a blaster. What you looking at, huh? We coming for you in the masses. Front row passes, champions warm all access.
In, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew up behind, and we would die for the win.
One time we gon' level up. Two times we ain't gonna stop. Three times like a loaded, then we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run.
In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shooting stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop. I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop and won't stop, the stakes are too high, this is more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream, it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory.
get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You gon' want it, then I'ma take it.
Hello, survivors! Welcome to our second Free Fire World Series of 2022. Fasten your seatbelts. The greatest Free Fire event of the year is about to begin. Next destination, Bangkok. This is how we're going to start our journey. We have teams from all over the world with us. 17 teams from 10 regions. The Free Fire World Series is divided into two phases. First is the play-ins. The first place from Taiwan and Pakistan will join the battle with the second places from Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Thailand, Brazil, Latin America, Indonesia, Middle East, and North Africa. The finals will have 12 teams. The top 4 teams from the play-ins and the first places from each representing league will be seeded directly to the finals. Let's see who they are. First place from Brazil, Latin America, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Europe, Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Middle East and North Africa. Both the finals and the play-ins will have 8 matches, alternating between the maps Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and the brand new Alpine. By the end of each round, the teams will get points based on ranking and number of eliminations. For each elimination, the team receives 1 point. Each booyah gives the team 12 points. Second place gets 9 points, third gets 8 points, and so on. If we have a tie, the team with more booyahs wins the tiebreaker.
All right, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series.
Champions of Bangkok Esports. That was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk. There was so much at stake right now.
Directly below him is not going to be Fernando at all. But initializing shot that sekarang ini.
Shot telah disupai tapi.
But here comes Moji, the grenade from JLX.
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Over the drive-by, he actually hit the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
Attack all around, a helping hand. And now Minor spots. No! And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Farhan gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kéo đi. Kita mau di CPR nggak? Nggak ada gue. Tunggu boleh. Boleh Bang.
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not going to be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go!
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go, but here comes Moji, the grenade from JLX!
The rest of Agnes and All-Star Esports.
The grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Trying to be 1 versus 1, and there you go!
we support each other unconditionally. Because we have the same dream, to become champions.
But there's only a few seconds left. He goes for the top!
Sembilan kill di sana. Langsung dimajuin, percaya diri. Coba kelas comeback, dihajar. Dan akhirnya berhasil mengantongi 10 poin.
By a initializing shot that will.
Oh, God! Grenade was so good!
Fight as one.
Hello, survivors! Welcome to our second Free Fire World Series of 2022. Fasten your seatbelts. The greatest Free Fire event of the year is about to begin. Next destination, Bangkok. This is how we're going to start our journey. We have teams from all over the world with us. 17 teams from 10 regions. The Free Fire World Series is divided into 2 phases. First is the play-ins. The first place from Taiwan and Pakistan will join the battle with the second places from Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Thailand, Brazil, Latin America, Indonesia, Middle East, and North Africa. The finals will have 12 teams. The top 4 teams from the play-ins and the first places from each representing league will be seeded directly to the finals. Let's see who they are. First place from Brazil, Latin America, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Europe, Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Middle East and North Africa. Both the finals and the play-ins will have 8 matches, alternating between the maps Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and the brand new Alpine. By the end of each round, the teams will get points based on ranking and number of eliminations. For each elimination, the team receives 1 point. Each booyah gives the team 12 points. Second place gets 9 points. Third gets 8 points, and so on. If we have a tie, the team with more booyahs wins the tiebreaker.
All right, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok, brought to you by Garena. I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with my good friend Holla. We also have Husky, who will be joining us a little bit later on today, and the three of us are going to be your shoutcasters for this event.
We're at the FFWS 2022 Bangkok Play-Ins. 9 teams will be fighting for the tournament lives as they vie for the final 4 spots in tomorrow's grand finals, and I'm super hyped for that. But we've got plenty of good games that are coming at you tonight.
Top 4 out of 9 doesn't sound difficult, but it's easier said than done. We've got the best of the best, the creme de la creme up there on the stage to battle it out today. And of course, by the end of the day, I'm pretty sure it's going to be very, very close, Holla.
Okay, you talk about easy. Nothing is easy in Free Fire. You have to earn every single win, right? And we have 8 rounds that's coming up. We've extended it. We've added a whole new map as well, and it's just a lot bigger, and there's going to be a lot more space considering there's only 9 teams.
Alpine has been a game changer so far in each and every single one of those regional finals, and that was the bread and butter for a majority of these teams that have dominated their individual finals, right? But up here today, everybody knows the map like the back of their hands, so it's not going to be a walk in the park for any of the squads out there. It's all going to come down to the tactical advantage that they perhaps might be bringing on into the competition. It all depends on their strategy out there.
Definitely, it's all about strategy, but it's a clean slate. It's a brand new day. Let's look a little bit about the play-in teams. Who's playing in today? It's going to be the first one that's going to be up, the Magic Squad. We know that this is the Master Wizards. They're representing Brazil, a very formidable team.
The veteran piece RRQ Kazu representing Indonesia.
The Los Chamos Nagua representing the Latin American region.
The Aggressive Assassins Expand representing the MCPS region.
The Hidden Gems Infinity VX representing the Middle East and North African region.
The Cool Heads Hotshot Esports representing Pakistan.
The Undying Evo's Phoenix representing our host country, Thailand.
The Divine LGDS representing the Taiwan region.
The Swift Team Flash representing Vietnam.
All of these names are very well known in the Free Fire world, but not all of them have had the Free Fire World Series experience. Not all is fair out there. EVOS Phoenix, LGDS, as well as Team Flash, they have that advantage. They've got this experience already. We want to see how far that brings them, but how much are they fighting for, Holla?
They're going to be playing for a ton of money. Let's talk about tonight. This is going to be 5th through 9th. Unfortunately, yes, you get 50K or whatever, but you're going home with that money, okay? You want to make sure that you're in the top 4 so that you have a chance at the finals. And if you look at that amount, first place, $500,000 USD, that is crazy.
For a total of $2 million on the line. Everybody wants to be in the grand finals. Everybody wants the lion's share of the $500,000. But this is how they'll pick up the points and climb up the ladder. You hit that booyah, you get yourself 12 placement points. Each and every single elimination gets you a single point. Now, the second rank all the way down to the 10th does give you something, but it's the booyah that you really want to aim for, Holla.
It's all about the booyah. I mean, placement points is actually key, but eliminations is actually very important as well. You can kind of control your destiny. That's going to be where you want to be. Make sure that you get as many eliminations as possible. But let's talk a little bit about the tiebreakers. What happens if the points are tied? AJ?
Well, this is exactly what will happen. We will look at the number of booyahs, but if that's all equal as well, we'll look at the total eliminations that the teams have gotten. And if it still is down to the wire at that point, we'll look at their placement in game number 8. But if we are going to go to rule number 3 for the tiebreaker, I'll tell you, man, I'm going to have one gala day in here losing my mind, Holla.
It would be absolutely crazy if it comes down to the wire like that. But we've got every single rule. There's a reason for it so that we have no tiebreakers. We make sure that we do that. But let's talk a little bit about the game and the maps that are going on. We talked about Alpine. That's going to be the brand new one. But let's start off with game 1. It's going to be Bermuda. Everybody knows Bermuda is the OG of all the maps that we have. Game 2, Kalahari. Game 3, Purgatory. And, of course, game 4 with Alpine. And then we swap it back up in 5 through 8.
Absolutely. We hit that reset button. all of the maps will be played, and it's of course going to be dependent on exactly who's got the best map mastery out there. You will be the lucky ones if you've got great mastery over each and every single one of these maps, but we know that's not the fact for a lot of the teams out there. Some excel on Alpine, some on Purgatory, some on Bermuda. If we do find those that are perfect on all of those maps, that's probably going to be tomorrow on the Grand Finals.
Definitely a different level, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's give credit where credit is due, but it's still in the play-ins. Don't get me wrong. The quality and the top-tier teams that you're going to see tonight are just as high, right?
Yep.
They have a great opportunity to make a name for themselves tonight going into tomorrow, and if we've seen anything from the past Free Fire World Series, is that they have a lot of momentum, and it actually kind of plays into that where tomorrow these teams haven't really played against one another, so they're kind of playing cold.
And of course, we're going to be breaking down a lot of statistics as well. We're going to be dragging in the statistics from their own individual regionals as well as their performance at the previous World Series. But let that not fool you, because that's all data of the past, and Free Fire has changed a lot in terms of its meta. But of course, we also want to see exactly what some of these players have to say to each other. Whether or not they will poke the hornet's nest, we will be here to wait and see. Check out this video.
พยายามหน่อยนะนี่คงเป็นโอกาสสุดท้ายของพวกนายแล้วทีมแฟดพวกนายเป็นศัตรูในเวอร์ซิลี่กับพวกเราครั้งก่อนแต่ไม่รู้ว่าพรุ่งนี้เราจะได้เจอกันอีกไหมนะที่นี่บ้านเราแล้วเจอกัน
Kami pasti menuju ke final, nggak ada kata lain. Ini adalah game konsistensi. Itulah kenapa kalian bisa tersingkir di FFWS lalu. Kami nggak akan melakukan hal yang sama. Nggak ada musuh bagi kita.
Do FFWS, se preparem que a gente chegou com um novo estilo e se preparem para as suas aposentadorias, que amanhã vamos nos encontrar e dessa vez vamos sair vitoriosos. Erros Fênix, vocês falaram isso mesmo? Meu Deus, que vacilo!
I love videos like that, right? The fact that they're kind of just fighting words, they're getting in your face, they're kind of making a name for themselves. But Evo's Phoenix, they're trying to claim a stake in the ground. They're like, this is our hometown. You come at me, bro.
But, you know, I really love the ending of that video, right, from Evo's Phoenix. I mean, he just had a lot of trash talk, but towards the end, he wished everybody luck. See, that's what's the most important. You got to share that luck with them, but they don't need that. They're on home ground. They've got the advantage.
Okay, so they have a slight advantage, but let's talk a little bit about the individual players here. This is going to be the first one. It's going to be Get High, right? This is a guy, it's an absolute phenom on this Evo's Phoenix team. He's the youngest guy on the team. He's actually only 16, which is actually pretty crazy if you think about the Free Fire World Series. I mean, the players are getting younger, they're getting better, and they're just on a whole nother level.
I mean, mobile games, it belongs to the children, it belongs to the teenagers, man. The character that he loves the most out there on the battlefield, Hayato, his favorite pet, the Yeti, and of course, the time turn is going to come in super handy within the play-ins, Holla.
Yeah, so this is Get High, right? He is not only the highest in terms of average damage, kills, and assists, but it's for his team, right? So this is a high-flying team, and he's the MVP, getting all the kills, all the stats that you could ever want. I mean, the eliminations is 1.75, but this is the tie region. It's actually quite menacing. It's an absolute, chaotic, and just being able to get 1.75 kills is absolutely pretty crazy.
And he usually uses his shotgun, so 0.58 on the headshot is just phenomenal, right? Every 2 shots he takes, one of it is gonna be a headshot, so you better watch out in those CQCs. But the next player we're taking a look at is from RRQ Kazu, the one and only Legaloth. This guy has been phenomenal out there on the battlefield. Once again, yet another Hayato user out there, but his favorite pet is the Falco.
Yeah, so Legaloth here is the shot caller of the team. He's kind of like the old OG on this team in the sense of he's the one that keeps them grounded, right? He actually led them to gold in the SEA games and Free Fire last year. RRQ has put a name for himself because of the fact that he's getting all of the, he does a ton of damage, one of the most on the team, Legaloth, and plus with all the support assists, he's just helping his team really put themselves in a position to win.
And of course, the one weapon that he loves using out there on the battlefield is the M79, which is the main reason why his damage is stacked. He brings that launcher into that final circle. 1 pop, 2 pop, you're gone. He secures the booyah for the squad.
So if we're talking about the next player, which is going to be coming up, I almost spoiled it, but it's going to be Drax, and this is going to be from the Magic Squad. He's the rusher. He gets it into your face. He wants to just create as much chaos as possible. It's really feast or famine, but he's done such a good job in LBFF, and the fact that he was able to just feast on everybody. He had the most amount of kills on his team. He's an absolute menace.
Yeah, I mean, he may be from Brazil, but he loves my boy, the one and only Chrono, and his favorite pet, Mr. Wagger, as the rusher. pressure, you need those glue walls. And when you're in need, Mr. Wagger with the big bad swagger always provides.
Always providing, and what he provides is with headshots. He uses the shotgun. That is his weapon of choice. He's done quite well with it. His accuracy is 21% as well. I mean, he's just the guy in front. Everybody focuses on him, and it's one of those things where every team needs a good initiator. Somebody who's going to rush into you and just put the fear of God in everybody.
M1887, just like you said, the shotgun, the best weapon in this guy's hands. But look at that, man. A 2.38 headshot means that this guy is hitting those headshots. You step on in front of him, that double barrel will be in your face. He'll be picking up an elimination point. Just that easy. But the team that we want to highlight for you guys as well is the kings of the home ground Thailand, EWOS Phoenix, a total team damage average of 3,272, an average eliminations of 5.9 each and every single one of the matches. This is where I'm a little bit worried for the homeboys, because that might not be enough to push them towards the top hauler.
Okay, I think you've gone a little bit Asian dad. I think that, you know, in the sense that you want more out of this team. This team does quite well. They've already won a World Series. They were second in the last one. What more could you want from them, Dad?
I want them to be in the grand finals, right? But of course, Nigma Galaxy has taken over the #1 spot. We will see if or not EWOS Phoenix will be the ones to make sure that Thailand has got 2 representatives within the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok, because that would just be phenomenal, right? But here are the teams to watch as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have got 2 teams in front of you. RRQ Kazu up against Magic Squad, the Brazilians. Look at that average points per match, 13.6 to 11.4. It's kind of leading towards RRQ Kazu at the moment, Ola.
Okay, but yes, those stats are great, but it was in their own region. They never did the head-to-head, so to speak. This is a whole international stage. It's a clean slate. Everybody starts from 0, right? So you make a name for yourself starting from today. You make sure that your play-ins are perfect. You get that momentum going into the grand finals tomorrow.
And both of these teams, this is their debut into the Free Fire World Series. They don't have any of that experience under their belt just yet. They don't know what to expect, because when you throw them into a LAN event like this against multiple titans from across the world, that's got to be a little bit of extra pressure on your shoulder that you need to figure out how to handle on the day in itself. That might be the undoing of both these teams for all you know.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. And don't get me wrong, we kind of joke about it, and we want to make sure that these players are playing well.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, and you brought it up, is that momentum is a big thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The first 2 rounds are going to be super key of just setting the stage, right? Like, you do not want to be behind, because that's when you kind of go panic mode. You you have to, like, you know, go change your strategy. You got to kind of get yourself back into it. And I'm worried about those teams.
Unless, of course, Bermuda and Kalahari is not your strong point and you want to hit back hard on Purgatory and Alpine, which has been the strategy of some of the teams out there. Whether or not that's going to be the case within the play-ins in itself, we will have to wait and see. But for ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please remember to get all of your picks in there and win it. Inside of the game, you will find this event. All you need to do is just play against Avron and pick a team. If your team ranks higher than Avron's pick, you win the first round.
All right, for the record, I've already put my predictions in. I'm guaranteeing that I'm going to be beating Avron. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get all the rewards. I'm going to get on, because I know what's going on.
Yeah, the second segment is for the gun that gets the most eliminations out there on the battlefield, and the third segment is for the team that you think is going to be the champion of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok. Get your picks done, and if you are lucky, you're going to be winning on each and every single one of those segments. I don't know if you should follow your heart or should just follow the statistics, but you don't have to lock it in just yet, because the pick and win segment will close off just 1 minute before we kick off tomorrow's grand final. So you still have a little bit of time, but don't take too much of time.
Yeah, it's actually to your advantage, of course, because you see who kind of wins out tonight. You kind of get a feel for what, you know, what type of guns they're going for, which teams are looking strong to you going into this one. And again, momentum, very important into the grand finals. So there's a lot of that. Make sure that you're paying attention. It's the studious ones that are going to end up winning.
I've never been a studious one.
So you never won.
Hence why I'm sitting down here in the world of games, man. Bad advice, children. Do not take my advice. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys are really good at video games, I'm very sure one of your goals in life is to be seated on a stage like this one day. I mean, look at the beauty that we have right behind us here.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, just the levels that you have. And of course, everything is just completely locked in, right? You're probably thinking, oh, they look awfully close, but it's actually very vertical. And they built the walls. I did a walkthrough just on that, just to make sure that nobody has an advantage. Like, you think the high grounds could just like peek over and just cheat on everybody else.
Yeah, And let's zoom in the cam just a little bit and see exactly what it looks like up there on the stage. Whether or not we've got some game faces, whether or not we see any players kind of jabbing at the other teams, kind of trying to tease them just a little bit. Now everybody's focused on their own plays here. And of course, we've got all of our marshals who are keeping it dead high on all of those devices.
Yeah, we got to make sure that everybody's, playing fairly. Everybody's in the same seat, using the same phone. Everybody's the playing field is all the same, right? All the players are here, and as you can see, that there's some serious faces, right? Yeah. This is sometimes, some of these teams, it's a brand new international experience for them. Yeah. Playing worldwide, overseas, is not an easy thing to do.
It's not an easy thing at all. Once again, it's the pressure of just being here within the stadium in itself, being surrounded by ex-world champs like EWOS Phoenix, being surrounded by teams like LGDS as well as Team Flash, who have got experience on the world stage in the past, being on the stage with some of the titans of the Free Fire world. Look at the Brazil squad, man. Magic Squad is ready to sprinkle some pixie dust on everyone.
Okay, is it pixie dust or is it spit? Because those guys tend to yell really loudly. They cheer loudly. We've seen it in the past. These are very vocal guys. But no, that's actually the best part about these LANs, right? The teams can see one another. Yeah. It's one of those things. And you can hear the cheers that are coming in now. They are hyping themselves up. They are going to get ready for round one. This is going to be Bermuda.
Mr. Wagger breaking a quick move before we kick off match number one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're at home, make some noise in the comment section as we kick off match number one. This flight path is going to be taking us from Riverside all the way down towards Rimnam Village, which means to open up the Free Fire World Series, we've got the whole map of Bermuda playable.
Yeah, it's playable. Again, very different for some of the leagues, right? You're going in with, normally it's 12 teams, but the play-ins tends to be a little bit shorter, right? Yeah. I mean, smaller, excuse me. They have 9 teams that are going in this one. This is a lot more space. Now, are we going to get into situations where people are hot dropping into one another just to kind of start things off? Is that where you want to be, especially to start this play-ins?
That is what I think is going to happen. I anticipated a hot drop at Clock Tower between INF as well as EWOS Phoenix, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. Expand takes over the Clock Tower, so good on them. And it doesn't seem to be like LGDS has found themselves a good spot, because they were aiming for peak, and halfway through, they've changed their mind, trying to fly away towards Pochinok. But guess what? The Magic Squad's already there.
Already starting it, right? This is where you want to be. But okay, EWOS Phoenix here, there's a lot of pressure on them. Yes, you think you have a home crowd advantage, but at the same time, you got more eyes, more of your brotherhood, basically, that are kind of looking at you, seeing what you're going to be able to do, right? Getting to that next level, it's also very nerve-wracking, especially for that first game. Settle down, calm down, take deep breaths, make sure that you're playing the game that you want to play.
Naguara. They've got one player out in the open. Faku tagged up by Moshi. Just a couple of more shots. Maxi down on the ground as well. Naguara biting the dust super early. And we did see yet another player around EWOS TH. Faku very low on HP, and it doesn't look like the guy even has a medkit on him. This is going to be a little troublesome for the squad. LGDS with 2 players down on the ground as well. Bruce and Roro needs to get out of there.
Yeah, LGDS, not a great start. This is not what you want to do. They run into Magic, and Magic right here, Drax, again, he's an amazing player. He's able to hit his shots, and he's also got Yuan on this, drawing a beat on him. Yeah, he's kind of like limping around. He's knocked down on that bridge, doesn't really have a whole lot of space. Drax just wants to clean him up, make sure he secures that elimination, and he will get that double kill.
The Master Wizards making the spell work in their favor. 2 elimination points already, and they are off to a great start. They can take over Mars Electric and Factory as well if they wanted to. Starting things off at Pochinok, and all the MGS squad has done so far is dominate all 3 of those sectors. We move on forward towards LGDS as well to get a quick update on them. Both LGDS as well as Naguara both running towards Sentosa. This is going to be chaos for Naguara because they only have 2 guys on their side.
Yeah, they only have 2. I think they had 3. So they have Faku as well. And so, I mean, they have 3 members here. LGDS have 3 members as well. But again, let's talk a little bit about LGDS. This is a team that in the Free Fire World Series 2019, they got 4th place. They had a very commendable showing.
Yeah.
But ever since then, and yes, they've made every single Free Fire World Series. They are one of the veteran teams. but they got, what, 14th place in this year's World Series? They got 12th in last year's, and they just have not been able to follow that up with success.
Yeah, man. I mean, the best run that they've had at the World Series was back in 2019 where they secured that 4th placement, but that was when Free Fire wasn't as big as what it is today. They haven't been able to grow with alongside the rest of their competition. They've fallen back, but perhaps this year, perhaps this event at Bangkok, Thailand is when we will see LGDS rise back up to their prime spot. Now, NG has been brought back into the equation already. LGDS does have Sentosa to play around with, but that circle is closing in already, so they've got to get a move on.
Yeah, LGDS here, it's so weird because every single member of their team, at least in the Taiwan League, was averaging over 2 kills. You know what I mean? It's like they can kill everybody else, but they can't seem to, transfer that success onto the international stage. They haven't been able to do that. If you're looking at more of like what Evis Phoenix, Nigma Galaxy, Attack All Around, all the Thai teams, yes, they have the meta. Yes, they're very strong, but they've been able to kind of impose their game on the international opponents.
Yeah, the undying EVOS Phoenix. This year has been quite a challenging year for them with the appearance of Nigma Galaxy within their server, with the appearance of Nigma Galaxy trying to take over Thailand by force. EVOS Phoenix now is the 2nd seeded team of the nation. Who would have thought, man? EVOS Phoenix is one of the oldest teams within the Thailand region, and to think that Nigma Galaxy could just show up this year and take over the whole scene by storm, that was unexpected, Holla.
Unexpected. That team is just, and we'll talk a little bit more about them tomorrow, but they are a newly formed team. They've kind of hit their ground running in terms of what they've been doing, but let me talk a little bit about Attack All Around, because I'm sure the viewers are like, hey, they won the last World Series. Where are they, right? But what happened was they had a great regular season. They finished 2nd, but in the grand finals, pretty much every single team were targeting them. They couldn't get any momentum going, and they finished a disappointing 9th place. That is a travesty. This is the home ground. You have a World Series in your country, and you're not able to attend as the previous winner? That's kind of an insult to injury.
I mean, it must hurt, man, but you have to keep up with the competition. You cannot just think that just because you dominated in a single year, you can rest on your laurels and be able to do the exact same thing in the future, because what you do every single time you win out there on the Free Fire world stage is inspire the rest of the survivors out there throughout the whole world. You show them that it is possible. Everybody wants a piece of that pie that you've eaten already, and if you don't buck up, if you don't step up your gameplay, you are going to lose your spot. Unfortunate for AAA. That was the situation they had to end up in before we ended up in Bangkok.
All right, come on, man. I just want to rest on my laurels. You won't let me do that? Is that what you're saying? No, but okay. Let's talk a little bit about...
Not today. Not today.
Not today, sir. Got it. Okay, but let's talk about the MENA team here. This is going to be Infinity VX. This is one of the weirdest teams because I really don't know how to judge their success because they're kind of... Nobody really expected this team to actually make it to the play-ins. It was one of those situations where they just turned it on at the right moment. They made sure that they got into the grand finals. I mean, yes, they're in the play-ins right now, but this is a team that, not many teams were expecting to be here.
Yeah, it's the first time they're ever in the World Series. They are the new kids on the block for MENA. And here's the surprising thing about them. They play usually super slow. Nobody was expecting them to go anywhere because they weren't really hard-hitting during their league stage. But at the grand finals is where we saw them just evolve into a monster that was just chomping down on all of the other squads. Infinity VX might just be able to do that here today, but there's no league stage for you to get comfortable. And as I talk about them, the danger zone goes looking for them. Is that a sign, Holla?
No, I don't know if it's a sign, but they do need to kind of move, make sure they get to safety there. I mean, they're right in the center right there, so I think late game they're in a pretty decent spot. But if you're looking at EVOS Phoenix, they're looking with Naguara. They're on the other side. Okay, that fight is generally going in. Brand is going to have to run in. They're going to regrouping. But one thing that I've noticed, at least with this play-ins, is that the teams are playing very well coordinated. They're sticking together. There's no solo, commandos running around.
I told myself I'm not going to say anything mean at all during the Free Fire World Series, but I have got doubts on the rotation by Naguara. They are keeping a distance away from EVOS Phoenix, though. I like this, but EVOS Phoenix, they do have that high ground advantage, and it looks like EVOS Phoenix has managed to dodge away, hide their heads, and Naguara are running straight into this trap. EVOS Phoenix, the thighs are about to eat them alive. Yekol down with a double glue wall just to protect himself. The rest of the players, they they flank around from the right. And God Cruz has got the AC-80 in his hands. Needs to take that double shot. Ice grenade will move him away from his defense. He responds with a grenade instead. Has got the UMP in hand. Faku drops by to say hello, and God Cruz backs away.
Oh, he's backing away. He's going to heal himself. He's going to be fine for now, but this is so close. This is a bit of 50-50. Both teams are in great position right now. Joanna's trying to go for the
Brad, what a shot, but he gets taken down. Faku strikes. Maxi takes Moshi as well, and it looks like the Nine Giants are eliminated in the 9th spot. What an upset on home ground.
Oh my gosh, this is a huge upset there. Nakamura, everyone was saying that this is a team to look out for. This is a dark horse that's going in, and they've already started off with a banger. Eliminating Evo Sports. Phoenix, 9th position. This is an absolute travesty. This was the clear favorite going into the play-ins today, and seeing that they're already eliminated in the 9-minute mark, this is going to speak volumes for the rest of the play-ins.
They lost Chamos, Naguara. They are absolutely killing it out there on the battlefield, representing the Latin American region and doing them proud. INF, on the other hand, they have to be really careful here because they have managed to avoid a lot of those engagements in the earlier game. How are they going to fare as they try to move on deeper into the circle a little bit later on? LGDS has been trying to do the exact same play here. When they lost Yuan as well as NG, they brought them back in successfully, only to lose Roro. This team has been on the back foot since we started off this match.
Back foot. This is a bit of a situation for them. They're down low in numbers, but now it's all about positioning. They need to play safe. They stick together, try not to get into any skirmishes. Maybe you look to third party, get a little bit lucky with that. They need to stay alive. That's the biggest thing for them. LGDS, they've kind of lost their arm going into this fight.
Yeah, they lost their arm, but let's see if or not. They can work like a salamander, grow it right back. RRQ I know I caught you off guard with that one. I mean, you can revive your players, man. I mean, it is possible. Magic Squad, RRQ Kazu. This might just be the next battle that we are waiting for. Bhima Sakti strip down in the middle of this next circle stands RRQ Kazu. Magic Squad doesn't really need to move, but expand as they rotate in from Clock Tower. Magic Squad trying to tag them up already. Now, that's not the kind of game plan I would have called for Magic Squad because Expand has a lot of time to rotate around long to get into the circle instead of running straight towards them. If at all Magic Squad had just waited a few more seconds, they would have caught Expand with their pants down.
Yeah, it's all about patience in that case. I mean, Expand had no idea Magic was there, but at the same time, Magic Squad are like, hey, this is our building. We're going to fortify this end. You want to come around? No, you need to take the long way around. Make sure that you're, getting away from them. Magic Squad, they do have 3 kills. Pretty good positioning as well on the edge of this circle. Great spot to be in at the 11-minute mark. We need to see more of that. But Magic Squad, again, I think they were just a little impatient. It's trigger happy. You see something moving, you just fire at it.
Yeah, I mean, the Brazilians obviously are very excited for the play-ins, but they have to just be a little bit more patient when it comes to those engagements because you want to secure those eliminations for yourself. Every single point matters. Talking about points, Naguara sits down at the top with 4 eliminations to their name. The elimination leader of the lobby so far.
Yeah, eliminate. I mean, I feel like they should get double points for eliminating Evo's Phoenix. Like I'm sure every other team. I mean, yes, they don't know who has died at the end of the day, but it's one of those things where if they knew Evo's Phoenix was out of this, they would feel much better.
INF, Team Flash. This is a fight that has to break down. But do we have any grenades in the hands of INF? I know it is Gatel who has got 2 in his hands, and also the grenade launcher in the hands of Gatel. Gatel can be the biggest of difference maker. Woodpecker in the hands of Nastas. He needs to tag those players up first, but the question is, will we see INF get super cheeky? Because if Shin can get a good nade and take down Gatel first, this will be the saving grace for Team Flash.
Yeah, Infinity VX, though, they will eventually have to move, so Team Flash doesn't have to go, they don't need to be aggressive, they don't need to get out of position. At the end of the day, the circle is going to go through them, so they can just kind of just lock it down. As I say this, look at Drax, another knockdown onto LGDS, focusing the attention on there.
It looks like Bruce is going to be the next one on the menu for the players of Naguara, who are on fire, literally right there on the battlefield. And LGDS, they are going to get eaten up by the circle. Bruce is going to get tagged up by the the blue zone as well, which is going to give Naguara the advantage. Bruce has to run straight towards them. But even if that does not happen, look at Magic Squad rotating in deep into the circle. Axel down on the ground, I believe. And Anas, this is the players from the side of Hotshot Esports, taking those hot shots against them. Question is, can Expand survive this and rotate deeper in? They are stuck. They have to fight Hotshot right now.
They need to stay alive. That's the biggest thing. They've got kind of caught right here. Hotshot Esports with a nice ambush, good angles. That's what you want to do as a team. Make sure that you just kind of focus it on. Expand have not been able to get away. They're kind of stuck outside. There's not a whole lot of cover on that end. It's going to be difficult. Now, if we look back to Infinity VX, yes, they have 0 eliminations, but this is a good situation where Team Flash have run back more into the circle. They're playing it a little bit safer. They're looking for the late game.
Flash has got a grenade launcher in hand as well. Question is, who's gonna pop this first, man? Grenade launcher versus grenade launcher. Things are about to get messy, but both teams are keeping it for the final circle. Question is, my friend, are you gonna survive until the final circle? As Yanbin drops Zika, Hotshot Esports meets a player that they were not expecting. They pick him up instantaneously, but all of the players are tagged up already. Low in HP, RRQ Kazu might just drop by for the finisher.
Oh, Hotshot Esports, all of them so low, and they're stuck between these glue walls. That crate is actually blocking the doorway, so they can't get into the building. So they're kind of stuck out in the open right here. But, you know, Expand here, they see this. This is a great opportunity to third party.
RRQ, Pac-Man. This is the shield gun in his hand. And the players of Hotshot, they're playing this patiently. Expand closer in towards that final circle. Shin goes down too fast, gets the knock, but Wolfpacker does not secure the elimination just yet. Brand gets a knock, and the kill stolen away by Abdu. Elimination point to the side of INF. That's how you gotta be quick out there on the battlefield. Pac-Man drops one too fast down on the ground as well, but BO still finds a way to revive 2 of his players.
Cobra, Axel, both very low. There's the only 2 members left from Expand. Axel's just been knocked. Cobra's all by himself. He's just like, I'm a bush. If I don't move, they can't see me, right?
I mean, only to the eyes of a noob, I guess. The pros see everything, man. They've got the third eye open as well. Grenade launcher for the pop, but Razor does not get the first shot. Charge Buster in hand as well. Needs to wait for the timing. Pac-Man, one good nade by Legoloff. Can secure the knock, but Sergeant backs away. That tags him up just a tad little bit. Legoloff has got that grenade launcher and 5 grenades in hand. This guy can be the grenadier of the match as long as those shots connect.
Oh, just barely off the mark with that grenade. I mean, yeah, he's alive, but Magic Squad, 6 kills all by Drax. Is he just being greedy at this point? I'm not sure. He's got a 7th one. Rack him up because he's got another one, but X-Man has just been eliminated. 7.
Infinity VX on a roll out there. Nasdaz finally managed to get a knock as well. RRQ Kazu popping off, and the M79 getting a couple of hots for themselves as well. Can we see yet another grenade launcher shot? Italo, Max 7, Maxi goes down. Brad goes down as well. Out of nowhere, Naguara struggle as the Magic Squad survive.
Naguara completely eliminated. They were eliminated 6th here. Magic Squad, they did take some damage on that one. GU will be picked up here. Drax is still alive, but he's got 9 kills. Who's going to kill this guy?
Shin down on the ground, and it is secured by Legoloff. And RRQ Kazu with 10 eliminations to their name. They're looking for that Booyah as well. And Magic Squad stands right in front of them. They've got that high ground advantage, but Razor, AWM in hand. He's flanking from that right-hand side. Baby! With a double, and it's Legoloff with the M79 launcher, which secures the first Booyah of the day.
RRQ Kazu, a heavyweight, a favorite going into this one. The Indonesian squad is just on another level right here.
Yeah.
I think they had close to 12 kills. They were cleaning it up. Mind you, I think they had 1 kill at the 13-minute mark, and all of a sudden, all the fights were happening, and they were just cleaning house.
This is a veteran squad from Indonesia that hasn't really shown up big in the past. They've been in the world of Free Fire for the longest of time now, but they are hitting their beast mode this year. Hitting that beast mode allowed to get them to the play-ins, and that same beast mode gets them the very first Booyah of the day. What a play. And they had more than 10 eliminations before even hitting that Booyah. That's massive for your first round.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And we're going to see that, but I mean, let's just check out the highlights for this game.
And of course, we did talk about...
Double kill.
even before jumping on into the matchup, we already saw Legolas Green as well as all of the stats that he has picked up so far. And where this guy excels was the damage part. And we talked about how the M79 launcher was his secret weapon. Lo and behold, he whips it out in the play-ins as well for the first matchup of the day. And that is the weapon that secures them the double towards the very end. Legolas is on fire. And I am just wondering, can he keep up this sort of a pace for himself?
It's a marathon, not a race, not a sprint, right? There's plenty of opportunities to get yourself back into it. Mind you, this is a great start for RQ. If you're going to have one good game, or like you want to start the plans, this is how you want to start it.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, massive on the side of eliminations. You get the booyah as well. And I think they've managed to pick up the most number of points on both of those lanes, and nobody else had anything on them. Expand got caught out very, very early on. Hotshot managed to finish them off, but even Hotshot couldn't get any luckier after that, as they were caught out in the open.
Yeah, definitely so. But let's look a little bit at the match standings. This is, of course, the first one, but that monster came by RRQ Kazu. 12 points, 12 elims, 24 points. Hello to RRQ Kazu. Magic Squad with 19. That's a pretty good number for them in number 2.
Very good number for them. They sprinkled their pixie dust on everyone except RRQ. I guess the boys were just a little bit too far away. But Naguara was the squad that started things off hot. This was the team that eliminated EWOS Phoenix in the 9th spot. But look at EWOS Phoenix, man, with their own eliminations, managed to bump themselves up to the 8th spot, thankfully. Team Flash in the 4th place with 11 for themselves, and Infinity VX with a total of 8 and 2 eliminations, 6 placement points, guarantees that Infinity VX is not going to get left behind just yet.
Definitely not. I mean, they still have a chance, of course, very, very early, all of those things, right? But LGDS, I think we started with this one. They probably needed to have a better start than that. They need to be a little bit cleaner going into this one. Getting 2 people down is just really rough. But let's talk a little bit about the MVP of that last match.
MVP of the last match, the one and only Legolas with the M79, the damage dealer, the eliminator of RRQ Kazu. You want to bring this weapon onto that battlefield. You want to have that weapon for that final battle for sure. And we saw the patience, we saw the trigger discipline from not just Legolas, but many teams out there who did have the M79 but refused to use it until it was truly needed. But a lot of the other teams bagged out a little bit too early without even bringing it out.
Yeah, they were sticking too close together, but this is going to be the top players of that first one. 9 elims from Drax 7. Woo! We talked about them. The player to watch. The second player to watch we also talked about was Legolas with 6 eliminations. I mean, the M79, he's just an amazing, a sniper with that thing. And of course, Maxi with 4 eliminations. That's pretty commendable too.
Yeah, everybody loves the AC-80, man. You take a double shot towards the head, that's an immediate down for you. And everybody loves to engage a little bit longer in terms of range before you get up close and personal. Then you whip out that little charge buster or the Mag 7. But Yanbin, the glue wall master, 11 directed, he tried his best to survive for Team Flash, but unfortunately they had to meet an M79 of their own. And Faku, Homer, and the times he got hit was the total of 4. This guy was a total radical player out there on the battlefield, tagging up everyone he saw.
Definitely helping the team, supporting as much as can. I mean, it's not all about the eliminations that you can get, but as I say that, Drax 7, this is another way, is just get eliminations, get headshots, got 5. Mind you, this guy has I think a 20% accuracy rate for the headshot, so this is actually quite high, especially for game 1, where he was on, he's warmed up, he's ready to go. But Maxi from Naguara, Assist King 3, you got to have those guys that can help do the damage so that your team can kind of clean things up.
And Maxi was amazing at that, right? Continuously tagging players left, right, center. He had players like Faku to back him up to take those elimination points for himself, but he himself did manage to do a lot of damage so that the rest of his team members could continue to move forth towards that final circle. Positioning is all what it's about. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's the end of Bermuda. We've got another one coming up on Bermuda later on, but for now, we move on into the dry desert of Kalahari.
Kalahari, very hot, very open, a lot of elevation, very difficult map to play. Obviously, these teams are ready for it. They've played a ton on Kalahari, but playing it against the international stage where the strategies might be a little bit different is a whole nother ballgame.
Of course, we want to see exactly who takes spot on Refinery as well. It is a very well-known information that RRQ loves to play that spot. We want to see if or not they will continue holding on to it, or is it going to be a strategy where they back away and hop on off to a different point, because now they might just be the bullseye target for everybody else out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a bullseye. It's kind of wide out in the open. It's like everybody can see that, but at the same time, you can be standing on the top. You can kind of use that elevation to your advantage as well. Are you able to snipe the guys down? It comes down to the mechanical skill, of course, very high. Everybody's good here, but you know, are you able to kind of make sure that you get those eliminations?
Everybody's a little too good, right? You cannot get caught out in the open. Goodbye, my friend. You are going to get taken out unless you can thank your lucky stars, because every single time you hop on out, the battlefield is clear, right? It may be the case very early on in that matchup, but closer and closer you get towards that final circle, it's a party in there.
Yeah, it's definitely a party. And I mean, you know, again, this is going to be 9 teams going in. Kalahari is a lot bigger, right? It's one of those situations where there's going to be more open space, so that, like, you know, the 14, 15-minute marks in the games are probably going to be where most of the action is going to happen. But we're going to find out. That's going to be coming up soon. But the teams are kind of just preparing, making sure that they're ready for round 2, because that's going to be coming up. It's going to be super important that everybody's there. But let's first take a quick little break.
Warning, don't wake up the sleeping dragon. You get burned. Don't you dare drop at our door spot. You get punished. EVOS, but we're not scared.
Alright, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series. Against the other play-in champions of Bangkok Esports. That was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk. There was so much at stake right now.
Directly below him is not going to be Fernando at all. But a initializing shot that sekarang ini.
Shot telah disupai tapi.
But here comes Moji. The good name for JLX.
हमारे पास सबसे ज़्यादा बुइयां हैं, तो मुझे इससे ज़्यादा कुछ कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमारा कोई दुश्मन नहीं है, हम खुद सबसे अच्छे हैं।
بالطبع بعد تصفيات خاطر غادي ندير حفل ونعرضكم ان شاء الله ولا واحد غير حنا.
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit them, but the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
All around a helping hand, and now Minor spots. No! And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Farhan gets the revive up here.
Mua, kaya di. Kita mau di CPR nggak? Nggak ada gue. Atau perlu boleh deh. Boleh Pak. Boleh Pak, nggak besok.
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Bangkok Play-Ins 2022. My name is Holler, and with me is AJ. We just saw the first match where RRQ came out on top with that nice booyah.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Before, of course, we move on to these stats, a huge shout out to our streaming partner YouTube, the best platform for gamers as well as content creators. If you're not on just yet, hop on over, because I think your future in gaming awaits you.
Definitely so. I mean, you're going to be probably watching from, maybe you're watching YouTube right now, but it's a big one. And a big thanks, shout out to our sponsor for that. But let's talk a little bit about this first match.
Yeah.
Right? Is it pretty much over for EVOS Phoenix, who were eliminated very early in this one?
I highly doubt it is, because I think one of the biggest pains for EVOS Phoenix was, of course, you know, a little bit of a tough one. They were rotating in from a long way around. But a quick shout out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got the Esports Mobile Game of the Year award coming up. All you need to do is just vote for Free Fire so that we can win this 3 times in a row.
I mean, it's just easy, right? Just make sure that you just go in and vote. Everyone needs to do it. Make sure that you put a name for Free Fire, let it go again. I mean, 3 times in a row, that's all we need.
Going back to your question, EVOS Phoenix, is this going to be a problem? I don't think so. Mainly because they were stuck in the edges of the map trying to rotate on in. And obviously, the exact mirror image to that particular rotation was RRQ Kazu.
Yeah.
They sat down, they dropped into the middle of the map. They did not travel. They sat in the middle of the map. The circle went to them. The circle continued going to them, and they just sat there and got the booyah.
Okay, but let's talk a little bit about the previous Game 1 match right there. RRQ HQ, I mean, Legoloth, Razor, Pac-Man, maybe. Remember these guys' names, because we're going to be calling it all night, right? Yeah. The fact that they got 24 points, 12 eliminations with 5,572 damage speaks volumes of this team. They are ready to go. They want to just make sure that the play-ins is easy for them as they get to the grand finals tomorrow.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. RRQ Kazu got super lucky in match number 1, and that is because of 2 reasons. Reason number 1, they dropped on into Bima Sakti. They found the grenade launcher, and they also did not need to travel at all, which means they were not exposed. And remember what we were talking about, Holler, out there in the open battlefield, if you're exposed, the rest of those teams out there, they've got the mechanical skills to immediately put you out back into the lobby and wait for a revival. And that is something RRQ just did not need to deal with. Question is luck gonna be on their side for the second matchup as well? Will luck go back to EVOS Phoenix after abandoning them very early in match number 1? Both of that is to be seen in a bit.
Yeah, luck is going to be a huge factor in this game, right? Things happen. Yes, you get third party. Sometimes you're a little unlucky in that sense. But I think EVOS Phoenix, this is one of those things where if they had to kind of give the self-assessment for their performance on that one, I think they would say it's Sawadi crap.
I wasn't expecting that. It was Sawadi crap for a little bit. But you know, one of the winning factors for Naguara is how they handled that engagement. The moment they figured out there's someone up there on the high ground, instead of taking in a straightforward attack, they tried to buy time with the player that was already exposed. That player continued moving on towards the left. The rest of their players flanked on from that right-hand side. That right-hand side flank was the winning factor that took down EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah, it was one of those things. I mean, it's again just one of many games that we have tonight. Yeah. I mean, it's Bermuda. It's the first one. The nerves are kind of just unshaken. Everybody's a little, jittery in that sense. But Kalahari will appease everything, right? Everything's going to get better here. It's going to be wide open. We're going to see those massive fights towards the end. I'm super excited for this round 2.
Once again, a super wide open map as the flight path cuts through shrines all the way down between Sub and Stone Ridge, which opens up the full map. Anybody can go wherever they want, but we still get a hot drop at Council Hall. And it looks like Hotshot Esports is going to be meeting LGDS a little too early. But look at Bruce. I love the ideation. Straight off into confinement. So if things do go south for LGDS, they do have a second chance in Bruce.
Oh man, NG already down already. This is going to be a huge one for them. We want it to be a little bit better, but unfortunately LGDS just keeps running into this brick wall. I think they might be one of the more unlucky teams here, but Hotshot Esports are making sure that they're taking advantage. They do have the numbers. That's the second person that's been knocked down. Yuan is going to be there. Anas is looking for the cleanup here.
Yeah, Hotshot super lucky as they get to meet LGDS only to take 2 elimination points for themselves super early. Roro, as he tries to run away has been spotted out by Sika as well. Roro down on the ground, and it's all up to Bruce to revive the full squad. Can he get the triple revive? Naguara out in the open field as well as Maxi tags up a player with the AUG. Ana 6-9 goes down as Brand finds him. That MP40 goes in for the strike. Maxi tagged up. Hasuke goes down as well. Hasu, can he stand right back up? There's no backup from the rest of the team members, and Naguara quickly punish Hotshot Esports as soon as they're done with LGDS.
Okay. We talk about space, but they're like, no. We're going to get into the action. We want to be aggressive. We want to get as many eliminations early as possible. LGDS have suffered much. Bruce is all by himself. He's on the run right now, just trying to find what he can do, trying to, get to safety at some point, right? But Hotshot Esports, yeah, they were the advantage. They did get a decent number of eliminations, but they're now crippled as well. They're at half strength already, so not great situations for these teams early on.
This is going to be a GG right here for Hotshot if LGDS gets the best revenge ever, because Sika is trying to rotate long way around into confinement. Guess who's there? It's Bruce and NG. Bruce and Yuan and Roro. The whole of LGDS is there with arms wide open to welcome Sika into confinement.
Yeah, and Hotshot Esports thought they had the advantage. They're like, hey, I thought I eliminated you. No, buddy, I brought him back, and I brought my
Sika!
And Sika's here, trying to go in.
Mag 7 responds, but Bruce turns around. MP40 to the chest. Bruce gets the elimination on Sika. Execution of the revenge is perfect. LGDS just had to welcome him with open arms, but there is yet another survivor on the side of Hotshot Esports. 9 teams still standing out there on the battlefield.
Still got a chance, right? It's a chip in a chair. You still got a chance. Make sure that you do it. LGDS are back to full strength. Yeah, they're in like zombie mode right now, but they're fine for now. This is what you need to do. Play a little bit safer. You kind of suffered a little bit in the beginning, but they've gotten a gift, I would say, from Hotshot Esports, so they got something in return. Now it's a matter of getting utility, making sure that you're prepared for the mid to late game.
LGDS playing the game of insurance, and Bruce manages to get that insurance cashed in. All 3 players back in the squad, and LGDS can continue looting up this compound at confinement before, of course, they move on out for the next battle. RRQ, on the other hand, this was something that we talked about. Refinery's their spot. They're going to hold on to yet another mid-segment of the map and hope and pray for that circle to come towards them. Let's see if or not their powers of manifestation will be able to get that done yet again. If 2 in a row, brother, I'm thinking the game just wants RRQ to win.
Yeah, okay. Well, it can happen. The Free Fire gods are fickle in that sense, but I mean, they can be, beneficial to some of the team. So they do have a chance with that. That is actually quite good for them. That's something that they want to do. RRQ, though, are firm control right now of Refinery. They've got it on lockdown, so to speak, but Evo's Phoenix are on the low ground. Do they actually go up? We're going to have to see, especially with the next circle, where teams are going to end up moving.
RRQ, they are breaking apart, spreading out across Refinery. This might be a great thing. This might be a terrible thing. Individually, every single player on the side of RRQ Kazu, they are gifted mechanically within the game of Free Fire. Therefore, they can take those 1v2, 1v3 action, but you cannot take that for granted, because if anybody uses that launch pad to launch themselves straight up towards you and land on that refinement's platform, you might just get backstabbed and you might get caught with your pants down. That's something that RRQ cannot afford, Holla.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, you brought up a good point by, Refinery is a great elevation, but the thing is that there's so much open space that you can get flanked. Like, people can kind of catch you off guard, but it's a matter of getting, sneaking within the wings. Like, it's getting by security, so to speak. Can you get by? We're going to have to find out. But Expand, okay, we talked a little bit about this team. How about you kind of walk us through this team here from MCPS?
Axel's having just a little bit of problems. I guess he did not go for his driving classes recently. No defensive driving classes completed by Axel, but it doesn't really matter because this team gets super aggressive out there on the battlefield, but they're really slow on that wind-up. We saw that they had a good start, but caught with their pants down. They did not have a good positioning within that final circle, and that's something that Expand really needs to focus on within this next matchup. We have seen their runs within the league stage. Once again, slow to wind up, but you have no time to wind up within the planes. It's only 8 rounds. You do or you die. And in the earlier matchup, they got eliminated a little too prematurely, although they did sustain their lives for quite long. It's just that kind of battle.
Yeah, it's that kind of battle, but it's another thing of it's a clash of strategies as well, right? I think Expand is one of the more aggressive teams in the play-ins.
Yes.
I think Magic's squad is another aggressive team that you're going to see, but it's kind of feast or famine. Sometimes it works well, you catch people off guard, you get a whole bunch of eliminations, but sometimes when it doesn't work, it just looks foolish.
And this is one of the weak points of staying up top in these high grounds. Yes, you get the bird's eye view, but it's easier to take that headshot at you when the rest of your opponents are on that lower ground, and it is going to be Naguara. With Faku on the right-hand side, he should be able to pop the player on towards his left. Maxi is holding on to the lower ground with that AC-80, and Naguara are forcing this low ground attack, and Yakol gets Legalot. And once you get the eliminator on the side of RRQ out of the equation, the job gets much easier. Naguara, can they yet again take out a Titan from the competition?
That was actually huge. Legaloth is again the main player on RRQ. Taking him out is going to be super important. I mean, yes, they've just respawned him and he's back into it, but RRQ was like, okay, we lost him, we're going to back up, make sure we regroup, we're going to be back at full strength. But Naguara, like, sticking to the wings in terms of this cliff. I don't know if it's the safest place, but they're playing it pretty well because they are catching teams off guard.
And we talked about positioning. Expand this time has a good position. It is smack dab in the middle of Foundation, Bayfront, as well as Refinery. You've got quite a bit of elevation there. The probability that this circle goes towards the middle of the next one is really high. So the position held on here by Expand can just be the saving grace towards the final moments of the game. Question is going to be whether or not they play this safe, whether they play possum, stay quiet, and wait till the final circle, trigger discipline, or they start taking pot shots at everyone around them.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you think you're great in a great spot for the late game.
Yeah.
But the thing is that everybody else could be coming from all angles. It's one of those things where you decide to maybe, gatekeep on this side, play that, but they're like smack dab in the middle. So it's kind of a weird situation where now you got to check all 360.
Yeah, unlike RRQ Kazu in the previous matchup at Bermuda, they had a compound to work with. These guys only have an elevation and it is super open, right? If a danger zone appears right over them, that's going to be a GG. If someone strolls in with the grenade launcher, that's going to be yet another GG. A lot of things can go wrong for Expand, but it's all about how they manage that situation around them and how they respond to all of those attacks. Obviously, they have not used any of those time turners just yet, so everything is on that activation, just waiting to be popped out. Nothing's on cooldown for them just yet. Naguara Yekol, on the other hand, with the Car 98 in hand, bird's eye view all around, but there is a drone moving in towards him, so his position is going to be given away, but it doesn't seem to be like Naguara is going to be taking on any fights just yet.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, it's a weird sniper's perch there because there's not a whole lot of cover, but LGDS suffering right here. Bruce has been killed as well. I mean, the only people left are zombies, and you can pick up Bruce probably, but it's the situation where LGDS have not been able to just take the fight that they want to take. They're always being ambushed at points.
Multiple glue wall melters here, and Sajid, all of these players from the side of Hotshot Esports have got the right ideation. Yes, those glue walls are being erected, but they melt it down instantaneously. Sajid has got the Mag 7 in hand. Hazuke with the exact same gun. Hasu drops one. Sajid circles around. It's all about the timing here. Can they get the double? Mag 7! Roro just hops on out to meet both of them. NG takes down one. He takes down two, but they all get eliminated, and Sajid and Anas turns around and takes them down. Anas 69, final survivor, doesn't even bother picking them up. He runs away.
Yeah, I mean, when you have friends like that, do you really need enemies? I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, they've got 7 kills, 7 eliminations, excuse me, but hey, they've eliminated LGDS. They're out again early. This is a travesty for this team from Taiwan. We expected a lot more, but again, hey, the other teams are going to take advantage of it, and they're, you need as many elimination points as possible.
For now, great play by Anas, but Drax 7 from afar gets that final shot. AWM for the win, and unfortunately, Hotshot Esports gets eliminated in the 8th spot.
Okay, Drax, we talked about the fact that he's an initiator. He does rush. He tends to use the shotgun. That's where he wants to be, but maps like Kalahari, you got to change your gameplay, right? And Drax has been able to do that. He does have the sniper. He understands how to help his team in whatever way possible. Give this man a gun, he will get eliminations for you.
SVD in the hands of Drax 7. You might as well say goodbye to your chance of a booyah. You need to deal with this guy, especially when he takes those bird eye view positioning on you. And Magic Squad, for the time being, they don't really have a great position just yet, so they try to rotate. Expand, on the other hand, out in the open once again, and RRQ Kazu is going to be their opponents this time around. Axel tags up one, AWM in hand. Ice grenade maybe goes down. Axel gets a good shot, but no eliminator just yet. X-Roy backstab, and it is going to be the Charge Buster. Pac-Man runs away. Good glue wall erected, but it's a 2v1. Cobra goes in for the hit. Axel takes maybe away for himself, and Roy drops Pac-Man. RRQ eliminated by the one and only Expand. Hell yeah!
Okay, that was actually huge for Expand, right? It's one of those things where they didn't have the greatest match last one, but you took out the #1 team in the sense of points and all of that. You've eliminated them. That is a massive win for Expand. We want to see more of this team, and we want to see them do well, and that's the right way to do it.
And they desperately needed the compound away from RRQ. They were out in the open, so it was a do-or-die moment for the team of Expand, and they got the job done. So MCPS still with strong representation here in the second round. Naguwara, on the other hand, they started off great by eliminating EWOS Phoenix, and I believe that encounter might just happen again as EWOS are rotating in from Bayfront.
Oh, but Magic Squad are right nearby. Oh, this is a weird situation. God Cruz, he's scouting them out. He senses something, and he's kind of just backing off. But Magic Squad were like, they were setting the trap, but God Cruz was like, no, I'm not falling into that one. I'm going to run away. I'm going to run to the edge, make sure that I'm safe. He goes under this bridge, and he does get some shots. He does get hit here.
Yeah, God Cruz, just a couple of tags on him, but two players have already rotated deep inside. It's going to be Joanna as well as Get High, Get High. Ice Grenade will force him away from his defense. He pulls out a misplaced glue wall, and that's going to be a little bit of a mess up for him. He doesn't have a lot to work with. Get High jumps up on top. 3 glue walls left in hand. Now make that 2 as he erects yet another one. Joanna from up top. God Cruz now goes down. Drags 7 alongside him as well, but the time turner, timely pull out, survives and gets him that 1 advantage.
Oh, God Cruz is down. Drax was down as well. I don't know if they got picked up, but those are actually massive in terms of just losing those players going into this fight. EWOS Phoenix, Joanna is going to back off. He's going to heal. Drax 7 is back up. That's the one that you got to be careful about. He's the one that's getting all the kills. You got to find out, draw a beat on him, make sure that you take him out.
Jonah Moshi, 2 more players. What a backstab by Jonah! A couple of tags in. Max 7 and GU goes down as well. Jonah single-handedly eliminating Magic Squad. No! A 3v1 comeback by Magic Squad. GU gets saved as well.
Oh my gosh, EWOS Phoenix eliminated 6th. Who would have expected this out of a previous Free Fire World Series winner and 2nd place? Now, a lot is at stake. This is only the 2nd round. Do they even get to the grand finals at this stage? Still very early to tell at this point, but again, first 2 rounds have not been great for EWOS Phoenix.
And that's exactly why we were discussing just before the start of this broadcast, right, Holler? Yes, we've got a lot of the past statistics on our notes here, but they mean absolutely nothing. You can even be the champion of the world of Free Fire in the past, but in the current, it means absolutely nothing as all of these teams have stepped up their gameplay. Ice Grenade, Wall Force Maxi away, AC-80 in hand, and look at the whole squad of MGS just running towards them and laying down each and every single one of those glue walls whilst tossing those ice grenades in at this LATAM squad. Maxi doesn't have much of an option. Bob gets taken down. Team Flash says hello to everyone. Italo knocks Brand down onto the ground. Magic Squad, they only have 1 more to deal with, and they eliminate Naguwara.
Oh, Naguwara. That was like a Free Fire tower defense, right? They were up in the front, and then you saw like the Magic Squad zombies just coming storming at you. And Magic Squad was coming out the victors. Yes, they lost 2 members though, but this is something where they've gotten the 8 elimination points. That's huge going into this one, especially since there's only 4 teams left.
Just like that question was asked, at what cost? Magic Squad did not have much of an option. They had to rush in towards Naguwara, and I have to say they did it phenomenally well. If it wasn't for Team Flash, they would still have 4 players standing up strong for that final battle. But now Magic Squad just needs to get this done with the duo, and look at who's waiting by the sidelines. It's Team Expand waiting to take a couple of pot shots at Team One and Only Magic Squad. The elimination leaders of this lobby, Italo, has got the SVD in hand. He's just waiting for that opportunity for one of Team Flash's members to show their head so that they can go in for the pop. And Infinity VX, on the other hand, safe and sound in the middle of the circle.
In the middle, but they've got enemies all around. Magic Squad right now have to go on the flank. They're going to go all the way on the right, make sure that they're safe. They've only got 2 members. Magic Squad not in a great position. They need to ensure that the other teams fight and pick off what you can. You're looking for survival from Magic Squad.
Ooh, Axel knocks Shin down onto the ground. Arch takes 1. Axel secures the elimination. Axel's going ham on the players of Flash, who are trying to get off that high ground. That's not a high ground advantage. That's a high ground disadvantage for Team Flash right now. And Magic Squad takes super quiet here. They've thrown that pixie dust in the mix and Expand doing all of the dirty work for them. Infinity just needs to wait quietly with the grenade launcher in hand and wait for all of these teams to just approach them.
Oh, they're getting approached here, but look at that. Brian goes down. Yanbin is by himself, and this is looking great for Expand as they're looking to go in. Yanbin is just trying to stay alive. He's hiding under this blue wall in the corner, but now the enemy team is coming.
9 eliminations so far by the representatives of MCPS. And right up top, Rex Roy with the charge buster in hand. Team Flash goes down. Wonderful nade by Too Fast. Backstab by Cobra. Big eliminator. Magic Squad out of the equation. The Malaysians are going berserk. And they want to go in for Infinity as well. M1887. Cobra picks up yet another. And the whole squad of Expand going ham. 12 eliminations so far. They want to outdo the one and only RRQ. And they are about to get it done, but Infinity responds well.
Infinity, I mean, they responded well there, but oh my god! X-Men with a booyah in round 2. Who expected that one?
Wow! Freaking ban! You gotta get it done for MCPS. That was the message sent out to the boys, and they get the job done. Regardless of the adversity they faced in match number 1, brother, they bounced right back, and Cobra was the king of the shotgun in that position. And just when you thought all was lost, one final surviving team member of Expand saves the day for them. And can we talk about that God nade from the side of Too Fast that just did Magic Squad in?
It's just an amazing play there. They were super aggressive. They were well coordinated. They were sticking together. Almost everything that they were doing was just on another level. Very smart play. But let's check out the highlights from round 2, Kalahari. Expand slayed the beast of round 1 in RRQ. That was the first team elimination that they got. They set themselves up. That is a huge momentum boost, and it just kind of escalated from there, and they got so many eliminations that
It's so important to remove the Titan from the equation, because you know the Titans are going to be stealing away all of those elimination points that could do your team a lot of good. And it seems like Expand caught on to that point extremely fast. There was no way of knowing exactly who they're going up against out there on the battlefield. It was all a mix of, do I need to take this fight, yes or no? Can I afford to walk away? At that point, Expand, they were out in the open. They had no choice. And RRQ, they had a good defensive compound. Expand just knew if they want to survive into that final circle, I'm sorry, whoever you are, we gotta take you down. They didn't know, they surely didn't care. They got the job done.
They got the job done. They did it in style, and they got more than one team in this one. We're gonna have to see the match standings. That's gonna be coming up soon, but my gosh, Expand really showing what they did in MCPS.
Yeah.
And they bringing it, and that aggressive play. The meta is here, and let's just check out the match standings here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Malaysia's gonna be setting up Wow, as Expand hits the massive 28 points to equalize the performance of RRQ Kazu in that first matchup. 16 total eliminations. Say hello to my Booyah and my 12 points.
Yeah, I mean, but Magic Squad is second place. This is a team that's kind of, yeah, they haven't gotten the Booyahs yet, but they're still top 3, top 4. I mean, even going in, Magic Squad, again, a team that you need to be careful about. 8 eliminations is no small feat, but Hotshot Esports, this is a good team. This is a team that's looking to prove themselves. They're the sole Pakistani team. They're stuck in the play-ins. They have to make their way to the grand final.
Yeah, let's see if or not Naguara will be able to continue climbing up the leaderboard, because so far they've been stuck somewhere around the mid-segment of the overall leaderboards, which isn't going to be serving them all that too well. Question is, though, does Magic Squad take that #1 spot away because of their consistency, although they haven't hit that Booyah just yet, doing decently well over all of the rounds, should be able to get you up to the top 35 points, and the Brazilians are running the show at the moment, but they gotta pick one of those Booyah up for themselves within the next 2 maps if they want to keep on to that spot, because the rest of the teams are slowly waking up, Holla.
Yeah, you think that they're under the radar, but they're getting so many points being in the top 3, Magic Squad that is, and they're the top dog at this point. Yes, I mean, tiebreakers might happen in terms of Booyahs. We're gonna have to see if that one plays in, but Expand and RRQ almost had a role reversal, like a fortune, so to speak, in the sense that they kind of flip-flopped in that sense. Expand didn't have a great round 1. They had a great round 2, and they're back into this one. But Naguara, consistent as well. Team Flash, another team that's kind of neck and neck, but man, it's still very close.
Yeah, apologies, by the way. Expand did not equalize the record of Magic Squad. They beat their record, because Magic Squad picked up 24 in that first round. Expand showed that not only they can get the job done, they can get the job done better. Expand with a 28, a total of 33. If it wasn't for that bomb out of a round, they could be up slightly higher. But your MVP, the Grenadier of the event, the one and only Too Fast, his favorite gun, the Groza, out there on the battlefield, but it was those God nades that took my attention.
All right, Too Fast, Too Furious, 5 eliminations. This guy was on another level. He was playing very aggressive. The team was just like storming in, and that's what we want to see from Expand. We want to see that aggressive play, because it's the most exciting to watch, things that can happen, but that they did it without really losing anybody.
Yeah, man. I mean, and if you've got the Groza in your hand, one of the best guns to have out there on the battlefield, you are going to be able to pick up some good ones for yourself. But look at this. 2 players from the side of Expand managing to get their top spot on the game leaders this time around. AWM eliminations from the side of the Axel gets him 5 eliminations through the Groza for Too Fast. Those grenades helped out as well. Italo keeping up with the rest of the squad here with 4 eliminations out of his Mag 7. That's shotgun spicy.
Okay, Italo's his highest placing in terms of previous Free Fire World Series, Free Fire Leagues, is that he was 10th. So being able to get into this situation has put him in a great spot. He's also the headshot killer. Got a ton from that. Magic Squad are mechanically sound. They get a ton of headshots. But Sika, on the other hand, precision shooter, 51%. That is quite high.
Staying true to his name, 6 shots, 6 accuracy. Sika always delivers. Drag 7 though, perfect plays with all of those time turners. Chrono, damage block, a total of 488. That saves multiple lives right there, Holler. And of course, Too Fast, the king of assists, not just eliminations out there. This guy was doing so much for the squad out.
Helping the team, that's all you want to do. You get in those eliminations, you're doing a lot of damage, making sure that your teams are doing well in terms of just capitalizing on the damage that you're doing. The worst part is doing a lot of damage and having them just slither away, right? And it's surviving. That's the worst.
And you know, you saw the change of pace by Expand. And once again, this is the team that winds up slow. And they wound up slow perfectly well for this next match in Kalahari. But as we push on into Purgatory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are we gonna see the first water circle of the day? That's my question.
Still very early. We're going to have to find out with Purgatory. That one is going to be coming up next. But again, we have so much Free Fire left to, to play out, right? We have 6 more matches. This is going to go the distance. I mean, if their teams are going to constantly flip-flop and it's going to be super close, that's exactly what we want to see, because we want to get to that 8th round and have it as close as possible for the end of this.
And of course, the teams definitely don't want that. I mean, if you're RRQ,
that's all that matters.
If you're Expand, they want a landslide victory for themselves. But of course, it's not not gonna be that easy. As you can see, round after round, we're having different teams wake up. Different teams show us what they're capable of out there on the battlefield. But you want to be more like Magic Squad. You don't want to do too much. You don't want to do too little. You want to do just enough to dominate the leaderboard, or at the very least, keep things spicy and take over at the very end.
Yeah, you want to keep it spicy, but you know, again, let's talk a little bit about the host team, EVOS Phoenix. Not a good showing. They don't even have double-digit points after 2 rounds. That is an absolute travesty. I was talking to the Tycasters just earlier, right before the show, and they were like, no, this is the #1 team. Obviously, there's a little bit of bias in that, but I expected it as well. EVOS Phoenix to be the top 3, and they're nowhere near that.
I mean, you have to blame EVOS Phoenix for this. Yeah. And I'm not talking about gameplay. I'm not talking about strategy. I'm just talking about the luck part. They wished everybody good luck except themselves. Brother, they should have given themselves some of that luck as well. Look at what everybody else is doing with it.
Okay, and so this is one of those things where you don't say good luck. You just say, hey, I hope your luck is average. Because it's not like good luck or bad luck. It's
good luck,
like,
everyone.
Hey,
may you win the booyah. I mean, of course, at the end of the day, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, this journey is not going to be easy, and clearly EVOS Phoenix is feeling it. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be match number 3 at Purgatory.
Evo Phoenix lo tenemos bastante estudiado y traten de sorprendernos con sus nuevas técnicas, que lo van a vencer en todos lados.
Các bạn có nghĩ các bạn sẽ tiếp tục may mắn để đạt được top 2 và thua đội vô địch đúng 1 điểm không? Cứu hết về tất cả các bạn, ai cũng như ai, mà Việt Nam mình chẳng sợ một ai. Mình nghĩ đối thủ lớn nhất của mình chính là bản thân mình và chính bản thân mỗi người. Bởi vì khi mà vượt qua được chính bản thân mình là vượt qua được tất cả.
别小看我们，不枉让你们尝到入围赛失败的滋味。我们没有敌人，我们唯一的敌人就是我们自己。
All right, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series. Champions of Bangkok Esports. That was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk. There was so much at stake right now.
Directly below him is not going to be Fernando at all. But a initializing shot that sekarang ini.
Shot telah dijumpai tapi.
But here comes Moji, the grenade from JLX.
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. It's like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. Cause we turn up in flames. Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped.
Welcome back, survivors, to the Free Fire World Series 2022 live here in Bangkok, Thailand. It has been an amazing play so far. We are 2 rounds in, 6 more to go to find out which 4 teams will make it to tomorrow's finals. Of course, my name is Husky, and alongside me is the one and only AJ.
And you know, as we move through the play-ins, we want to see a dominant team. We've seen 2 dominant runs. RRQ Kazu was amazing, Expand was amazing, but I'm really a fan of consistency. This is something that we have talked about a lot. Magic Squad has got that magic strat.
Yeah, and on top of that, I want to add in Naguara Esports as well. These 2 teams, the one from Brazil and LATAM, have been phenomenal.
Yep.
Sure, they have not gotten any booyahs, but look at where they stand right now. Top 3 is a very comfortable spot for these 2 squads.
Yeah, and I hope and pray that EVOS Phoenix finds their momentum eventually in Purgatory, because it has been quite the challenge for them. But for all of you guys, the question is, have you managed to go in here for your picks so that you can win big tomorrow? There are 3 segments. Do not forget, tomorrow before we kick off the Grand Finals broadcast, you will have that event closed off. So you got to get the job done. You've got less than 24 hours to lock your picks in.
Yeah, I've already locked in my predictions for all 3 segments, and I'm very confident in who will be crowned champions tomorrow. But of course, I'm not going to reveal my answer. You guys will have to do your own homework and figure that out.
Question for me, of course, for all of you guys, is it the AC80, Mag7, M1887, or the AWM? I mean, these 4 guns have been making a lot of noise out there on the battlefield, not just in today's play-ins, but in the recent past. The meta has been absolutely cracked. We see it being quite balanced between all of these guns, but the shotguns and the snipers are a notch above.
From a region that I'm from, I'm going to add one in. Charge Buster. That one is a deadly piece of weaponry. But enough of all the gunpowder and all. We gotta look at the numbers to get a clearer look into what has transpired in round number 2 and how we ended up in this spot for Expand, getting 28 points in one single round with 16 eliminations and almost a whopping 5,000 damage dealt.
The record of the day has been set by the MCPS team. Hailing from Malaysia, this squad has been phenomenal, but only in game number 2. Game number 1 was a little bit of a premature end, but they learned from that experience. And if you guys noticed during the break, as we looked at the overall map, Expand had spread out into 4 different parts of the map, and they were all playing solo. That's such a daring move from the Malaysian team.
They definitely have done their homework, because they did the same on Bermuda. And sure, Bermuda wasn't the best run for them, but they had 20% of the entire map under their control for the first 2 phases of the circle. That is a lot of space and a lot of resources gathered for themselves, and I love the adaptation going into round number 2. No more messing around, no more playing on the circumference, doing it safe. We take the fight straight to the enemies, and they did it in the best fashion possible.
It's really a smart strategy, but it's one that's filled with risk because yes, you might just get some of your team members caught out in the open, but the counter to that strategy is spreading out all 4 players instead of just sending out one solo guy into a compound of his own. Because, I mean, when push comes to shove, you lose 3 out of your 4 players, at least you still have one survivor who can bring the rest of the squad in. We saw LGDS make a good run with that revival play in that second game.
And if we kind of call back to MCPS, FFCS in particular, that was kind of what our local team did as well when we implemented this system, right? GeekFam was that team that brought it out where they sent one guy to revive the whole team, and they end up winning that round. So we are watching Expand kind of taking a pages out of the veterans, but can they maintain that performance? Because we're heading into map number 3. It's Purgatory, baby.
Absolutely right. Water Circle, please don't come visiting today. I do not want to see anyone take a swim, but every single flight path has been absolutely generous to the squads. Smack dab in the middle of the map once again, from Crossroads all the way down towards Fire Brigade, opening up the whole of Purgatory for them to dance on.
And I think it is a very good time, it's an apt moment to talk about Expand so far, because they are a very tactical team. That's what we saw in both Bermuda and Kalahari just now. But I want to specifically touch on Cobra while we have the time to do so. Cobra is ranked 3rd in terms of average kills and knockdowns, and this might just be the test for them.
This is gonna be one hot drop at Brasilia. Expand cannot afford to lose. But the saving grace here is Team Flash has not been super flashy, but they are a team that can hold their own. 11 points in the first game, 8 points in the second game. The saving grace here is Team Flash is a team that focuses on placement points more than eliminations. Team Expand super aggressive. You do the maths. Expand should be the ones who rise above and win this initial bout. But it's all about who gets lucky with the loot.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think these 2 teams have the same tactical approach to most of the rounds that they play. The advantage that Expand has is that they have someone reliable from their long range. Axel was feeling it in game 2, and if you give him that space to work with, I think Flash is going to struggle if they end up fighting against each other.
Expand knows exactly what to expect here. They have spotted a couple of players on the side of Team Flash who are all huddled up together, but we hop on over towards Central and we take a look at Hotshot Esports as they continue running around. Nobody else is here to ask big questions off of them, so they are going to complete looting up this compound first. Expand not executing the exact same strategy as map number 1 and 2 makes me question exactly what they've got in store for us for Purgatory. But the way they've set themselves up looks like there's not going to be a lot of traveling to be done, but they have to deal with Flash first.
And you can feel the tension, right? Team Flash, they're kind of making their move in towards Expand. You see this very spread out maneuver from Team Flash to trying to box Expand in this compound, but Axel is ready, and I think he will be the first one to receive contact.
Yeah, Shin backing away. Axel repositions. Roy jumps in together. Roy, what a good time turner. Bounces that nade right off. Axel hops on in, but Yan Bin with the double revolver manages to take him down. But no elimination coming through just yet. Roy, can he respond? Has got the SMG in hand and knocks down Yan Bin instead to trade him out instantaneously. Cobra down on the ground. Roy gets one expanded in the 9th spot.
And Team Flash is doing that in the best possible fashion. We talk about how Team Flash love to be strategic, and they might not have that long-range advantage, but what they have over Expand is close-quarter combat. They are incredibly sharp with their shots, and we saw how they corral Expand into one single building and pick them apart with surgical precision. This is just phenomenal performance from Team Flash.
And this is the weakness of taking a hot drop, because you don't really get to aim for the guns that you want. Clearly, the players on the side of Expand did not have the necessary loot available to them to deal with the kind of aggression that Team Flash brought on into that fight. Each and every single team member on the side of Flash picking up a single elimination to their name, and they will be able to continue on to the next circle. Expand, as they are stopped in this 3rd round, they will most definitely struggle in the overall leaderboard. Now it's up to Magic Squad. How much are they going to be able to pick up from Purgatory to dominate this leaderboard and put some real space between them and the other teams?
That also resonates with this whole idea of being consistent, right? Even though we don't see Magic Squad or Naguara Esports on that kill feed just yet, we know that they are still in the game, and that's what they have been doing for the first 2 rounds as well. So when we switch our attention over to Evo's Phoenix, that kind of gives us a very polarizing contrast because both Bermuda and Kalahari have been absolutely a tragedy for Evo's Phoenix. They bombed out first in the first map and they didn't make it far on Kalahari as well. This time we see a safer start for this team.
3 points in Bermuda, 6 points at Kalahari for a total of 9 for the ex-champions of the Free Fire World Series 2021. 2022 at Sentosa, they tried their very best, but it was an absolute upset as AAA managed to sneak the championship away from them with a single point, Husky. I mean, talk about a heartbreak, man.
Yeah, that is crushing. But when you look at where they are right now on home soil, this kind of means different, right? There's so much more pressure. There's so much more on the line. It's all about the pride and not just trying to get back into the finals, but also doing it on where you're most comfortable the most, where people know you the best. And I want to pull out some numbers for Evo's Phoenix because if we compare Get High to a lot of these players on that battlefield, he doesn't really have the best stats. And these numbers, for context, are all taken from their Masters finals or their respective league. For example, MCPS would be a Challenger Series finals. And Get High, honestly, is not even in top 5.
Yeah, in order to get qualified, this team wasn't the most aggressive out there, but they had a good percentage of eliminations, right? About 10% of the total eliminations throughout the whole league, it went to Team Evo's Phoenix, and it managed to get the job done for them. But where they truly excel is when it comes to those placement points as well. They always try to find that final circle. They always try to get that podium finish for themselves, and that's something that EVOS needs to focus in this game as well, because clearly placement points weren't their strong suit in the past 2 matches, albeit they did manage to pick up, I think, about 4 or 5 points from Bermuda. It's just nowhere near enough.
Yeah, just not even sufficient. I mean, if by that standard, you would feel a bit upset, a bit disappointed of what the numbers have shown us so far. But I think this also correlates to a conversation that we had behind the scenes where we talk about how teams are just generally more aggressive by nature. We talk about Magic Squad, pretty aggressive. Naguara Esports, very aggressive. Infinity VX, absolutely aggressive. And Evo's Phoenix does the same, but the risks that they take are generally higher. And when you run these high-octane playstyles and you butt heads with other regions that do the same, you have to be really confident that you can win those fights. And so far, Evo's Phoenix have not really shown us that confidence. It felt like they were holding back a bit, or they were making these really minute decisions that caused them to fall in the past 2 rounds.
Yeah, but Infinity VX, we haven't seen the aggressive side just yet, right? They purely play placement points for both of these past matches, managing to pull away 6 placement points and 9 from Kalahari, 6 from Bermuda. And in terms of total eliminations from the 2 matches, they've only got 2. So I'm waiting to see some of that aggression from Infinity, because if they don't start showing up, they are going to get drowned out. Although those were solid placement points, not picking up eliminations has managed to punish them. They currently sit down in the 7th spot on the overall leaderboard, which has to hurt. Thankfully, one good solid booyah from Infinity can get them bounced right back up.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a reason to that, which I'll get into later when we get to look at Infinity again. But for Magic Squad, this is a team that has been consistent through and throughout. But when we look at Brazil itself, when we look at that local league, sure, you can argue that Keat absolutely dominated them with more than 60 points in differential in the finals of their local league. But that also means that Magic Squad is forged in fire. That's why the first 2 rounds have been so consistent for them. They didn't need to have a single booyah to be in first place, at least temporarily, but maybe Infinity VX can now get aggressive.
Yeah, we talked about Infinity and their aggression, and it looks like Gartel brings on the M79, the grenade launcher in hand. Evo's Phoenix about to bite the dust potentially up to AWM, but it's just way too close to play that sniper right here. Jonah with the left-hand side flank. God Cruz joins the squad as well. Evo's Phoenix setting up this defense, and a good ice grenade will force them off of their positions. Infinity has to move now, but the whole squad of Evo's Phoenix, all they need is one good lob grenade to take out the whole squad of Infinity.
Gatel has that grenade launcher, and Infinity have the numbers advantage. Moshi needs to survive at long range. They swing the corner. Jonah saves his buddy, but Gatel has gone and Get High with the grenade launcher. They need a bit more from Evo's Phoenix's side. Infinity, they're running out of health, and Evo's Phoenix now are going straight for the jugular. Those glue walls will not stand for long. What have you left in the tank, Gatel? Can you keep the team alive? That grenade lob will not do so, and Evo's Phoenix finally survives.
Unfortunately for Gatel, he just could not pop those players, and we were talking about how Infinity was going to get taken out of the equation because everybody just stacked up beside each other, making it so much more easier for for EVOS Phoenix to get that double elimination earlier on. The tag from those grenades, that grenade launcher from the side of EVOS, just too much to deal with. But EVOS has got no time to take a breather at all. They spot Naguara from afar and they take the shots at them. I don't think that's the smartest of ideas because you're just pulling more attention to yourself right after bouncing out of a fight you can't deal with.
But I feel like EVOS Phoenix a lot more confident after that win. They have a compound to work with. They're not really pressured by the circle as of this point. Huge credit to Jonah for really saving Mochi because that was the guy that is keeping Infinity at bay with those long-range support. And with Infinity out of the equation, EVOS Phoenix will have a better time with more space to work with. Same can be said for Flash, right? Team Flash, they have a vehicle to work with. They have that high ground to kind of be perched on top and get a good view of what is happening. This is purgatory after all. The round isn't really decided until you see where the circle ends up in that on that fifth phase. Now it's only phase number 2. These teams have a lot more space to breathe.
One of the most important things to hold on to in a game at Purgatory is the vehicles, man. I mean, a lot of ground to cover out there. Magic Squad clearly has got the idea in here. 4 vehicles in their hands, and Magic Squad should be able to buzz and weave around all of the battles right up ahead. But Naguara looks like this is going to be a Grand Theft Auto setup for them. They want those vehicles, or do they want the circle? Because 2 players have already rotated towards the next circle. 2 more are left in this open compound here, taking pot shots at the Magic Squad.
Magic Squad shouldn't feel too pressure, right? They have enough vehicle and enough mobility to kind of just maneuver into that blue zone and cut right across Naguara. There's no pressure for them to make any reckless move at all, and that's exactly what they will do. So Naguara will miss Magic Squad, and that gives them their own tiny space to work with. You know, they have a purchase point. Team Flash, though, on the other hand, gets to gatekeep Hotshot Esports.
Shin, AC80, hot shot, smart play with the glue walls, very well timed, and they get to jump on into a small compound for themselves. Question is, where will the next circle bring all of us? For the time being, Hotshot gets to survive and they continue rotating on in. Flash, on the other hand, they want to meet them halfway, but Magic Squad might just be the difference maker. This is the unintentional third party that Magic Squad can pop here to upset both of these teams.
Shin is about to make contact, and this is going to kick off a 3-way fight for sure. Team Flash, they felt like they need to do something at this point of time. Shin has already exposed himself. First target and the first point of contact is going to be Hotshot Esports. But Team Flash, they need to somehow find some cover because Hotshot Esports, they are so good in maneuvering the building that making sure that Team Flash doesn't even get within the proximity of this building.
One nade can do Yanbin in. The distance is perfect. Anas with the Woodpecker in hand backs away towards the edge of this window. He's trying to look for that shot onto Yanbin. Needs to get one good accurate one. Mother Nature helping give them a little bit of cover as well through those trees. And Magic Squad continuously tagging them up. But look at this. Hotshot, long rotation around. They want to get that backstab onto Magic Squad. If Hotshot pulls this off, it's gonna be huge, Husky.
They have let Team Flash off the hook for now, but they might get punished. And Magic Squad, they are seeing this happen right in front of their eyes. Hotshot will opt to just cut right through Magic Squad to play it safe, but Drax was able to catch the straggler. Sajid gets knocked down, and now Magic Squad, they pounce on Hotshot. Italo is on the ground. This kind of levels out the playing field. Hotshot Esports able to bring Sajid back up. They now have the numbers.
Magic Squad thought they were going to be that supreme third party, but instead now 2 teams taking those shots against them. Hotshot the distractor, and Flash the ones eating them up from the back, and it looks like the Magic Squad are left high and dry. No more pixie dust in their hands, but GU saves the day. Sika taken down. Magic Squad still surviving this with the breath of a hair. Anas runs up top with the Charge Buster in hand. They now need to camp it out first as they heal themselves, and the Hotshot Squad, they just need to play this a little bit more slower because Magic Squad does not have the advantage.
Magic Squad smell blood. You can see that they are circling the building. They know that Hotshot Esports cannot get out of this, and it's only a matter of time before they clean up the team from represent Pakistan. And it's going to be a bit hard for Hotshot Esports in this situation because it feels like you're on an island and there's just a bunch of sharks circling around this terrain. Magic Squad not hesitating at all, not shy to just camp around, set up camp, and making sure that Hotshot Esports can get out.
RRQ, full squad revival. Drax can be the difference maker.
Oh,
if
here
he
they
can
come.
lob a couple of nades in towards that second floor, Anas, does he eat it up? Nope. That one goes a little bit wide. Drax with 3 more left to his side. EVOS Phoenix on the other hand, they meet with Team Flash. Earlier on, that lower ground was a disadvantage for Team EVOS Phoenix in Bermuda. Will it be the same here at Purgatory as well? Brian with his foot exposed, get high, can't sneak a shot in with that AC-80 just yet.
Yeah, unfortunate knockout for Legolas. He just revived and he spawned right on top of 2 teams.
Yeah.
Under heavy fire. RQ not really having the best time, but Hotshot Esports still holding the fort. And Magic Squad, they are not budging. They really want to get rid of Hotshot Esports to secure a decent place in this area. But the kill feed is lighting up with EVOS Phoenix finally turning up the key. The grenade launcher in the face of Bio, who denies the spawn, but it does not matter. God Cruz secures the last elimination. 6 points for EVOS Phoenix so far.
Good elimination for EVOS Phoenix. They are looking for the jugular. They're looking for that booyah. Question is, can they get to the end? Magic Squad still in the scrimmage against the players of Hotshot. What a shot from Yakol. That headshot takes Roro straight off his bench. NG, final survivor for the side of LGDS. 1 vehicle in hand, but he will make way too much of noise with that. All he can do is just play possum and try to hope and pray nobody finds him.
Magic Squad, they are still waiting on this first floor, and with this circle not in their favor, it's either going to be Hotshot Esports or Magic Squad at this point. I think Hotshot Esports will feel a bit more pressure to make that initial move. As Razor, he's just gonna have to pray that no one finds him. He's on the same roof where Hotshot Esports and Magic Squad are at.
And now EVOS Phoenix, they take over as the kill leaders of this lobby.
The last 3 teams are all in the same place.
Hotshot up top, hops on down. EVOS Phoenix from across. They can be the perfect damage dealer for that final battle, but why do they need to move? They've got the circle. Hotshot still scrimming off against Magic Squad. RRQ, Kazu down below. Hasu, final survivor. Is this gonna be the perfect backstab? Misses the opportunity. And look at EVOS. They're eating everyone from across.
They are just feeding into the machine of EVOS Phoenix right now, and this seems to be a done deal before the round even ends. GU have nothing left. EVOS Phoenix on home ground scores the very first booyah.
What a comeback for the Thai Titans. They won the title for sure, but they gotta get into the top 4 by the end of the day, and this is a good way to play it. A massive round for EVOS Phoenix, and as we can see, not a single round dominated by one team throughout, but Magic Squad with that magical consistency is gonna keep them alive and kicking in this battle.
And that's what you and Holler wanted from the very beginning of the show. You wanted to come down not just to the tiebreaker, but also down to the very last rule of the tiebreaker. We want Alpine to decide who goes into the finals tomorrow. But for EVOS Phoenix, this is a phenomenal display of what former champions look like.
D-Lung looks like my little brother. His mustache is slightly lesser grown out. I'm his big brother. I've got slightly longer ones on my face. Get high. Manages to step up once again for the squad. And God Cruz alongside Jonah. You know it is all about that Moshi play as well. Initially, they kept this guy surviving. And that was crucial because Moshi was the damage dealer in that initial engagement.
Yeah, and with that being said, we're going to take a look at the highlights of game number 3. Phenomenal game number 3 for EVOS Phoenix. The superstars, the one that are back for the throne, that has to play through the gauntlet of play-ins. It's not an easy journey, but round 3 is giving us some bit of hope.
Absolutely. In fact, a lot of hope for the Thai fans, for EVOS Phoenix to bounce right back into the competition. And it was not a lucky booyah for themselves. It was not one that was taken easily. They had to work hard for it. Massive numbers of eliminations on the side of EVOS Phoenix to jump right back into the fray. And with the saving grace of having Expand kind of expire a little bit earlier, keeps the competition alive, makes the work for EVOS Phoenix a little bit easier as well. But once again, it's Magic Squad that's going to do a number on everyone with their consistency.
I think for EVOS Phoenix, the first team that they went up against was Infinity VX.
Yeah.
And I did say that I want to talk about Infinity VX when we have the space to do so, but just know that the numbers when we compare both EVOS Phoenix to Infinity VX, it was kind of heaven and earth. EVOS Phoenix just had the numbers from the get-go, and Infinity VX, with their aggression, didn't really do what they wanted to do. Let's take a look at the standings in a bit, because I do think that when we look at the numbers, you said that Magic Squad is going to be at the top. I do agree, and we're going to find out right now. EVOS Phoenix, at least for this match, have done absolute wonders. 26 points, no one even came close.
No one came close in this matchup. They beat the record of RRQ Kazu for sure, but they have not matched up to the record of 28 points on the side of Expand EVOS Phoenix. That being said though, this was a massive round for them after they bombed out back-to-back at Bermuda and Kalahari. Team Flash stepping it up as well on their side. A total of 6 eliminations makes sure that Team Flash is fully awake in this matchup. We're talking about a total of 4 eliminations from the first 2 matches combined. So this was a massive round for Flash. Naguwara maintains that consistency. This is one of the teams that you had your eyes on, Husky, and they're getting the job done just like Magic Squad.
For how round 3 turned out, I say that this is just good enough, right? You are kind of in the same spot as both Hotshot Esports and Magic Squad, especially when you have shown such good performance in both Game 1 and Game number 2. But let's take a look at what the overall standing tells. This story is going to be a bit compelling, but just like what we expected from Magic Squad, still in first spot with 45 points, and Expand, despite a very underwhelming round number 3, still clings on to second place, tied with RRQ Kazu.
We talked about the aggression of Expand, and we can see that aggression has helped them kind of stay up in the high ranks, even though they expired a little bit too early in this third matchup with the 36, but they cannot take advantage of that. They really need to kick it into high gear. This is a team that winds up slowly, but they do not have time here. They only have a few more matches left. In fact, just 5 games. RRQ Kazu, they did not bomb out too early like Expand. They managed to get an extra 4 points for themselves, which keeps them up to speed with Magic Squad as well. One solid good game with an additional 10 points can put them in that number 1 spot. But look at EVOS Phoenix, man, from nowhere now into the 4th place.
And it's safe to say that EVOS Phoenix have finally joined the battle. They've finally entered the ring in full form, and we have to marvel at Moshi, the MVP of map number 3. 5 elimination with the M82B, just absolute sublime support. When we take a look back, that fight between them and Infinity VX, it was Moshi who kept EVOS Phoenix afloat, and it was Moshi who enabled the squad to not only take down Infinity VX and survive, but also make it to the end of the round.
And props to EVOS Phoenix as well, because Moshi almost got taken out of the equation very early on by Infinity, but they backed him up, right? It's not just about getting those elimination points, it's also about making sure the 4 players on your side are standing tall. And all 3 top players from EVOS Phoenix, what about that? 5 eliminations through the name of Moshi with the M82B, AC80 action from the one and only Get High. Jonah steps up as well with a shotgun Mag 7. Look at the difference in terms of the guns that they hold on to. Long range, they've got it covered. Close range combat, they've got it covered. Team Phoenix is ready for battle.
I feel like I'm entering a candy shop, because every one of EVOS Phoenix has a different assortment of weaponry that they perform well on, but we also have the key players off of game number 3. We have Nagara Esports Yeko with 8 Glue Wall Destroy with that Riptide Rhythm. We have Team Flash's Shin, 13 Glue Walls erected in that round.
And of course, you've got Drax as well, blocking a total of 979 damage out of that Kronos' Time Turner, and the king of assists, the one and only Brand from Naguwara, a total of 4 for his side, so that Naguwara can continue picking up those elimination points and climbing up to the top. And you know, this was a phenomenal round overall for all of the teams, but Magic Squad has not had that magical run just yet. They're just purely maintaining their position with consistency, not doing too much, surely not doing too little. I'm still waiting to see them pick up a massive booyah for themselves, but that's going to be the question. What happens when they kind of kick it up a notch?
Yeah, and I think there are plenty of rounds to do so, right? We have 5 more left to go, and just to refresh the memories of everyone out there what is going to be our next map. We are heading to the snowy peaks of Alpine, the map that has been added as the new addition to our competitive pool right now and has made so much waves. So many teams have picked out Alpine and decided that that is where they want to set up shop, and Expand happens to be one of them.
Stage is empty. The teams are taking a quick short break before we hop on into Alpine. Everybody's geared and ready to go. And you know, we saw Expand kind of expire a little bit too early in Purgatory. At Alpine, everybody needs to be very careful of this MCPS squad because they really know how to maneuver around. They really get super aggressive. In fact, this is one of their massive maps where they've picked up a lot of points for the qualifier for this stage. But they are not going to be the only ones that runs that map, are they?
Yeah, absolutely not. I think when we talk about a map like Alpine, you have to start looking at teams that love to play that late game. And one of that team, aside from Expand, is RRQ Kazu. Late game masters, they don't really put too much pressure on themselves when it comes to the early rotation. It's all about stocking up enough resources to get to that 6th and 7th circle, and that's why RRQ Kazu is such a menace if you let them survive that long.
And I think the biggest difference in Purgatory was RRQ Kazu just could not get the drop in towards the middle part of the map as securely as they wanted, because if you see Bermuda as well as Kalahari, that was the standard procedure for RRQ. Drop into the center of the map, stay there as long as possible. Circle follows you, you're a happy man, you're a happy squad. But in game number 3, it just didn't go their way. They had to rotate, and rotating, it's not just the weakness of RRQ Kazu, it's just how the lobby is built, Husky.
And we've seen some of these examples where teams love to hold a central spot and the circle kind of determines where they go. And this makes it really hard for a team like RRQ to play consistently without the late game, but that is good to be changed. Next round, we're gonna come back after a very, very short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit.
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit them, but the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
Attack all around a helping hand. And now Minoru spots. No! And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Farhan gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kéo đi. Kita mau di CPR nggak? Nggak ada gue. Tunggu dulu ya. Gue paham.
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not going to be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go!
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go, but here comes Moji. The grenade from JLX! The rest of Agnes and All-Star Esports. The grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Trying to be 1 versus 1, and there you go!
we support each other unconditionally. Because we have the same dream, to become champions.
But there's only a few seconds left. He goes for the shot!
9 kill di sana. Langsung dimajuin, percaya diri. Coba kelas combat, dihajar. Dan akhirnya berhasil mengantongi 10 poin.
By a initializing shot that will do. Oh, God! Grenade was so good!
fight is won.
Alright, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series.
Going up against the other play-in champions of Echo Esports, that was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk, there was so much at stake right now. Directly below him is not going to be Fernando at all, but a initializing shot that sekarang ini.
Shot telah disupai tapi
But here comes Moji, the grenade from KLX!
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
All around a helping hand. And now Minor Esports. No! And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Ferran gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kéo đi. Kita mau di CPR nggak? Nggak ada gue. Atau tunggu gue deh. Gue paham.
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not going to be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go!
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go, but here comes Moji, the grenade from KLX! The rest of Agnes and All-Star Esports. And the grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Trying to be 1 versus 1! And
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. 'Cause we turn up in flames.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint. P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but
Evo's Phoenix, all it took was a trip to purgatory to get themselves back on track, and they are there, and they did it with a massive round 3. Husky, kind of walk us through a little bit about that game.
It started with, Infinity VX challenging Evo's Phoenix, right? We kind of had to highlight that a bit. Jonah being the special mention to save his team and allowing Moshi to get that MVP. There's a lot that went down, but I want to bring out the numbers that we talked about just behind the scenes, where Infinity VX, if we compare their statistics to Evo's Phoenix, just as a head-to-head comparison, Evo's Phoenix wins out in every single department, from average kills, average knocks, average damage dealt, average headshot percentage. Evo's Phoenix just wins it all.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason. The data tells you a story. There's a reason why these teams are doing so well, right? I mean, getting those stats is one thing. I mean, you could take this to like any analogy of any other sport, like basketball. You're getting more rebounds, you're getting more points, you're going to win more games, right? It's just a matter of whatever you want to do. And it applies in Free Fire as well. We're in the playoffs. Again, Evo's Phoenix are back into it because of that.
Absolutely, and if you want to win, you have to have that winner's mindset. But for all of you guys out there, we have a reminder for you guys to join the Pick and Win that is happening right now. Just log into your Free Fire client and do the deed. There are 3 stages to this. There are 3 parts to it. First, go up against the AI, pick the team that you think is going to be the best performing one, pick the most used weapon, and finally declare who you think is going to be the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok champions. You're going to walk away with some great prizes.
And of course, Husky was talking about data. All you need to do is pay attention, understand the data going at the end of today. You don't have to lock it in now, because again, we don't know who's going to be in the grand final, so it will help. But literally a minute before we start tomorrow's grand finals, you can lock in your votes.
8:59 p.m. Thailand time is going to be the deadline. So do remember to just keep yourself awake, right? Just read through the data if you are the hardworking one. But if you guys want to look at numbers, we have plenty of numbers on the screen for you guys. Let's talk about the team that got the booyah, Evo's Phoenix. 26 whopping points in a single round with 14 eliminations, the second highest elimination per round so far, and with 6,530 damage.
Yeah, Evo's Phoenix right here, they're right behind us, right? And in the first 2 rounds, let me be honest, they were very quiet because they did not do very well. But when they were having that Monster round 3, they were roaring. They are vocal, they are in your face, and they're right up front. So, I mean, basically we hear everything, and it's amazing atmosphere, and the fact that they're fired up is good to go for the next 5 games.
Yeah, and you know what they say in the mythology, Phoenix never truly dies out, right? They always resurrect. And I think Evo's Phoenix have kind of found that magic within themselves in Purgatory. And hopefully this translates into the rest of the 5 matches they still have to play later on.
Yeah, and it's going to be even more competitive. I mean, the standings are speaking, like, everything is so close right now. Again, you need to be top 4 to make yourself into the grand finals. Right now, it's so competitive. I mean, like, almost every team still has a chance. And again, there's still 5 more games. So you have plenty of time to do it. I mean, if you're looking at the players here right now, very stoic, understanding that, hey, they still have time to make a move.
Yeah, and there's something that makes Evo's Phoenix so much special than the other teams out there. And this quality, Evo's Phoenix is kind of considered as one of the teams that is very good at adapting. You put them in a bad spot, you give them some time, and they're going to come back swinging. And I think we saw that quality in round number 3. But it's not to take away anything from the other contenders. I think the only team that is struggling right now, that truly is kind of put on the back foot, is the team from Taiwan, the Taiwan region, LGDS.
Yeah, they haven't had a good game. I mean, I feel like they've just been really unlucky the first 2. I mean, they've been kind of targeted. They haven't been able to play the game that they're used to playing, right? It's one of those things where if you hot drop in and you're just fighting the 50-50s, you don't get to really just kind of get your utility, build things up, and get a whole lot of, you know, eliminations in that way. But it's more of the fight is being brought to them, and they've always been at a disadvantage going into the game, which is very difficult for LGDS.
And out of the 9 teams in this play-in, only 2 to 3 teams prefer to play the buy the boat late game. So I think that's kind of a disadvantage for LGDS. Let's see if they translate over to our 4th round of play-ins. It's all the way to Alpine.
Alpine, we're going to go into that one. This is the new map, of course. If you follow Free Fire Esports, you've seen it before. I mean, the league has been there. All the players are kind of aware with this. They understand what the game is all about. And Alpine is here. It's the new one. It's going to be changing things up. Of course, this is going to be games 4 and games 8. So we're going to see even more of this later on.
I mean, we are already seeing 3 teams dropping at the same spot on that northwestern side of the map. I don't know what to think of this with Naguara, with Team Flash, with Evo's Phoenix, one of the 3 most aggressive teams in the same compound. Infinity VX is going to drop in the same spot as Expand, so Evo's Phoenix making the call to be the first team to break away from this deadlock.
Yeah, but okay, one thing I did not like about it, and I just saw a glimpse of this on that drop, was that Nagura actually split up. They went in pairs, they went to the north, and then they're going to get into a fight here with Team Flash and Evo's Phoenix, potentially, but they also went to the middle area as well. So they're kind of spread around. I don't like that. I usually like to drop together as a team, but I'm like a, hold my hand teammate until we find somebody.
The captain sinks with the ship.
Yes.
But I guess since they implemented the revival system, the captain can't afford to leave. You build a new ship. Get your crew back from the dead. Is that what they called it? Expand though against Infinity VS. This is going to be interesting because I think Expand is definitely the more aggressive team when we compare just the playstyle and again the numbers favor Expand. But Infinity VX have at least shown us a glimpse of what they're willing to do, how far they're willing to push these aggressive maneuvers. And they technically outnumber the guy from Expand that's supposed to play long range, and it's Axel.
Oh, they're going to look to flank Axel. He's going to be by himself. It's going to be 1 versus 3, but it's providing intel. The rest of Expand are making their way across. Again, he was just up front. He had a nice flank. He got the good vision, saw the angle that was coming in, and Infinity VX now are looking to skirmish in with Expand here.
This is a crucial spot for the teams to hold because there's a revival point right on top, and it's understandable why Expand and Infinity want to do so. But on the other side, Naguara did lose their member early on. I think Faku went down. They were able to bring him back. Abdul and the rest of their team ready to kind of pounce on Expand. They're taking this slow, but Expand, they're spread out.
Yeah, they're spread out, but I mean, I kind of like it right now. It's one of those things where you have different angles. Like, Infinity VX have not found, they know somebody's there, but if they run across and it's wide open, they're going to be shot to death, right? It's one of those things where you got to be super careful in terms of how you proceed. Intel is key, especially in the early stages of this game.
Axel is basically breathing right beside some of the members of Infinity VX. And so far, we are not really seeing any rash movements, at least not from Expand. Like you said, they have kind of rendezvous with one another. They are very close by each other. Just in case if INF decides to go for the push, there will be backup right nearby. But you can see the members of INF feeling pressure to get something done. Abdul, he's out in the open, pressured by an ice Ice Grenade, now push back as well.
Yeah, it's pushed back. He was taking a little bit of DOT damage, that is, but nice grenade in return. But Expand sticking around too fast is a little bit low. They do need to be careful. Again, they're playing it slow. They're letting Infinity VX run into them, and then maybe they go for the pounce, because right now, you know, Expand, it looked like they were just one guy by himself, but it looks like they've grouped up. They've gotten that intel, and again, nobody wants to give an inch here.
Expand actually lobbed up a flashbang, so I'm not really sure if that is going to pressure INF in any way, but you can see that Nextaz, he's waiting for his cooldowns to come back up, so INF, they're going to take a lot of time just trying to prep this potential push. And Expand, they don't feel really threatened. The Axo is going to continuously hold behind his glue wall. This is where he's comfortable with, and INF still trying to find that chink in the armor to breach through.
Yeah, Infinity VX is, again, one of those teams that really nobody expected, right? They were second to last in the group stages going into this one, and then they got into the playoffs. They barely snuck in. They got the final spot. They got 6th place, and that was the final spot getting into the grand finals. And then in the grand finals, they turned it up. They got 2nd place, and that's how they got their spot into the play-ins here. So, I mean, this is a team that can turn it on when they need to, but still, it's one of those situations where, you know, you got to be on, and consistency is key.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's just a very tough journey when we get here. Team Flash, on the other hand, kind of making a bit of contact and actually winning those initial fights. Now, we switch our attention back to Expand and INF. It seems like Infinity VX have finally decided to take that first step, but Expand are very ready to kind of receive this damage, just receive this hit from INF.
Yeah, and they've done a good job, right? They've kind of like, you know, they retreat when they need to, they regroup, they get another piece of cover. So it's been like, you know, two teams that are very, very slow in engaging. It's like a trench warfare almost. Like nobody wants to make that first step and get, you know, if you lose somebody going into this one, it's a numbers game, right? And numbers is, you know, 4 will definitely be better than 3.
It reminds me of those games we used to play as a child where you're just running in circles. Instead of around a pillar, these guys are running circles around a full compound.
Yeah.
And INF, every single doorway that they try to peek into, they see no one from Expand, because it seems like these two teams are reading each other's moves pretty well. I mean, Gatao is pretty near the members of Expand, but too fast. He's spreading out.
Yeah, he's trying to get the flank. Again, it's all about that intel. He can do that, and again, the revive system allows you to play a little bit, you know, more aggressively or more dangerous. Like, going for that flank is super important. If you get knocked out, maybe you retreat at that point. You still have an avenue of retreating, right? That can potentially still happen, but again, these two teams, nobody wants to give an inch. They're just like almost staring at each other, making the other team make the first mistake.
INF just spread out as well, so kind of a mirroring maneuver on both teams. But you kind of get the feeling that Expand just feels a bit more secure in that building now that Too Fast has received some shots from Nextaz. It kind of gives an indicator to Expand of how they should play out the rest of the round. In fact, INF, they're spread pretty thin.
Yeah, but they've done some decent damage. Too Fast actually had to stop to heal himself. I mean, yes, Nextax is getting some shots in, but now he's kind of isolated by himself. So, again, he's getting shot as well here, but Expand sticking together. They're back to full, and again, they're just kind of shooting each other. Abdu, nice shots there.
Yeah, their forces are really much thin at this point of time, and Expand, you can see them kind of moving towards where Nextaz was. It feels like you want to go for that crunch. You get that 2v1 in, and suddenly you have the numbers advantage. But that is kind of the best case scenario, with the circle moving towards the spot where only one team is at, and that's Hotshot Esports. We can expect it to get incredibly messy.
It's going to be super messy, especially since nobody's really died as of now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's still very early, of course. But again, this is why 9 teams is very different from 12 teams, because there's just so much space, right? These are the only 2 teams that are there. Naxtex actually gets knocked, so that's going to be good for Too Fast at least, but can they capitalize on this?
And Expand finally found that window, that opening to punish INF. They've been really abusing the fact that Abdul is able to heal his teammates from long range, but you cannot heal through a 2 versus 1. And Expand, they are slowly pushing this advantage. And look at INF, instantly retreating from this battlefield. They even lost Gattel as well, as Axel wins that 1 versus 1. INF have kind of stirred the wrong hornet's nest, and they're about to pay for it.
Oh, they're doing a great job here, and that's exactly what you wanted to do. It's all about the advantage, right? They took out Naxdax, then they got Gattel as well, and so, I mean, it's one of those things where now you can just try to hopefully, you know, be aggressive. You have those numbers, you know people are down, so you look to continue on with that momentum.
Lovely pincer from Expand, just really identifying kind of the weak points of INF. We know that INF likes to play in the outside, but they're not really making the first move. And Naguara also punishes RRQ. Kazu maybe getting shot off his own vehicle, and suddenly RRQ only left with 3 members. Naguara coming in for the rush as well. Scary moment for them to beat in. Naguara rushes in. Faku turns the corner. Razor does not stand a chance, and the backup is not there from RRQ. Maxi will be knocked down, but Naguara has the numbers, and RRQ, they find no avenues in this.
Yeah, that was actually great. I mean, he just jumped out of the car and just got super aggressive. Aku there is going to, heal himself at this point. But, I mean, that's a great start for Naguara. That's what you want to do. This is an aggressive team. People are not really, prepared for what Naguara wants to bring, which is just action and just in your face. He's going to continue to do this. Bran whips out the scythe, and eventually will get the kill there.
I mean, Bran, I think he hit Legolas with a nade while Legolas was on top of the roof. That guy was. There's a reason why Bran is kind of the star player of Naguara. He has pretty insane damage and knockdown numbers, and it's really translating into this game. But Expand, they were able to wipe out INF off screen. Now that gives them 4 points.
4 points, it's just baby steps at this point, right? You just get that momentum going, make sure you're there. But Infinity VX, they were 8th place going in with this. They only had 20 points, and I think they got 0 on this one. And being eliminated first right now, not a great situation for them. They need to really bounce back. There's only 4 more rounds for that team.
And the same applies for LGDS. If they fall in the hands of Expand, they're going to be in the same spot of INF. It's just a dangerous place to be in. You might not even make it through the play-ins at this, with what has been shown thus far. LGDS, they did lose Bruce to Expand, and that's going to thin down their numbers to 3.
Oof, I mean, they already took out Infinity, now they're going for LGDS. It looks like they're finding the dare I say, bottom feeders. I mean, they've been able to find the right targets, I would say. I mean, yes, they've done it in the team by team. They've kind of taken it sequentially as opposed to just getting, ambushed by multiple teams. So they're playing it slow and they're doing it well. It's still 10 minutes in, right? You have plenty of time to figure things out, but can they find the rest of those eliminations?
Kind of a slow and steady wins the race. I guess that's the best way to put it. I mean, it circles back to how we talked about Alpine as being one of Expand's best map, right? They have the highest, the best performance, the highest per round points in the recent major with Alpine integrated, and now they're going to bump into the team that knocked them out in Purgatory, Team Flash.
Team Flash here, yeah. I mean, they've got 2 eliminations. They're going to kind of stick around here. They're kind of spread around, but rushing in. Now, it looks like they're just going to back up and regroup.
Oh,
but
wow.
Yanbin does get the knock onto Too Fast, though. That's going to be a good start, and it looks like they're going to be aggressive here. Roy, Axel, can they keep him alive? The grenade is going to be a little off the mark.
Trying to flush the members of Expand out, but they're not seeing any movement. They're not getting any extra info. And Team Flash, they're out in the open, so Expand kind of has that advantage if they want to really push on forward. Yanbin is really leading the charge. One of the superstars of the team, the rookie of the season. He joined Team Flash and instantly got rookie of his league, qualifying for the play-ins. This guy is a force to be reckoned with, but can they take down Expand?
I mean, they're trying to go for them. I mean, mind you, LGDS were in a skirmish with Expand. They've kind of just tucked tail and run, and they're just out of there. But now Expand are left by themselves. They need to survive here, and it looks like Flash has already gotten Too Fast.
Yeah, Too Fast getting basically caught up from an elevated angle. And Xroy, he also is in a super bad spot. He kind of needs to win this 1v1, get those isolated gunfights, and fight his way out of this. Expand, what is the move? It seems like they have decided to abandon their teammate, but they're also getting caught from separate angles as well. Axel, sure, you can fight from long range, but your team is in danger, and Team Flash, they're going to get Shin back up and kind of finish what they started.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like fish in the water, so to speak, just being able to take them all out. I mean, they've been able to do a great job. But Hotshot Esports, largely quiet, at least for this match thus far. They finally made contact with Naguara, and they're hiding behind this wall. They haven't been able to draw a bead here, but Anas, it looks like they're going to just run around. But RRQ, Razor hiding in the wings. He's looking to third party, going in for the ambush at some point.
The question for Naguara is that how much Blue Wall is left for him. Magic Squad is not going to wait for an answer from RRQ. They go straight for Pac-Man, and they eat him up like a delicious dinner. Magic Squad, so far, has been really quiet, but again, this is a team in first place without a single Booyah thus far in this play-in.
Okay, Evo's Phoenix, they're starting to get a couple eliminations to their name. They actually found Team Flash. Expand has been eliminated 8th. That's going to be tough for them, especially since it wasn't even the 13-minute mark. Yeah. But now with 7 teams left, there's still plenty of action, plenty of teams, and plenty of players, which means elimination points that's still available.
Unfortunately for Expand, just could not overcome their demons, right? Yeah. Team Flash took them on the last round, and Team Flash followed suit, all of them expiring to their blue zone. So at the end of the day, you don't really feel too bad if you're just comparing Expand and Team Flash, since they did go out in sequence. But in the bigger picture, you really would feel that Expand might be falling behind a bit. LGDS surviving is good news for them. They haven't had the best opening 3 rounds, and now being able to squeeze into at least the top 6, I think LGDS can get a couple of points to kind of make up for the losses early on.
I mean, the toughest part was that Expand was actually the 2nd place team.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, he was tied with RRQ, but it's one of those moments where this is that 4th match. This is when things are going to start to happen. We're going to get into the second half. And again, if you're kind of like in the 4-5 area where we only have top 4s, moving on to the grand finals, it gets more, it's like a pressure cooker, right? It's like some teams will falter at that pressure.
It does look scary. And Sable maybe, maybe! Disaster! Blows himself up with a grenade launcher, and Get High takes a freebie. That is not how you want to go out of the round if you are RRQ.
Okay, those are the moments where nobody saw it, right? We just saw the kill feed, but nobody actually saw the grenade, right? Let's, I mean, it's definitely going to be on the bloopers list at some point, and it's kind of embarrassing in that sense. And we did catch that one out, but we didn't actually see the video, so I guess it's okay.
Someone's gonna clip it, I'm sure of it. Magic Squad under a lot of pressure from LGDS, but Hotshot Esports putting a lot of pressure onto Evo's Phoenix, and Hasu with a great nade provided backup from Seeker as well. The members of Evo's Phoenix not really ready to take this fight. And Godcruz, his backpack is peeking out of the window, and Hotshot Esports on the top of this roof is going to have so much room to work with. It's a field day, it's a shooting gallery for Hotshot.
Yeah, they're right on the high ground. This is great. Elevation is super key. You're able to just kind of peek them out. They've been patient from minute 1, right? They were on that point, and they were just like, let the players, let the teams come to us. They've done a great job with that. So they're continuing to just stick around here. But they haven't been able to vulture too many kills as of yet. It's getting tighter. 19 players left. But man, that 5th circle is starting to wind in and close very, very tightly.
It's going to be a hot zone for sure. Magic Squad is the only team that has a safe compound inside the circle. Everyone else is circling this area. I mean, RRQ has a member inside, but he's not going to be too much of a threat. I mean, Legalov.
Oh, Legalov, what are you
Not
doing?
again.
Oh.
Last round, he dropped into 2 teams, and right now he drops into Magic Squad.
Oh,
Unfortunate turn of events for this team. Evo's Phoenix, though, off screen, eliminated by Hotshot.
Okay, they've been eliminated 6 there. That was like a gift wrap right there. Okay, well, they'll obviously take that one. Drax will secure that one. And Magic Squad, just another elimination. That's the top team thus far in play-ins. And feeding them eliminations at this point, not a great situation. LGDS and G, they're looking to get, they do get knocked.
And LGDS out of the equation. We saw Brand having that grenade launcher in his hand, so Naguara are a big threat. Just lob over the roof. It's not going to find any avenues as of now, but it feels like Naguara are threatening Magic Squad again. The rivalry between these 2 regions, Brazil and Latam, is just heating up. Anas, another great shot onto GU. Magic Squad pressured from multiple angles, and Anas gets that kill.
Yeah, it was going to secure that one. He's got a double kill. And Hotshot Esports, 5 eliminations.
Oh my
this
God.
is where you want to be. But Magic Squad is on the end of this one. Italo looking to fight Faku.
And Italo will get the job done. This is kind of a fish market for Hotshot Esports. They can pick whatever they want. Welcome to the buffet of Alpine and Hotshot Esports. They're looking to finish the job. Drax forced out into the open, but there's nothing that he can do. Ana straight through the glue wall finds the knock. Brand, he's hiding in the corner with that grenade launcher, but can he do much? RRQ already out of the picture. Magic Squad down to just Italo, but he is left out in the open to dry. Might just run into Naguara. Sergeant on the ground. Italo gets a backstab onto Yeko, and Naguara suddenly got caught off guard. But Italo will be eliminated, and now it's down to Pakistan and Naguara from Latam. Who is gonna do it? And Hotshot puts their name on the world stage.
Okay, Hotshot Esports needed that one. That was a massive win for them, getting them on the points. They needed as much as possible. Hotshot Esports was 7th place. Yes, there was still a chance, but they had 28 points. That will springboard them up, and of course, it's going to be even more competitive. Being able to get as many kills as they got was actually huge for them. Now they've got a great chance. They needed that much-needed win.
And this is a team from a region that has no direct invites into the finals of the Free Fire World Series. They had to play their local league. They had to get first place to even be in the play-ins. And what a way to kind of cement their name. Let everyone be aware of the existence of Hotshot Esports getting that booyah on Alpine in such a magnificent fashion against the top dogs as well.
Great play. Great play. And again, this is why it's so competitive. The fact that you're into that fourth match there. But, I mean, there's so much to say, so much to see. But first, let's kind of check out the highlights and see exactly how Hotshot Esports got there. Naguar really did Hotshot Esports a favor there by eliminating Match Squad. It ended up being to 2. Naguar was kind of wounded by that one. Very difficult situation for them, but Hotshot Esports was able to capitalize.
Hotshot Esports dominated the hotspot of that round. When we kind of set this up, right? Magic Squad were the only team in that circle. Everyone was trying to vie for a safe haven, but Hotshot Esports fought their way tooth and nail from the bottom to the top, and I think this is going to put them in a more comfortable position as we proceed with the rest of the play-ins.
Yeah, I can't really, I can't wait because of the fact that, the point totals are so close. I mean, it's 4 out of 9 teams. It doesn't seem like it's a whole lot, but I mean, you just got to be above the curve, and now this curve is actually pretty huge. I think there's a couple, two teams that are kind of on the bottom right now, going to have a tough time going into the second half of the games that we have, but first, let's talk a little bit about the match standings. I think that there's a lot to see here, especially since Hotshot Esports was that top dog, but kind of walk us through some of these, the eliminations here.
I mean, we saw Hotshot Esports, they got 21 points off of that round, including that booyah. A lot of these kills, these eliminations came from just vulturing, right? They took down members of Magic Squad from afar. They were preying on Naguara towards the very end. Team Flash also fell prey to it. But speaking about Team Flash, we also have to look at Expand because Expand went out in 8th place. Team Flash went out in 7th, but they both have 6 eliminations to back that up. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really feel too bad if you are these two teams.
Okay, if anyone pays attention to Esports, you understand that you can choose, you can control your destiny by getting those eliminations, right? Placement points are kind of like lucky, and you can get unlucky at times and just make it very difficult because the storm sometimes is just not into your favor, but getting those eliminations, huge. And there's a reason, and you talked about with Flash and Expand, and there's a reason why they're, 4 and 5 here, but let's talk a little bit about the overall standings.
Yeah, and when we look at the overall standings, I think it's going to tell us a very compelling story of consistency, a tale of who has been performing at the top of their game. Magic Squad, again, who needs booyah when you are just absolutely consistent? 24 eliminations in total, still sitting in that top spot.
Okay, how close are things, right? Going into this match, Hotshot Esports with 7th place. They get the booyah. Yeah, you got a ton of eliminations as well, but they've springboarded themselves into the 2nd slot right now. So close. Only 9 points behind Magic Squad. And again, what can happen? We have 4 more rounds. We have an entire, second half to go. It's going to be neck and neck all the way to the end.
Honestly, I think the scenario of the play-ins coming down to the wire to the very last round is very much possible at this point, right? Because all these teams are separated by 1 round, maybe barring LGDS and Infinity VX who are kind of taking that backseat a bit, but they still have 4 more rounds to kind of make a comeback. And who's to say that's not possible?
Yeah, of course. But let's look at the MVP here. Of course, it's going to be Anas, with 5 eliminations on his M8-2B. I mean, this guy was just a sniper. Whole nother level, just like literally shushing everybody as he takes them out of the game. Anas was doing a great job. He's the hot shot player on Hot Shot Esports. I'm sorry for, apparently I'm being very redundant with these words, but he's just been on another level. He's been that hot shot.
I mean, Anas is ranked top 3 in terms of average headshots or average kills per round, so that really says a lot, and that also puts him at the top player with the top elimination, 5 eliminations with the M8-2B in this round, followed by Maxi from Naguara with 4 using that mini Uzi, and last but not least, also from Naguara Esports' brand with that M79 grenade launcher with 3 eliminations.
Okay, Naguara just been on. Basically, he's been super annoying to all of the other teams. The fact that they've been able to just get eliminations, they've done a great job. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the key players on that one, because that was a huge one, right? If we're looking at Yekol, he's Skylar Glue Walls destroyed 6, pretty huge there. Italo, Glue Wall Master on the opposite side, more of the defensive fortifications as he had. Did a great job, but kind of what about Cobra here? I
mean, Cobra hit, used the Homer, the sensors, and hit their enemies 4 times, and this is kind of what enables someone that plays close quarter combat aggressively like Cobra, because you slow your enemies down, you really cripple them, you make it very debilitating for them to fight you one-on-one, and that's what allowed Cobra, or partially allowed Cobra and the rest of Expand to take out Infinity VX early on in the round. But also we have Maxi from Naguara with 4 headshot kills, so this guy is a very, very deadly predator from afar if you cannot find out where he is.
Yeah, it's tough. It's one of those, you gotta find out where he is. Naguara seems to want to take the fight to you. We knew that they were an aggressive team. They were going to continue to be in everybody's faces, but they've just been a wrench in everybody's tire, so to speak. It's one of those things where nobody really wants to mess around with them, but here's the schedule thus far. We've seen 4 different teams win, right? That's how close things are. We have 4 more games to go. We're going to go back to Bermuda, bring it all back to the OG map.
And we're going to take this time at least to talk about some of these teams, and I really want to circle back to Naguara a bit because we've been touching on them, every now and then. In their region, they are known, or at least they call themselves, the king of rushing. Love to play aggressive, up in your face, spit on your corpse, whatever you call it. Naguara does it best. But Naguara is also known as a team that starts really slow and finishes strong. This isn't that archetype of Naguara. They started strong and they are still going strong.
Yeah. No, but we've seen that they've been very consistent today, right? And that we want to see more of that. I like teams that kind of, again, just get into other teams' faces, right? Taking advantage of things, getting themselves into that one. And I think we're going to go back to Bermuda. They should have more of a chance there. Yes, they haven't gotten a booyah. Those are very elusive, but they've gotten the eliminations. They've given themselves a chance to win.
Yeah, and this is where we kind of look at Bermuda and talk about how it is the favorite map of a lot of these teams, right? Magic Squad loves Bermuda, Naguara Esports love Bermuda as well, and I think even Hotshot Esports favor Bermuda over all the other maps, and this is why we saw how confident Naguara and Magic Squad were on that very first map.
Yeah, and it's going right back to it. We're going to see how it goes. I think the first one, if we talk about the initial game 1, was that teams are kind of nervous, right? It was the first one. You kind of had that warm-up game. I'm not entirely sure if the teams are ready, but we're going to see the real teams going at it into Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, we're still at pretty much a crossroad. We don't know who the top 4 teams are. 4 different teams have gotten 4 different booyahs. This is going to heat up. We are going to enter the second half of the play-ins right after this break. So do stick around because I think the Free Fire action is going to continue heating up. We'll be right back in a bit.
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit them, but the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
All around a helping hand. And now Minor Esports. No! And
Arena gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Ferran gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kéo đi. Chúng ta mua đi shipper nggak? Nggak ada gue. Tunggu dulu ya. Gue paham.
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not gonna be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go!
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go, but here comes Moji. The grenade from KLX! The rest of Agnes and All-Star Esports. And the grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Trying to be 1 versus 1, and there you go!
we support each other unconditionally. Because we have the same dream, to become champions.
But there's only a few seconds left. He goes for the shot!
9 kill di sana. Langsung dimajuin, percaya diri. Coba kelas combat, dihajar. Dan akhirnya berhasil mengantongi 10 poin.
By a initializing shot that will do.
Oh, God! Grenade was so good!
Fight as one.
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped.
The night is still young here at Bangkok, Thailand. Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2022. You're with me, Husky, alongside my man here, Holler. We are going to cross over that halfway point into the last 4 rounds of the play.
Yeah, it's going to be all or nothing right now, right? I think that we've seen exactly where teams are, how much they really want it. It is very close. Apparently, everybody wants it. Again, only 4 teams out of 9 make it into tomorrow, where, of course, that's the grand finals, and that's where all the real moolah is.
Yeah, with how the overall standings has been so far, I'm ready to throw half of my prediction out the window because I came into this plane having a couple of names in my head that I think would definitely make it true, but after round 4, I'm not so sure anymore.
I think it's kind of, again, everybody just, it's that desire that wants you know, people are just like really stepping up when the moment is there, right? They're taking advantage of all the opportunities that they can get, and they've really stepped up. It's been an amazing play-in thus far.
Honestly, I think, you know, I'm starting to believe in the idea of when you are in this pressure cooker moment, this high octane environment, it really unlocks a different talent in some of these players, and we're seeing so many creative plays from some of these teams, or from Expand, kind of showing us a strategy that we've never seen before by spreading out to Hotshot Esports, taking down the top fraggers from in this tournament. There's a lot to be desired.
A lot to be desired, but let's talk a little bit about the match stats of the last one. Hotshot Esports, you talked about the fact that, yeah, they got the booyah here. I mean, the total score of 21 points, eliminations with 9, but the damage was quite high as well with 4,288. I mean, this is a team that we expected. Again, you were talking about the fact that they're only the play-in team from Pakistan, but they need to ensure that they secure it in, because that will help them in the future, because it'll be much easier to just get into the grand finals.
Some of these teams are here to make history, right? When we look at the storyline, Hotshot Esports want to at least, you know, put Pakistan on the map by making through the play-ins. LGDS are here to kind of revive a legacy that really felt like it has fizzled out into nothingness from the last 2 World Series. So there's a lot on the line for some of these teams, but you can say the same for teams like Magic Squad. They want to get back into the finals to face up against Keat, their eternal rival from Brazil. And you have Expand. It's their debut on the world stage, and they're showing up pretty great.
Yeah, they've done a great job. You know, it's one of those moments where when you have that opportunity, you need to take advantage of it. LGDS, let me talk about this team, right? You know, 2019 Free Fire World Series, they were 4th place. Everybody was like, wow, this team is actually quite high. And going into the World Series after that was 2021, they actually faltered. They got, like, I think, you know, 12th place or whatever. And then in the most recent one just this year, they got 14th place. Again, the international stage has not been great to them. They've really struggled, and they're kind of struggling today as well.
It really felt like an era has passed for LGDS, but this is the team that has been the only constant. The 4th World Series appearance for the team, but it felt like something is not going right for them, and so far, it still hasn't been. LGDS are really, you know, kind of inhaling the dust left by all these frontrunners.
Yeah, they get eliminations in their, you know, the Taiwan League. They do get that. They are clearly the big dog there, right? But being able to just get those kills here or the eliminations, they haven't been able to do that. That's the struggle, right? It's playing against the international teams, which tend to be a little bit more aggressive. They tend to be a little bit more, you know, maybe more mechanically sound. I'm not entirely sure, but they've just really struggled today.
And I hope it's not a case of too good for your region, but not good enough for the international stage. It's definitely a heartbreaking story, but they still have a couple of rounds to change that. And we see this very safe drop from LGDS, but they are intercepted by Naguara Esports, who also loves Sentosa. And we talk about this, right? Naguara loves Bermuda.
They will fight, right? And then from minute 1, they're going to hot drop into this one. And an LGDS, again, this is the struggle that they had in game 1 as well. They got caught off. I don't remember the team that they were fighting, but they're already in a skirmish already with Naguara, who are doing quite well. Bruce has already been eliminated. Rough start for LGDS again.
Absolute tragedy at Sentosa. And LGDS, I feel like you really if you want to keep contesting these areas, you have to be ready to kind of pay the price, but this is not the time to do so. I think LGDS are still struggling and kind of finding their footing on individual maps. Obviously, it's not to put the blame on them. Naguara Esports were just way more prepared number-wise in how they come into Bermuda, but losing Bruce early on is definitely going to take a hit for LGDS.
Tough time, right? Again, playing at a disadvantage, not where you want to be. You know, the Latam squad, though, you know, Naguara have just been on a tear. These guys are like, you know, they are not afraid. They are willing to take the fight to any single team that they see. I mean, yeah, they've only gotten 1 elimination, but that's great for them, and they'll continue to try to prey on as many guys as possible. They love Sentosa. They'll continue to drop there and force, you know, maybe the other LGDS next time. I mean, not tonight, but I mean, the next time they play Bermuda, maybe in tomorrow grand final, somehow they make it. maybe they'll look to avoid it then.
The good news for LGDS is that 3 of the remaining members escaped, right? But the bad news is that they've lost a big portion of their safe haven. If you're on Naguara Esports right now, you are really comfortable in LGDS. From the frying pan into the fire, running away from Naguara and running it and into Magic Squad. The story just keeps getting sadder for LGDS.
Okay, one thing I love about this LAN is that you get the player cams. And Italo, when he got both of them knocked and he was just like, these are the easiest eliminations of my life, he had the biggest grin on his face. Like, Italo, I hope somebody screenshots that, because I've never seen him as happy as that moment.
He's served from a silver platter.
Yeah.
And Roro is unfortunately caught in an area with high presence of Naguara Esports members. So this is going to be a very, very long and tiring game for LGDS. There's no revival points near them. Even the nearest one is probably going to be controlled by Magic Squad and in the near future.
Like, I mean, the map is so open, and to just be in that situation where you're just hot dropping, like, again, I think that you need to just change up your strategy. Things have not worked. I mean, if you look at some of the other teams, nobody is really fighting anyone else. They're willing to take this to the long game, realizing that they have probably the greatest chances there. Nobody's being super over-aggressive. Like, they've been controlled and understanding when they need to be aggro.
And when you only have 9 teams instead of 12, it's just so much more space to work with. And I agree with what you said. And this also ties into why RRQ Kazu is seemingly the favorites to make it through to the play-ins, because you're giving them the scenario that they want to be in, right? Yeah. Lesser teams, lesser pressure. We can get into the late game easier, which is RRQ's home turf. Is kind of their forte. So far, it hasn't really felt like it. At least not after game number 1.
Okay, I don't want to crown them kings yet. I don't want to get into that. I mean, the grand finals, it's so close right now. I think literally, 1 through 7, it's kind of up in the air. I mean, Magic Squad definitely have an advantage. I think they had a 9-point lead in the top spot. But 9 points, that could easily be turned in a single round. You just got to be careful. But again, Magic Squad tends to be very consistent. They understand what they need to do, making sure that they're putting themselves into a prime position to make it to the grand finals. Tomorrow, we know that the Brazilians are here to stay.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, they had the honor to host the first ever inauguration of Free Fire World Series, right? And that was a spectacle for the region. It's kind of something that they pride themselves on. And it's great to see Brazil just constantly coming back and onto the world stage and delivering a performance, even though they might not have won a trophy just yet, but they've always been here to stay. They've always been kind of the guest that shows up on that VIP list. Expand, on the other hand, it feels like they might just run into Infinity VX again, just separated by a body of water.
Yeah, and the Brazilian teams, they've won the Free Fire World Series in 2019 in Rio de Janeiro. They got second place with Loud in Singapore. They also, they did very well in the Sentosa one just this year. I mean, Brazilian teams are here to stay. They understand how to play Free Fire. They are the top dog. So anytime we're talking about regions or teams that should be into the grand finals, or they're going to see 2 teams, I would always have Thailand and Brazil in both of those. I think that they're very strong regions. They have a great meta, and it's very competitive.
I think it's a very fair assessment, right? I mean, from all the statistics that we have seen or looked at across the years, this is definitely something that is going to be a constant for a while. Well, LGDS able to revive at least Bruce for now, but RRQ Kazu is in a situation where they're just so quiet, but LGDS just scraping by the members of Naguara, and I think Faku smells something.
Oh, he's sticking around. He sees him around the corner. Roro, by yourself, trying to go for the glue wall.
But can he do this, though? It's 1 against 2. Roro gonna force out of his compound, and Naguara, they're not gonna let this slide. They've given LGDS a chance to get away, but they stuck around. And this time the punishment is elimination. Maxi gets the kill, but Bruce is still around for LGDS. The dream is not dead just yet, but it's gonna be really hard.
Okay, Roro did the classic horror movie mistake, right? He's inside the house and is like, oh, an intruder's there, I'm gonna run outside, right? Because it's clearly safer there, and he gets gunned down by 3 members of Naguara. Like, just probably the worst situation you can be in. You gotta stay home, hide in a corner, whatever you need to do. Maybe you go to the bathroom and lock the door, keep yourself safe.
It's what they say, hide in the closet.
Yeah. Like, duh.
We have a couple of couches that you can actually hide behind Bermuda, but we haven't seen that yet. Teams do not have the luxury for that. RRQ have 2 members nearby this area, and it's definitely kind of a weird approach by RRQ. I would expect them to play together. Maybe there is something that they have in mind. Pac-Man kind of poking and prodding at INF.
Yeah, they know somebody's there, but Infinity VX have just, they fortified this building. They're sticking around. They're just checking out the windows, seeing if anyone's there, but they're all inside. RRQ Pac-Man realizes this, and he's like, hey, teammates, let's go. Maybe get over here. Let's figure something out. But Gattel hiding in this window here. He does have the perch. He's making sure that nobody enters, at least from this end.
And we don't see the other members of RRQ on the map yet. Oh, here they come. In a vehicle, finally joining, rendezvousing with the rest of the team, and it's gonna kind of signal INF that maybe RRQ wants to go for a hit. It's gonna take a while though, because INF, like you mentioned, Horler, have fortified this entire building. It's not going to be easy for RRQ to get them out. We're talking about, you need precise usage of utilities. Let's see how RRQ does this.
Yeah, and he does see. He's going to stick around. He's going to throw out a grenade, run it back to safety. But I think, Infinity VX realizing that, hey, they haven't had the greatest time. We need to just, maybe we get lucky. We catch somebody off guard, and we just continue to just, get a single kill in that way. But, Infinity VX are sticking around. They're not leaving this building here, but they are taking some damage.
This is going to be crunch time for INF. Can they survive the onslaught of RRQ? Because I have different fights are going to break out across the map at this point of time, with that circle closing in. And INF, they have been kind of forced to the top floor of the building. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Nagwara, they are kind of skirting the perimeter near Clock Tower, and that's where Expand is holding. And I think Expand might have caught a win of that.
Yeah, they might have, but Expand, now here is Evo's Phoenix. They're coming in style. They had the monster truck, and they get out of that one. It looks like they're going to look to just ambush Expand here. They did see, I think there were some shots there, but Joanna is full strength, and Pac-Man on the back end is actually kind of helping out Expand a little bit by attracting a little bit of attention elsewhere.
There's a lot of audio for Expand to kind of pick up on, and this should give them a decent info, kind of fortify their defenses. A Too Fast might be the first point of contact, scouting out where the members of Evo's Phoenix are, but Expand decides that it's okay to kind of back off. We have so much ground to work with at Clock Tower. Even if Evo's Phoenix gets in, we can still retreat to the center point of this compound. So there's no panic on Expand's side. I love this calm, cool, and collected approach. They understand that there are multiple teams that might come in, so they don't want to kind of commit to a fight yet.
They do have the high ground. It is a little open in that sense. So Expand, it's not the greatest spot, but you can see things coming a mile away, so to speak. So when the teams do make a move, and there could potentially be from almost any angle, they're in the right spot for that. Now, the fight hasn't really started because of the fact that they're not forced to make a move, but Infinity VX right now are going to get into a bit of a fight with RRQ.
And maybe from that range, what the heck was that? Abdul did not see it coming. It certainly won't be much because the grenade has been lobbed onto the second floor. Abdul knocked down with a lockdown missile again, so INF needs to spend time bringing him back up. RRQ, they're tired of waiting. They are done with this game of patience. They want this right now. INF still holding strong on the second floor. And Hotshot, they are here to spoil the party. Legolas caught with his pants down and taken out of the fight.
Oh, that's a huge one. And Hotshot Esports, the winner of the last round. Again, you got to start slow, and they found RRQ. And I think Legolas did not see that one coming. I mean, this was one of those moments where Hotshot Esports, they tend to just stick on a roof somewhere and just kind of let the battles come to them. They've done a great job of that. Last one, they're continuing to do that. That seems to be their, their working MO, so to speak. But now RRQ, they're down to 3 members. They need to figure something out.
This is bad news for RRQ because maybe is forced away from his team, and I don't think there is anyone that can realistically back him up in the situation. Expand also feeling a bit of a pinch from Evo's Phoenix, who are slowly encroaching closer to them at Clock Tower. But the good news for Expand is that they still have a lot of buildings to work with. Their numbers are spread out thin, but that also allows them to kind of fire at multiple teams at once.
You don't need to make the first move. You still have plenty of time. I mean, every single team is still alive on this board, right? So the fact that it's only the 3rd circle, you have plenty of time. Don't do anything stupid where you run from building to building. There's nothing to do that. Axel, though, does get the kill.
And LGDS down to their last legs and down to none. Shin delivers a killing blow. Another upsetting finish for LGDS. This is the 5th round where they were not able to do too much, but this pressure can spill over to Expand.
Okay, well, if anything, I mean, I don't know what to say positive about LGDS, but I guess they get to go to the bathroom earlier. I don't know. They get the. I don't know. I mean, I'm reaching a straw at this point. But RRQ here, they've got 2 members. Pac-Man and maybe still alive. Razor has just been killed here by Nasdaq.
Hotshot Esports has been doing crippling damage to RRQ. 2 members of RRQ Kazu have been knocked down, and this signals INF that, hey, we got unintended assistance, we're gonna go for the kill, and Pac-Man will not live to see the rest of the round play out, at least, unless maybe he can revive him, but maybe has been in a tough spot for a long time, thanks to Hotshot and Flash, Team Flash. They're ready to rush into Clock Tower. And Expand needs to make a decision right now who to take on.
Oh man, RRQ though has had a rough past 3 games. They haven't been able to get this going. I mean, they started strong with that Booyah, but I mean, now we're gonna have Magic Squad going up against Naguara.
2 of the most aggressive teams in Bermuda, Magic Squad and Naguara going against each other, and it's gonna be Magic Squad pulling out the first elimination, taking out Brand. But you gotta keep an eye on to Maxi. This guy has the most headshot kills in that previous round. Yeko is gonna be the next one on the list, but no damage sustained just yet. Magic Squad very systematically gaining distance, cutting down the gap between them and Naguara. Can they get on top of their victims? Naguara, they don't have much more breathing room to work with. Only a couple of bridges spread very wide apart, and Yeko is going to be the second one to fall. Magic Squad wants to go for the juggler. Faku rotates around the corner, surviving the slither of health, but Magic Squad have gotten full control of this compound.
Magic Squad, you see why they're the top team right now. I mean, the way that they went into that, they had one single glue wall, the call was made, everybody ran behind it, they just did a great job. But let's talk a little bit about Team Flash here.
Team Flash, down to just Shin. Expand, here to serve out revenge. Naguara Esports out and dry, thanks to Magic Squad. Expand, they need to win this fight against Team Flash, and the only one left alive is Shin. And Expand, they are done, they are tired. 2 rounds in a row, it was Team Flash that was their undoing, but maybe this time they can deliver it on a cold platter, and it's best of cold by eliminating Team Flash.
That's, you know, that's revenge. That's what you needed to do. Expand did a great job there. They made Team Flash pay. They had some great ones. Shin did a nice grenade and it did get the knock there, but no, unfortunately, no kills for them. But it's one of those things where Expand were able to do it. That's a dangerous tunnel to be in. The line of sights is very difficult. It's very cramped. But oh, the grenade!
Oh my goodness! INF, what was that? Hotshot Esports run into the wrong hood, and it's going to be INF that punishes them. Can Sika keep Hotshot Esports in this round? It seems to be a possibility. Evil's Phoenix, on the other hand, also taking on their own fight, but Hotshot Esports fell prey and INF follow.
Oh my gosh, that grenade compounded into the Hotshot Esports getting eliminated. Then they got eliminated. Evo's Phoenix seems to be the victor on that one, trying to take advantage of what they can. Now, maybe all by himself hiding behind this tree.
And can he get out? No, the answer is no. God Cruise in a long range makes quick work, but too fast. Stole that one away from Evo's Phoenix. That's going to be a declaration of challenge from Expand if I ever seen one. 4 more teams left, Holler.
Oh, it's going to be close. And that's what you want to do. I mean, there are no friends here, right? I will take whatever elimination I can get. Yeah. I will steal whatever I can get. But now Magic Squad, Evo's Phoenix, Expand. You know, these are 3 teams, and RRQ all the way in the top. Razor just trying to stay alive. But 4 teams here that have a serious chance at making the grand finals.
Expand and Evo's Phoenix are actually very close scrim partners, right? Outside of the game, they're very good friends, but right now you can kind of feel the tension building. And, you know, I just want to quickly touch on RRQ Kazuo because this is the 3rd round where it felt like they didn't really have a solid plan, even in the late game, which was supposed to be their strong suit. We just see Razor alone trying to play the survival game, and he has been like this. He has always been the last man alive.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't want to be in that situation. I mean, yeah, you want to stay alive, but being the last guy where you don't have a friend, it's a lonely time. You got to get yourself into it. But now, if you're looking at the other squads, you're hoping that the other teams will just eliminate one another, and maybe you get that vulture shot. But now Magic Squad are on the move.
Evo's Phoenix, they wanted to avoid Magic Squad, but Magic Squad are coming straight into the shooting gallery, feed into the machine, feed into the engine of Evo's Phoenix. RRQ are already out in the hands of Expand, and Evo's Phoenix are about to put the final nail in the coffin for Magic Squad. Italo is the 3rd one to go. Evo's Phoenix stays alive. Bobs turns around the corner, but he's up against the entirety of Evo's Phoenix. Expand!
Oh, that grenade!
Oh, too fast, too good! Moshi goes down. Expand has a chance right now. They've gotten the Booyah on the 2nd round. They're here for the 2nd one. Jonah, his back is open. The Axo almost got him, but they've done it! Expand does it again! 2nd Booyah in the play-in.
2nd Booyah Does that guarantee them a spot into the grand finals tomorrow? But I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if the math checks out. I mean, we do have 3 matches left to go, but that is exactly what you want to do is expand, put themselves on the map. We knew that they had the skill. We saw these guys at MCBS. This is a young team, and yes, this is the first time they're on the international stage, but they're showing up.
We finally see them smile. The first Booyah, it was just a very quick #1 indicator, you know, put that index finger up by too fast, but right now you see the smiles on the boys' faces. What a journey so far. It's not done and dusted. 3 more rounds left, but do remember, this is a super team put together to represent MCPS, at least to represent Malaysia. Here they are debuting on the world stage, 2 Booyahs in the play-in.
That's exactly what you want to do, and they added a great match. But Xpand winning that one out, they did get the Booyah, but let's check out the highlights.
You know, Holler, sometimes I do believe in the power of friendship, flowers, sunshine, rainbows, and occasional dash of unicorn. And Xpand is all of that.
Okay. No, I believe it too. I mean, there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of, you know, growth that we're seeing, right? I mean, these guys are young. They're playing, but we're seeing them grow right in front of our eyes.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting better and better with every single match that they play. They've continued to go up, and it's funny that the logo, I mean, it's literally a graph of them growing, right?
It is. The idea behind that is if you want to expand, if you want to grow, you will have to grow outside your box, and that's how the logo came about. That's how the team name came about, and it was all done with the pure love of a family. This is a team that doesn't really have an org under them. This is all by the will, the sheer belief of one of the players' mom, and she made it all happen.
What a great story.
It is.
At the end of the day. I mean, that's the thing is that you're like, you know that you have that belief, you're going to get that in. But let's check out the match standings on that one. Xpand with a monster 23 points. That's absolutely huge for them. They get the Booyah 11 in eliminations, which is key. Evo's Phoenix, though, another team that has really stepped up. We knew that they were going to be the top dogs. They're finding their groove now and getting second place with that. But Magic Squad, previously the #1 squad, are they continuing to be #1, especially with only 13 points?
Probably still there or close to #1, but you know, we still can say that Magic Squad is consistent. I want to quickly touch on Naguara Esports, right? Because we've kind of seen them fall behind just a little bit, only 5 points in total for this match. But for Magic Squad, I wanted to say it was a very questionable decision to run into Evo's Phoenix at the tail end of that round, but you know, it was done and dusted. They probably felt like they could take down Evo's Phoenix. Didn't really work out. But for the rest of the team, I think this is what is kind of expected, barring Team Flash bombing out in 8th place.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where Team Flash, you were talking about, they were the demons of Xpand, right? Xpand were able to exercise those demons. They ended up killing Team Flash in the tunnel, and then they got the Booyah off of that momentum. They've springboarded themselves into the second position right now, only 3 points behind Magic Squad, who have continued to be consistent. They've been able to get eliminations. Magic Squad really understanding what they need to do. They're the top dogs for the reason, but Xpand making it very close with their second Booyah.
And for Evo's Phoenix, they are still in a pretty decent spot, 3rd place, followed by Hotshot Esports. And that's going to threaten Naguara a bit, right? Because that's just off of one round where Hotshot Esports had a better performance, and now they are ahead of Naguara Esports. RQ Kazu in 6th, Team Flash in 7th, Infinity VX and LGDS still remaining in the spot that they were before.
3 more matches, man. 3 more matches. Anything can happen. We are not done. The night is young.
No.
We're in Bangkok, and of course, the night will go on until the morning, until sunshine is out there, but we're going to be getting into that one. But let's check out the MVP of the last match. Who do you think it is? It is probably going to be
Cobra. And there's a reason. And this is the perfect time for me to talk about this wonder kid. I first saw him 2 years ago, came in. At that time, he was with Baby Argon, picked up at Blacklist International, was one of the best close-quarter combat players that we have from the region, and of course, his favorite weapon, M1887. And he is ranked 3rd in terms of average kills, 3rd in terms of average damage, 3rd in terms of average knockdowns.
Wow, just been able to tear it up. But let's, the top players in this one, Too Fast, 4 eliminations, Cobra, 4 eliminations. You talked about both of those. I mean, 8 eliminations between those two. Yep. I mean, and then Evo's Phoenix Moshi with getting 3 eliminations as well. So all of these guys have really stepped up. This is actually quite crazy. I mean, the KDAs that they have is quite high, and these are great players.
And these are the players that are incidentally the aggressive ones as well. It feels like playing that late game hasn't really played out so far for some of these teams, but here are our key players of map number 5. Of course, you have Cobra from Expand, Headshot Killer getting that 1 golden bullet, and of course RRQ Kazu's maybe 14 glue walls that he has erected.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of glue walls there, right? But yeah, Cole on the other hand was the homer, so he was just trying to tear those things up. And then of course the field medic, also very important. As a support player, you need to ensure that you pick up your guys when they get knocked down. Axel was on point, and he was Johnny on the spot with the med kit, so to speak. He was completely on, again, this is a team that's playing well. They're playing within the roles, they're understanding what they need to do, and they're really stepping up.
And there was a period where Expand were experimenting with how they want to assign roles to these players, right? We know that Axel really loves to play long range. He is the sniper, the Malaysian sniper to a certain extent, but now you see him play that filmatic role whenever the team needs it. It's very important for this team, and it's also very crucial because the diversification is allowing Expand to discover and explore with more strats.
Yeah, definitely more strats. There are plenty of that, and strats are also going to change depending on what map you're going to be playing. We're going to say good night to Bermuda. Both of those, Game 1 and Game 5, have been played there. Those have been done. Now we're going to go, the next match is going to be Kalahari, Purgatory, Alpine to close things off. 3 more matches, plenty of eliminations out there to be had, and of course those placement points, booyahs, you ensure that you do it, but Expand getting the 2nd booyah, the only team thus far in the play-ins to get a 2nd booyah.
Even that doesn't secure their spot in the finals just yet, right? Teams that haven't gotten a booyah like Magic Squad still in 1st place, so we still are in pretty much a deadlock. But when we look at Kalahari, it is the stronghold, it is the fort of RRQ Kazu. They didn't really show up in that first Kalahari round. They have really been slow in game 3 to 5. Hopefully this Kalahari map is the map for them.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too. I mean, but if we're gonna talk about the top 4, yes, you're guaranteed in the grand final. So even tonight, if you're 1 through 4, it doesn't really matter. You're all the same at the end of the day, right? It's just getting into tomorrow, which is the most important thing. But how comfortable are you gonna be? That's where it matters, and that's why people want to be the top dog, because they don't want to come down to the tiebreaker or what could potentially happen in round 7 and 8, which might happen.
Yeah, you kind of want to get a head start so that you have room for error, right? We all heard about the fairy tale of the rabbit and tortoise. Doesn't really apply here. If you are the tortoise, the chances are you're not going to make it. You gotta be the rabbit like Magic Squad.
Okay, all right. I'm still going to go with the tortoise. I've read that book, and he still does win in the end. I'm all about the long-term gains, right? So it's one of those things that can happen, but this is one of those things where every point matters. We've seen people lose out. I think Ignis Esports lost the opportunity to get into the finals last time by 7 points. It was very close, but we're going to find out what's coming up. It's going to be match 5. That's going to be coming up right after the break.
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit the
here.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions,
Attack all around a helping hand. And now Minor Esports.
No!
And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
but embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Ferran gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kéo đi. Kita mau di CPR nggak? Nggak ada gue. Tunggu dulu ya. Gue paham.
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not going to be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go!
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go, but here comes Moji. The grenade from KLX! The rest of Agnes and All-Star Esports. And the grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Trying to be 1 versus 1, and there you go!
we support each other unconditionally. Because we have the same dream, to become champions.
But there's only a few seconds left. He goes for the shot!
9 kill di sana. Langsung dimajuin, percaya diri. Coba kelas comeback, dihajar. Dan akhirnya berhasil mengantongi 10 poin.
By a initializing shot that will kill.
Oh, God! Grenade was so good!
Fight as one.
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us.
Expand get their second booyah of the day. They do it in style. They make sure that they get the points. They springboarded themselves into the second place, only 3 points behind Magic Squad at this point, who are the top dogs at 71. But now we're going to go into the final 3 matches. What are your thoughts with this, AJ?
I'm thinking, you've got the team that has got the only double booyah of the day, Expand, but Magic Squad still proving that you don't need no booyahs to dominate the play-ins. Consistency is key, and the Brazilians know how to play down to the T. But now, we've already crowned the players of Expand with the title of the crazy assassins of the competition. And they are doing exactly that. The most number of eliminations now belongs to Team Expand with 35 on the count. And we've got 3 more matches to go. They've got a lot of time to pick up more.
They have a lot of time to be picking up more, but at the same time, it's a lot of time for the other teams to kind of get into this one. It's still very competitive. You think, oh, 2 booyahs, I'm good to go, I'm going to be guaranteed. You're not, sir. Pretending like you got to make sure that you have the foot on the gas. You continue to drive on.
And, surprising to not just us, but a lot of people out there, a lot were assuming that the Pakistanis will not be able to push it all the way through. But look at where Hotshot sits down at the moment. In quite the pickle, because they do hold on to the 4th spot. But that's a great position to be in when you have been counted out of so many competitions by so many people around the world. I'd love to see exactly what more the Hotshot squad can pull out for the following matches. But here are the stats for Game 5 for a total of 23 scores, 11 eliminations in total, 12 obviously coming from the booyah. The only team to hit a double booyah in the plains today. But of course, there's still time for the other teams to not just match up to their record, but break it as well.
Okay, so Expand have gotten to the point where they've winning nothing but booyahs, or they've kind of gotten like 5 or 6 points. Yeah. They've kind of suffered with that. And you know, we talk about consistency being very important. Yep. Expand needs to, I mean, if they want to get to the next level, they need to work on that, right? I mean, of course, this team is growing. We've seen it from MCPS. They're getting better and better, and they're continuing to do that. But another team that's really stepping up is, again, you talked about it already with Hotshot Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Very proud team in the sense that they're really representing their country.
They most definitely are representing Pakistan with a lot of fire out there on the battlefield. Once again, you could name them as the underdogs just beside Infinity VX, but these underdogs are getting the job done. They are going out there and biting every single intruder that steps on into their compound. But how much longer can they keep up this fantastic play? They just need 3 points to catch up with EVOS Phoenix. And let's talk a little bit about EVOS Phoenix, those that are from the home ground of Thailand. They absolutely zonked out in the first 2 rounds just to bounce back solid. With 3 more rounds to go, EVOS Phoenix can very quickly and swiftly jump onto that #1 spot. But that is all dependent on whether or not the pixie dust in the hands of Magic Squad wears off.
That's true. That's true. And it's one of those things where everybody expected EVOS Phoenix to kind of just roll through the competition. You were talking about the fact that it doesn't really matter. It's a clean slate. We are here now, but Kalahari is up next.
I mean, Mr. Vagger, Avron, I love these animations, man. I mean, whoever who made them, you guys, I'm in love with you as well. But of course, as we hop on into this match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to be round number 6 at Kalahari once again. And the flight path is as kind as ever. This time, we cut through Santa Catarina all the way down to Foundation, which means once again, the whole map is open. Anyone can dance the tango anywhere they want.
Teams need to step up, right? You don't want to go into the last 2 matches on the downside looking up where you have to get that miracle booyah and the 10 or so eliminations. You want to make sure that you're on top doing what you can do to put yourself in a prime position to be in a great position moving in.
I mean, Expand once again breaking apart all 4 players in all 4 directions. The one that is in the biggest pickle, I would have to say, is X-Roy as he drops onto Refinery. But we all know that is the home base of the RRQ Kazu squad. So let's see if or not the Indonesians will be able to bag Roy out. Yes, with the split push that Expand is playing, they can very quickly revive their play and jump right back into the competition. But Magic Squad, on the other hand, can INF put them out of the equation instantaneously now? Drax has got the UMP here to work around with, and he does have the grappling hook as well to reposition instantaneously. But we see Gatel. He has got his eyes on him, but no access in whatsoever, and he doesn't get very aggressive. I like that about him.
Yeah, he's going to play it safe, but they do end up getting Gatel. GU on the other side, it was a nice little flank. I mean, there was attracting a lot of attention, but look at RRQ, 2 down.
2 down. LGDS now from the backstab, and LGDS finally waking up. They've been sitting down at the final spot for long enough. They're quite the distance away from Infinity VX in the 8th spot, but this is a great start for LGDS. Put in on the hurt. Magic Squad, on the other hand, they back away, taking a couple of pot shots from afar. They know they've got the advantage inside of the blue circle. This is that high-tier loot zone that is going to make the Magic Squad super powerful. If these Wizards weren't already OP, I don't know what they can do now with this blue circle in the next circle.
Yeah, LGDS getting 2 eliminations. That's huge. Bruce has already been eliminated here. NG is now on the run. His motorcycle is on fire. Brian is trying to draw a beat on that. NG is stuck wide out in the open. This might be an easy picking for Brian.
NG, any backup at all? No. Ice Grenade will force NG away. Roro brings Bruce back into the equation, but Shin finds the God Nade onto NG as he travels around. But no one's picked that elimination point off just yet. Flash flanking around. Shin should be able to claim that for himself with a couple of extra shots. Team Flash now, they back away. The drone's already pushing in deep into their compound. Flash needs to be careful here. They cannot afford some premature engagements. They are sitting down on the 7th out of 9 positions available, and that's not a good spot with 3 more games to go.
Yeah, now you got to make the move. You got to make sure that you get some elimination. You need points. Yeah. Whatever it takes at this point. You know, you gotta get yourself a chance, an opportunity to win. RRQ Kazu, another team that really needs points. Yes, they are kind of doing much better than the LGDSs of the world, but RRQ still have kind of faltered. I mean, you talked about how they were so lucky in the first 2 matches, but now Razor here picking off that pick.
Yeah, RRQ, fantastic. They finally get their first elimination at the expense of, I believe, LGDS moments ago. And RRQ to reposition, still on Refinery. They just want to play around on these platforms. And as usual, that bird's eye view is going to be giving them a lot. They usually try to aim for the AC-80, double shots and the headshot. You are going to be smiling year to year. EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, taking command of Command Post in itself, which does have a revival platform, but they're not going to be pushing out too far. All that too sudden. The circle is still on their side. They don't really need to force this travel yet.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. Slow it down. Like, we don't need to, overreact with anything right now. We don't need to get anything, go outside of cover. But as I say that, RRQ Razor still kind of on the run. This is an issue with Kalahari overall, where cover is kind of scarce.
Yep. Legalot goes down. Yakul from the back. And it is going to be that LMG that gets that first point for the side of Naguara. Naguara now up on top of Refinery. This is going to be that weak spot. But Danger Zone might just be what saves the skin of RRQ here. Will Lady Luck be on the side of RRQ? Will Naguara go down? Or will Naguara get the advantage as the players on the side of RRQ are dropped within this Danger Zone? RRQ scrambling for their dear lives. They want to get out of here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they need to be careful here, and that does slow them down. They're going to go into just hide under cover, make sure that they're safe, live to see another day. As I say that, RRQ do get away, and it looks like RRQ kind of just sticking around in that corner. They're fine for now. Again, there's plenty of space, right? We don't need to, fight where we don't need to, go over aggressive or take any risk at this point. It's just a matter of getting those placement points, making sure that you're safe.
Pac-Man must have his Fitbit on, man. I mean, he's out there on a roll. I mean, talk about 10,000 steps. The guy's hitting 30,000 already. 3 kilometers covered on foot. Pac-Man is running around the battlefield trying to eat up all of these nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it matters. I mean, you might as well get your steps in when you're playing. You got to do what you can. But MGS here, they've got one elimination.
You know what they say? I mean, if you're a gamer, all the more the reason you need to get up, get on your feet, walk around, get the jog in on a daily basis. I mean, you can't just be sitting on your gaming chair the whole day.
Well, okay, for the record, they're still sitting in their gaming chairs, and they're sitting some nice ones. I don't think these steps count for the Fitbit, but you know what I mean? Like, unless you can somehow do it on your own, I worry about you if you consider that exercise.
I tell you, Holler, one day we are going to look back and we're going to think, hey, remember we had this conversation, how you can't just sit down in one place and get your workout in? I mean, technology is changing the world, man. For all you know, one day we're going to have that sort of a thing. You run around in a video game, you lose fans at the very same time. I'll be a happy man. I'll be the first one to take advantage of that.
Okay, somebody with the technology today, we need that, okay? It sounds great, and don't get me wrong, I will buy into this one.
Oh yeah, man. RRQ Kazu, opportunity to spoil the party for LGDS. That revival's not going to be pulled off just yet. And RRQ manages to push them off of the platform. Yuan He is getting his health ticked away. This ice grenade doing a lot of damage. Yuan manages to survive, patches himself up. No! Not enough time. AUG strike from Legolas puts him down on the ground. Roro, the final opportunity for them, but he runs outside of the circle. This circle's gonna hurt, but what's gonna hurt more is the bullets out of the guns of the RRQ squad.
Yeah, he's going to just get to safety, just try to get him out of there. I mean, it needs to regroup. Go the far, far way, right? RRQ are like, we want the last member. We know he's there, but I don't think that they're actually going to get him. This is a situation where you're looking for the long game. Get the revives. Get yourself a chance to win.
MCPS representatives, the one and only Expand. Second ranked within the server at the moment. Only having AB Radicals in front of them, and they are desperate to catch up with AB Radicals, but can they get that #1 spot away from Magic Squad? All they need to do is just get a few points more than Magic Squad, and we are talking about a lucky #3 for Expand. They need to get 4 points to climb above Magic Squad. Let's see if not this is that match that will get the deed done for them. Naguara moving in towards the danger zone. EVOS, Phoenix, they've got a compound of their own held on to really great here at command post, and no one stepped by to tickle them just yet.
Yeah, they're by themselves. They'll take that one. I mean, it's a nice spot into the circle. The late game is kind of covered for them. Infinity VX, this is a team on the bottom looking up right now. They need to figure something out. They need to get some sort of eliminations. I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive. They need to get those points.
Infinity needs 3 massive rounds to jump right back into the mix. And I say massive because you have to aim for the stars. And, you know, if you fail, you land on the moon perhaps. You know, that's the kind of gameplay you want to be going for. I mean, one step on the moon is a great leap on Earth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And, you know, that's exactly what they're aiming for. But RRQ now, this is that scrimmage against the players of Expand. X-Roy goes down. Pac-Man with the shot out of the Woodpecker. Can he get another one for himself? Tupas has got the AC-80, but the grenade being cooked up already. It's all about the timing. Pac-Man has got the MAC-10. CQC, that MAC-10 can do a lot of damage.
Oh, it does a lot of damage, but they're all up. Too Fast is very low. They need to be careful with how they proceed on this one, especially with that storm coming in. The glue wall's providing so much cover.
And Too Fast goes down. Razor gets the one first, but the Mag-7 would go ahead to strike. Can Too Fast get picked up here? Cobra, Mag-7 circles around. This is the deadly flank. Razor meets him halfway through. Cobra goes down. Razor saves the team with the Charge Buster. Axel, final survivor, but the nade puts an end to them. RRQ Kazu survives.
Okay, you know, it's a tale of two teams right there, right? RRQ, Kazu got the first game, booyah, right? Second game started, Expand eliminated them early, right? So this is just payback for that. Expand won the last one, now they've been eliminated 9th here.
They've got a 17-point lead on Team RRQ Kazu, but now that they've gotten taken out prematurely here, and you know, this is just a little bit of an upset for the Expand squad because they just hit that massive booyah for themselves and immediately bombed out, right? Every single time they take a step forward, these teams are good enough to pull them 2 steps back, and RRQ Kazu knows exactly what it takes. Not only do they need massive number of points for their side to get the top 4, they also need to put a stop to the run of some of these top flight teams. So once out of the equation already, Magic Squad might just be next.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do is RRQ. I mean, of course, they don't know who they're going up against, so it's a little bit of a lady luck in that sense, but it's perfect when it happens, right? It's kind of magical in that sense. They were able to do it. They got the points, and they eliminated that team early. Huge for them. Now, Magic Squad, again, they need to figure out where these guys are. They got to eliminate them. Magic Squad, somebody needs to slow these guys down even more.
Yeah, Naguara's looking to be that exact person that slows down the Magic Squad. Yakul with the first knock already, but no elimination just yet. RRQ turns the tables on LGDS. Bruce and Eng taken out of the equation. Eng's bleeding out, but it does. NG's bleeding out, but it doesn't seem like RRQ is going to be waiting a long time before they take him out as well. Fantastic approach by Pac-Man. AC-80 knock finished off by Razor. And RRQ, no matter where they go, they just keep picking up elimination after elimination. This is a massive round for them, and I say massive because so far in all of the rounds, they've only picked up a total of 14 eliminations. In this match alone, they've got 8.
8, and of course, there's only 36 players in. We're down to 30. It's like, whoa, how does the math work? But it's because of the revive system. That's why they're in there. But 8 eliminations, Huge for them. They need to continue on. RRQ needed to bounce back. This is the perfect way to do that.
Groza in the hands of Brian. He can turn the tables on the players of Magic Squad, but Magic Squad playing this very smartly. Everybody's inside of their own compound, only pushing out GU to take that AC-80 up onto that second floor. Drax holding on to that AWM downstairs, and this is the double snipe setup that could be the death of Team Flash. But Flash has got a AWM to respond as well, and look at Yanbin. He wants to flank around from the right-hand side, but his car already up in flames. Yanbin pulls out the time turner, but does he have enough time? What a nade from afar! Shin strikes with the M79.
That was actually huge right there. Drax has been knocked down. He's going to be picked up here. Magic Squad still in control. They do have 3 eliminations. Make that 4 now. They're continuing to just rack these up, but Team Flash have kind of walked into this wall.
Abracadabra, Magic Squad is in the house to put a couple of spells out there on all of these squads. The initial pixie dust that was sprinkled around has managed to sustain them at the top of the leaderboard, and no way in hell they are going down just yet at Santa Catarina at the very edge of it. They just need to stay a little bit more patient. The circle is on their side, hot shot towards the left, and if they step out, the Pakistani players will be looking to take advantage. And of course, Naguara has got a good eye on them as well. Infinity from across. This is just a very tight spot for Magic Squad, so they need to approach with caution, and the best way to play this is to allow the rest of the teams to move on forth. You have to tank the blue zone damage, but there's no other way unless you want to run out in the open.
Yeah, not a good time to do that right now. I mean, there's still so much time, there's so much space, but you're being surrounded, so to speak. But Infinity VX right now are in a bit of a skirmish here with RRQ. Maybe coming out of the skies. Is he going to get picked off? No, he misses. He does take some damage, though.
Abdu takes the first shot, maybe down on that HP already, but Abdu does not connect with the second one. LGDS bites the dust once again. I feel bad for them. 4th time on the world stage, but they just cannot seem to catch a break for themselves. 2019, the best run for LGDS in that 4th spot overall in the Free Fire World Series, but ever since then, they've been bombing out season after season, year after year. Jonah now, Yanbin down and out of the equation, yet another elimination point, but with the Max 7 in hand, needs another spray, but turned around by Brian.
Brian with a nice shot. He did the CCQ. He's able to do that. He's going to pick that one up. God Cruz will secure that one. They've got 3 eliminations. Evo's Phoenix. This is the team that we know. And, you know, the host team was going to be strong. They're continuing to do so here.
Yep, Infinity, 2 eliminations so far. Maybe, just maybe, he will step on out. Yeah, goal! Hey, dangerous shots coming through from this guy. AWM, super spicy. Just spots a fraction of a body there. Takes that shot, manages to go in for the pinch, but no knockdowns just yet. Even if he did manage to get the knockdown, elimination would be impossible. But that's kind of pressure you need to keep on piling on all of these teams out there. Bobs has got the grenade launcher. Zika down on the ground, needs another pop. And Drax knocks down Hasu as well. MGS inside of their compound. They're eating everybody up.
Yeah, they're cleaning house right now. I mean, MGS are starting to make their move. They know Hotshots Esports are wounded. They are damaged. They're looking to go. But now, Naguara are on the wings. They do see Magic Squad. They're looking at third party.
Yeah, Gold can punish. And MGS, on the other hand, they're just backing away, but they're running out of time. Circle's going to force them inside. No more defensive compound to play around with for Magic Squad. And after this, it's the open grounds run for the Brazilian squad. How are they going to fare out there in the open? We'll still need to wait and see. And RRQ Kazu is just placing themselves inside of that next circle. One guy just got brought right back in, but they need to get through the players of EVOS Phoenix first.
Yeah, they clean them out there. God Cruz is here. They're looking to just make a fight. Hotshots Esports eliminated 7th. That's going to be huge. That was a top 4 team. They just got eliminated. EVOS are continuing to ride.
Gatel has got the grenade launcher in hand. It's all about the timing. When do you whip it out? RRQ, this is that opportunity for them. Infinity VX as well, looking for that booyah. They have got a total of 34 points in hand. They need just 10 points to catch up with Team Flash, but that's not a lot for them, right? Because that's just the 7th position. But with 3 matches to go, as long as they step it up in all 3 matches, Infinity VX still has got an opportunity in here. Naguara, on the other hand, they've got this high ground advantage. God Cruz, although he does have the grenade launcher, one got hurt. It is just the glue wall melter, so that's going to be a little bit of a disappointment for the LATAM squad. Maxi with the charge buster, but he doesn't catch anyone just yet. Tosses yet another glue wall melter. Tosses 2, in fact, to take all of those glue walls out of the equation, but RRQ bites the dust early.
But they got a ton of eliminations. They got the points that they needed. It's not going to be the worst thing for RRQ. Now it looks like Infinity VX are going to skirmish with Magic Squad.
Yep, main squad, Infinity VX. Nastas all alone. Max 7, can he pop, not enough time, and that ice grenade ticks away at him. And Talo with the grenade launcher strikes as well. EWOS, MGS out of the equation. Finally, Magic Squad, the consistency kind of gets tagged down a little bit. Naguara from up top, and it is the final player from Team Flash. Bio tries to circle around, but EWOS Phoenix is going to be quite the annoyance. Ice grenade is going to force EWOS Phoenix to reposition. Bio's not waiting for anyone, brings in the M10. Can he get the double pop with this double barrel?
He's all by himself. Team Flash just hoping that the other teams just eliminate each other. He's going to try to stay alive, but he's been scouted out. They know he's around this glue wall. He's trying to stay alive, but is he able to do that? Naguara's got 2 members here.
Yep, 3 more teams left in the equation. Naguara looking for their booyah as well. Team Flash wants one for themselves, but look at who's inside of this whole equation. The elimination leaders of this lobby, the one and only EWOS Phoenix. This is their home ground. They won the #1 spot, but gets denied by Naguara.
Naguara, they needed this one, right? This is one of those things where they were getting a lot of eliminations. In other games, they were getting a decent amount of points, but that booyah was elusive to them. They were not able to get it until now. Finally, they get it. They're going to springboard themselves up, and again, it's just going to get even closer here.
You're looking at a potential 3rd placement for Naguara. They don't jump up 1, but they jump up 2 ranks with that massive booyah under their names. And you are absolutely right, Holler. They didn't just do it with the placement points. They were going ham against the other teams this time around, and they got solid eliminations to their name. Yakol, the main damage dealer out there on the battlefield, he kept hitting those shots, and the whole squad is proud.
Yeah, I mean, you would be too, right?
Oh, yeah.
That was the time. That was the moment. Game 6, you needed to make sure that you did that to give yourself a chance in the last 2 matches. But we are so far from that. We have so much time for those 2 to play, but here's the highlights. Naguara with that booyah. I mean, it was all about aggression going into this one. They finally get it. Happy for them. But again, I want to see the points. I think that where there's going to be a bit of a shakeup. Some of the teams have kind of faltered at the top. We're going to have to see how that one goes.
I mean, they wound up a little bit slowly in here, but they were doing quite well. Totally in the middle of the pack, match after match. We saw that the first 3 games for them were quite decent in terms of they weren't doing extremely bad, but at the same time, they weren't hitting those big shots for themselves, which is absolutely fine. As long as, I mean, they were like the softer version of Magic Squad throughout the whole competition so far. But with one massive booyah, it launches them into the top 4. I believe it should be the 3rd spot. If they're lucky, the 2nd place, but I don't think they're going to get that lucky just yet, because EWOS Phoenix, they lasted quite long out there on the battlefield, and the probability of them slipping right behind Magic Squad is there.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's setting us up for that fairy tale ending, right? There's going to be a happy story for some people. There's going to be a sad story and disappointment for others, because again, we can only get to 4, but let's look at the match standings right here.
Let's take a quick peek at it, and of course, by the time we get down to the final 2 matches, it's gonna be neck and neck. EWOS Phoenix picking up a total of 18. Naguara with the booyah, but a little soft on the eliminations part. They pick up a total of 17 for themselves. Nobody on the Naguara fan base is gonna be complaining, because this match still does launch them into the top 4. RRQ Kazu recovers a little bit of their dominance out there on the battlefield with a total of 16 for themselves. And Magic Squad, this is that one just crazy team out there on the battlefield. I don't know how the Brazilians are getting this done. And I believe that magic is true, man. The grand wizards of the competition are still getting it done, and the pixie dust that they sprinkled at the very start is sustaining them all the way into game number 6. But will that magic wear out? We still need to wait and see.
Okay, no way. That magic is not going to wear out. The Brazilian teams are here to stay. They were always B2 into the grand finals. That's how the history has been.
Yep.
I always talk about stats and data, and I know it's a clean standing, but they're going to continue to move on. But let's look a little bit about the overall standings. Magic squad still on top with 87 points.
Yeah, Naguara hops onto the 4th spot. Lucky that Expand picked up those 2 points earlier, or else it would be Naguara in 3rd place and Expand back down in that 4th spot. They need to figure out exactly how they can fix this for themselves, but I mean, props to EVOS Phoenix. On home ground, bombs out in the first 2 rounds, only to jump right back into the mix of the top 4. And in fact, now they're one solid round away from catching up with Magic Squad. But in fact, that's been the storyline throughout the whole day. Everybody's just one solid round away from catching up with the Magic Squad, but they just don't have the spells to counter the Wizards.
Oh my gosh, it's a rat race for the top 4 right now. It's so close. I mean, 70, 69, 67, 61 points. Like, they're just so close in getting there. And I'm really sad for the team that's not going to be making it. But let's look at the MVP of that last game, and it's going to be...
Yeah, one and only Yakol. And we knew this guy was, of course, most deserving of that MVP title. Hitting those shots back-to-back. Overall 2 eliminations. Nobody's complaining. Naguara's not complaining. Their own fan base is not complaining. That MAC-10 was very dangerous up close and personal.
Yeah, but okay, let's talk a little bit about the match kill leaders. There was just more than that had much more than Yakol in that one, I would think. I mean, but we're going to see what's going on, and it's going to be... Yes, EVOS Phoenix Moshi with 5 elims, you know, MGSU with 4 elims, and then Legolas, the king of his team, so to speak, really picking up his team on his back with 4 elims as well.
I mean, he's potentially the grenadier of the whole play-ins, right? I mean, back and forth we go, but his grenade launcher, his melee kills, absolutely lethal. Every single time he tosses out that grenade, it always finds it marked. But let's take a quick look as well at the key players of this matchup. We've got the headshot god, the one and only GU87 on the side of the Magic Squad. That pixie dust working for him as well. And Moshi, the glue wall master, this guy, nothing can stop him.
Okay, well, somebody can kind of stop him, or he's trying to slow him down. With Yeko with his homer 8 times, of course. And of Abdu, Skylar glue walls destroyed with actually 5. So they've done a good job of trying to clear the angles, make sure that they're, you know, straightaway shots to it. They're trying to get to that next level. But again, this is game 6. 2 more matches coming up.
2 more matches to go, and the competition is wide open for anyone to take the throne. We are looking at the top 4 teams, and even if, okay, LGDS may be the run for them, might be over. 2 rounds, asking for a top 4 might not be very possible. Infinity VX, on the other hand, they are quite a number away behind Naguara. We are talking about 29 points in total. And unless they hit 2 back-to-back Booyahs, it's not going to be possible for them. But saying that, if they do hit 2 back-to-back Booyahs, even Infinity VX can be in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, never say never, right? They still have an opportunity. Of course, we're going to go into Purgatory next. That one's going to be up. And of course, the final game into Alpine. We have 2 more, what I think is going to be very explosive games. Everybody's going to want it.
Yep.
The teams right now are going to step up even more.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they don't have a choice. They have to step it up. Especially if you are in the top 4, you've got to step it up as well, because teams like Expand, teams like EVOS Phoenix, they've had bad rounds. They can't afford those mishaps once again, because if push comes to shove, anybody's willing to take your spot. You need to appreciate where you are, and you need to continue putting out that hard work to stay exactly where you are. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a day of play-ins it has been. 6 matches. The only team to score a double booyah so far is the one and only Expand, but they are on the verge of getting kicked out of the top 4, Holler.
Oh, I mean, that would be heartbreak, right? The fact that you got those 2 booyahs, because it's the highest of the high. I mean, they were shushing everybody on the video or whatever, and they were doing it, right? But slow your roll, so to speak. You got 2 more rounds. You cannot have a bomb like you just did. You need to step up.
You most definitely need to step it up, and you cannot take any chances whatsoever. I am 50-50 with this setup of expand, with them continuously spreading out wide open every single time they hop on off of their initial flight. I think it's one of the riskiest plays that you can go in for, but that part, they've kind of got that covered, right? They've got solid loots for themselves. Where they do falter is the rotations into the circle. That is the part where, you know, not just expand, a lot of teams get caught off.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, right? Sometimes you get a little unlucky. It's one of those things that happens. But, you know, we're going to find out with the next two matches that's going to be coming up. And, of course, right before we do that, we're going to take a quick little break.
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit but the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
All around a helping hand. And now Minoru Esports. No! And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Ferran gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kẻ đi. Chúng ta mua đi shipper nggak? Nggak ada gue. Tunggu dulu ya. Gue paham.
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not going to be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go!
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go, but here comes Moji. The grenade from JLX! The rest of Ignis and All-Star Esports. And the grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Trying to be 1 versus 1, and there you go!
we support each other unconditionally. Because we have the same dream, to become champions.
But there's only a few seconds left. He goes for the shot!
9 kill di sana. Langsung dimajuin, percaya diri. Coba kelas combat, dihajar. Dan akhirnya berhasil mengantongi 10 poin.
By a initializing shot that will kill.
Oh, God! Grenade was so good!
Fight as one.
was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk. There was so much at stake right now.
Directly below him. It's not going to be Fernando at all. But initializing shot that sekarang ini.
Shot telah dijumpai David.
But here comes Moji, the grenade from KLX!
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit them, but the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
All around a helping hand. And now Minor Esports. No! And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Ferran gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kéo đi. Chúng ta mua đi shipper nggak? Nggak ada gue. Tunggu dulu ya. Gue paham.
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not going to be easy for Nando at all. But he found it. That is how we talk. That is how we go.
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go. But here comes Moji, the grenade from KLX. The rest of Ignis and All-Star Esports. And the grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Trying to be 1 versus 1. And there.
Unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view.
and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series 2022 play-ins live from Bangkok, Thailand. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. 2 more matches to go, and it looks like the competition is still blown wide open. Perhaps the 2 teams down at the bottom might not have a chance, but everybody else still has a good shot. But Magic Squad, I think they're pretty much all right at the moment.
Yeah, they're fine. You know, who needs booyahs when you have the most points? Booyah is kind of an inflated currency, but of course, the Brazilian Magic still stands true. Honestly, after match number 5, a lot of MCPS hopeful might have hoped that X-Men have locked in the slot, but evidently that is not the case. We are still in a pretty tight race.
I mean, people talk about Free Fire, people talk about booyahs. You need to get that booyah.
Of course.
Magic Squad proves that you don't really need it, and Expand proves that even if you have it, it's not all that. You still need to maintain that consistency. Talking about consistency, RRQ Kazu, they kind of fell in and out of the running quite a little bit, but they are still in a really good spot to jump right back in. But unfortunate for LGDS though, every single round, they show signs of life, only to bomb out again.
Yeah, it's definitely a sad tale for LGDS, right? Because there's only 2 more rounds, and unless they get 2 magical rounds, it really doesn't feel like it's going to happen. But for you guys, do remember there is the pick and win, which ends actually today at 8:59 p.m. There are 3 parts to it. Just make sure that you participate in all of them. We have all the data out there. If you want to rewind the stream, do so. Just make sure you key in the right data and declare who you think is going to be the champions by the end of the finals, and then you probably win some rewards.
If you're like me, you don't like doing homework, no problem. I mean, in Malay, in Bahasa Malaysia, we say main tikam. Just pick one and be done with it. For all you know, Lady Luck's going to be on your side and you're going to win that reward either way. But of course, let's take a quick peek at the previous match stats before we move on into game number 7, Husky, because we need to see exactly who managed to dominate all throughout that matchup. The one and only Naguara, 17 points, but look at the total damage dished out by them, 7,099.
And this is an indicator of 2 things. First of all, Naguara deals a lot of damage, which is the obvious part. Second of all, inefficient damage, because a lot of these damage are not converted into eliminations, which I think is fine for Naguara, because again, they are known as a team that sometimes starts really slow, but they finish strong. And in game number 6, it was a situation where Naguara weren't really actively taking fights. They were running out the clock. They're letting the Blue Zone do its job. And even up to the very end, I think there was a shimmer in Evo vs Phoenix's players' eyes that they could have gotten that booyah, but the Blue Zone did the work and gave it to Naguara.
This is a battle royale. Survival is surely a strategy, and it's a sound strategy. You don't need supreme eliminations to stay in the top 4. If Naguara can keep up with the exact same strategy, keep surviving into that final circle, they barely need any elims to their names. They will still be able to qualify for the grand finals. But of course, the bigger question is going to be, who's going to be putting up a good fight? Because RRQ Kazu, hot on their heels, just 2 points behind them in that 5th place. Hotshot, on the other hand, in that 6th spot with 61 points. It's going to be a close game, and one might think that Team Flash is out of the equation already with 55 points. But we've got 2 more games to go. Team Flash does decently well in this next game. Score booyah maybe for the final round. Thank you and welcome to the top 4, Team Flash.
In a game of Free Fire, it is never the end until the tournament says it ends, right? You can always turn the standings on its head with just 1 good round. We've seen it time and time again, locally, internationally. 2 more rounds to go, and this is the second last. It's back to purgatory. And some of these teams have had pretty decent results. and some of them have struggled just now, but remember, Purgatory was a map that we saw a lot more actions happening in the first half of the play-ins. And let's see if that is replicated.
We also saw a hot drop between Expand and Team Flash at Brasilia. If that happens again, the end could be near for the MCPS squad, so they have to be really careful. But who's going to go in here with the ego challenge? Because if Expand does hop on over to Brasilia once again, they really want to prove themselves, but I don't think this is the place, nor is it the time. And Expand hops on off a little bit earlier, but they spread out across fields as well as the very edge of Brasilia. This is not the best case scenario, but it's much better than taking a headshot straight into that equation. But Naguara finds LGDS, and LGDS once again about to bite the dust, I believe.
This is just pure tragedy for LGDS at this point. They have been trying to really not bump into any other opposing team for a couple of rounds in a row, but they always seem to end up in Naguara territory.
Yep.
And this feels... It doesn't really feel like a coincidence at this point, but you have to really feel for LGDS. They've lost one member early on, and when we talk about an area like Moat House, there's really not much left out there for anyone.
Maxi, can he turn this corner? Will he get punished? Has got backup. It's a 2v1. Yuan together with him as well as they hop on up. Brand manages to take NG out of the equation, and Maxi circles around. Yuan backstab. Maxi gets it, and Yeko steals that knock with a Max 7, secures the elimination as well. Naguara's not going to be complaining, but Baku goes down. P90 in the hands of Bruce, but Maxi says goodbye to him just as quickly.
Yeah, crush. They absolutely crushed LGDS. There was no contention in this particular skirmish. It really feels really bad for the team coming from the Taiwan region, but that's the hard reality, right? Naguara are just so aggressive, and we've talked about this since the beginning of the play-ins, and Naguara are just keeping it up.
Live scores right now, Naguara has managed to overtake Expand in the third place with that 4 points picked up. But it's not the end of the round. In fact, very far away from it. RRQ Kazu, they find Expand out in the open fields, opening fire at them. Maybe with his car in hand, he's not going to be able to deal a lot of damage from this sort of a distance. But as long as he can get a knock, securing it isn't going to be impossible. And X-Roy through the trees still gets caught out by Maybe.
I was just about to say, I'm very worried for Expand because of how thin out the forces of the entire team has been spread out.
Yep.
Thanks to that early drop, I felt like there was a bit of hesitation, perhaps. They saw so many teams going to the same area, they decided to bail at the last second. They did lose Roy, but thankfully, they can definitely revive Roy. The round is not done and dusted just yet. Expand just needs to be a bit more careful because RRQ was their kryptonite in that previous round. They might have overcame Team Flash, who also took them out 2 rounds in a row, but RRQ is a different ballgame. We saw the previous round when they got the Booyah, it was one of the most... they didn't get the Booyah, but it was one of the more dominant rounds for RRQ Kazu.
Game of information for Team Flash. They send the drone out. They know that RRQ Kazu's waiting right in front of them, and therefore they slow that pace down. They want to be able to get a couple of knocks first before pushing on fourth, especially when you know there's a team already on the defensive stance within Brasilia. The last one final thing you want to do is just rush on into their compound without calculating your steps. RRQ Kazu, on the other hand, they know Team Flash is just beyond the horizon, not them specifically, but with the drone sent towards their way, they are on guard. One player taking that bird's eye view in the name of Pac-Man, AC-80 in hand. If he finds Yanbin first, who's on that long left-hand side flank, this is going to be very deadly, and Team Flash might just bite the dust a little bit too early here. But if at all they can take Pac-Man off of that roof, Team Flash might just be able to bite away at RRQ Kazu.
Has to be a very slow and methodical approach if you are Team Flash, because sure, RRQ Kazu is near us, we know that, but how are you going to approach this? Because you can see that Legolas is on one side and he has that grenade launcher as well. These explosives are going to do massive damage to Team Flash who are huddled up together in one building, and maybe has already started making contact. That allows Razor to get that green light to kind of pursue this push. Bio has that nade in hand, but he's hesitating. They don't know how to deal with RRQ, and they're giving a lot of ground over.
Bio Did he get... Yes, he did get caught. Literally crawls right into the grenade that was tossed on up towards that second floor. Maybe now, Mac 10 in hand. He can spray this player down, but he himself gets taken out. Is the UMP 40 getting that advantage? Razor on the other hand, Mac 7 just needs to go in there for the God sprays. Yanbin backs away, double barrel up top, and Team Flash, they now play this as slow as possible. RRQ down below. All they need to do is just toss on a couple of more grenades up. Special delivery can get the job done for them. But Yanbin hops on in front of two players and he gets struck down fantastically well. BO 14 HP left here and he's taking a very crucial fight against Razor, but not much HP on him. And Team Flash, they bite the dust. No recovery play at all whatsoever.
Surgically dispatched by RRQ Kazu. Very well done. Team Flash had the right idea. They wanted to kind of segregate RRQ Kazu by in terms of splitting the battle line apart, picking them off. But they accidentally abandoned one of the members on that ground floor. He got knocked down, didn't get any trade done. They tried to escape from the building, but right into the grasp of RRQ. This really felt like there was panic in the heads of Team Flash. And it was just very unlucky for them to get knocked out in this particular situation. But for Expand, they were able to bring Roy back. So the full team has assembled again. They might run into Hotshot though.
They are literally running into Hotshot. But Cobra, if this timing checks out well for him, he can get an open shot towards Sika's vehicle. If that vehicle gets caught out in the open, that might be a GG. But now, look at Hotshot. They obviously see X-Roy flying right back in. They've got some information on their side, and it looks like they're just going to pause their approach. They're down in central. They're within the circle. They don't need to move. They can gatekeep Expand.
The big question now is, does Roy see all these info when he parachuted down? It's very important for Expand to know that if there is a team at this area, because they're controlling a buy point and a revive point at the same time, and it's also a very integral route that Expand has to cut through, or potentially has to cut through if they want to get more resources for their fallen members. But in this case, they have a detour. Well, not anymore. It feels like Hotshot Esports is the team that they need to go through.
Hotshot, if they get all 4 points off of Expand, at the expense of Expand, they can jump on into the top 4 ranks. But they don't want to wait around. They want to play the circle. And I like this from the Pakistani squad. It's all about positioning. It's all about playing the center of the circle. At the end of the day, this is a battle royale. It is a fight to see who can survive the longest. Not entirely who can get the most eliminations out there on the battlefield. Although that's a great way, but you can't guarantee yourselves points. Placements, on the other hand, is a guaranteed structure to climb up the leaderboard. And they don't need a lot to jump into the top 4.
What has been working out for Hotshot Esports so far is playing the third party. We've seen them perch 3-4 members, even 4 members sometimes on top of buildings, and they're getting kills. Isn't much, but it puts them in a very comfortable spot. That's why at one point they were 3rd, 4th place on the overall standing. And right now they can if they can replicate that, it puts them in a very comfortable position. They might cross paths with EVO's Phoenix though. They're going on this scouting journey.
The undying EVO's Phoenix. But they get their vehicle blown up into smithereens. Zika from afar. It is Team Hotshot taking those pot shots. Jonah down on the ground. Zika gets the LMG knock and then secures the elimination as well. RRQ from the opposite side. Hotshot needs to just slow down a little bit. They are out in the open. They're taking those eliminations. They might get punished if they don't find some cover soon.
And this is a unanimous decision by EVO's Phoenix. They wanted to take the fishing hut. Even though it's not confirmed the circle will finish there, they are not only caught between Hotshot Esports, RRQ Kazu is also on the horizon. Magic Squad though, they're making a lot of noise, and Expand hears this.
Expand hears it, Bobs, UMP, X-Roy, double barrel, can he get the shot? And pulls out a glue wall to save his own life, but drags from the back. It is the charge buster that secures the knock and the elimination onto X-Roy. Bobs on the other hand, AWM, Cobra caught out in the open as well, and Team Expand continue to struggle. 2 down, 2 still alive, and they're nowhere around Magic Squad. That's a saving grace for the Malaysian squad.
Expand getting picked apart. It's so uncharacteristic. They were so spread out. And it made sense in the previous few rounds where there's not much chaos, but at this point of time, I thought that Expand would stick together a bit more. With that being said, like you point out, AJ, they're still in the game. There's still 7 teams left, including Expand. RRQ Kazu makes contact with EVO's Phoenix, and it puts EVO's Phoenix in a very, very dire situation.
Revivals by Expand quicker than making yourself some instant noodles. Razor finds get high. Evo's Phoenix being punished at the very least. 2 players out of the equation, but they've got nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They need to take the fight against Hotshot as well as RRQ, or they can play the IQ gameplay here, but just staying quiet, allowing these two teams to do the dirty against each other and hop on out as the third party once these numbers get thinned down and be the final survivors. But it's all going to be up to luck, as Hotshot does not look like they want to engage with anyone just yet. They're just waiting patiently to see exactly how to travel on in towards the next circle.
And I do think that if you are Hotshot, you are in no position. You're in no position where you feel like you need to make a move right now. The circle is still in your favor. You know where the members of Evo's Phoenix are. You saw RRQ on the horizon. And the circle has those 3 teams inside of them. Evo's Phoenix made the right read, but they find themselves in a pinch. You're going to get crunched by 2 different teams, potentially 3 if Naguara joins.
Expand full squad, but they're slowly rotating into another team. Infinity VX, who have struggled all throughout the competition, but maybe they can go out in a blaze ball of fire by taking Expand out of the equation and ruining their chances. Or maybe Expand is going to expand all of those players and continue to keep some pressure up on top of that leaderboard. We will still have to wait and see exactly how that breaks out. But this final engagement needs to start now for the sake of Evo's Phoenix. They're running out of time. They need their 2 players right back into the equation, but there's no buy point around them, no revival points whatsoever. Time is running out, and Evo's Phoenix might just be the biggest loser.
I mean, off-screen, Infinity VX have ran into Expand as well. Expand had to revive Cobra. So this is very dangerous because whichever angle you come in from right now to get into the circle, you are going through a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Naguara, though, have full control of golf course. You can see RRQ, they are under pressure. Hotshot Esports also getting tagged as well. And it was by Evo's Phoenix. They know that this is the hill that they have to die on, and they have no choice but to hold on.
The Woodpecker can get them the shots, but the response is a double AC-80 setup on the side of RRQ, who are flanking from that left-hand side. So the shots through the window against Evo's Phoenix is going to be easier. If you look at the situation of Expand, they are in a pickle because this next circle is going to be on the other side of this island. They get onto the bridge. They get that high ground advantage, but Infinity VX is on the other side of that bridge. And obviously, the team of RRQ Kazu is not going to be sitting down quietly as Expand tries to get onto the bridge. Everybody wants extra elimination points, and Expand could just be the victim of all of the teams out there the moment they spot them.
Expand have dropped to the 5th place. That is still not including placement points. We haven't calculated that just yet, but just based off of eliminations alone, Expand isn't doing well. And I think this is a time where you have to make that call and try to go through Infinity VX. It's a really great chance for them to beat them at this game. Because if not, you're not going to cross that bridge, and at the end of the day, you're just going to expire to the blue zone. Expand kind of has to make that veto call and take a fight.
My question is this going to be the final round where we actually see Magic Squad pick up a booyah for themselves? Maybe. What a shot. Abdu down on the ground. And he secures the elimination instantaneously as well. It's going to be the one and only Gartel. Blue wall pulled up, but Pac-Man tosses in one after another. Ice grenades. Gartel, grenade launcher, can be the difference maker for Gartel, but Legalot himself delivers his grenade launcher shot and takes Gartel out of the equation. Goodbye, Infinity VX. There's no way they respond to this in a timely manner. Yet another grenade comes flying on in. It is the glue wall melter. Infinity VX surrounded and annihilated in the 7th spot.
Well done by RRQ Kazu once more, holding that choke point. But on the other hand, Hotshot Esports up against Magic Squad. One of the harder teams to take down. Hasu not really getting that nade, the trajectory that he wanted to, but he has a grenade launcher. This could go big. He needs to land it. Right now, doesn't connect. Magic Squad has some room to breathe.
7 grenades in hand. The guy has got a lot.
That's one.
That's one. Can he get another? Hasu gets that knock, and he goes in for the 3rd grenade back-to-back, but misses by a mile. Anas, on the other hand, helps his teammate, gets a knock for himself. In the meantime, Expand using all of this chaos to sneak into the circle. Hotshot with Sika down on the ground. Grenade launcher pops out once again. Magic Squad might have just met their fate in here, and Expand stealing RRQ from the back.
This could be the chance for Expand to even make it into the circle. You gotta get rid of RRQ. Everyone is occupied. Bobs, let's choke down Hasu. There is a chance that Hotshot might not make it. And Bobs nails that grenade launcher, destroys Hotshot.
RRQ in the 6th spot, Hotshot in 5th, and Expand is still alive and kicking, but Naguara wants to put an end to that. Faku takes Tufas out of the equation. Axel hits back at Faku, trade one back, but he's gonna get picked right back up. Naguara has got that high ground advantage. They've got the circle as well. Axel just needs to play time and pray that someone else distracts this LATAM squad.
It seems like X-Men might have ran out of gas unless Magic Squad spoils this. X-Men needs Magic Squad to really disrupt Naguara, and that might be a reality. That might be a birthday wish come true for X-Men, but Magic Squad, they have taken that low ground. Too Fast is already out. EXO no longer available. Expand out in 4th.
4th place taken out there, and Naguara going in here for a back-to-back booyah. By the looks of it, LATAM squad on fire. EVOS Phoenix still alive and kicking. They won that #1 spot for themselves, but just God Cruz and Moshi alive and kicking here. It's gonna be quite the tough run for them. Magic Squad down in the middle. Naguara doesn't need to do much. They can play the perfect third party. It's a duo versus duo, and Naguara with the biggest winners. They should be able to get this back-to-back booyah.
Magic Squad in a chokehold, 1 on each team. And the numbers are spread so thin. Naguara have perfect control of the circle. EVOS Phoenix, they're starting to move in. Faku is going to be the first point of contact, but if EVOS Phoenix can get rid of this anchor, they will have a good chance of getting into the safe zone and contesting for the booyah.
One with Mother Nature. Faku backs away behind the tree. Moshi, on the other hand, trying to spray down anyone he finds. Faku responds, AC-80, but the players on the side of EVOS Phoenix very smartly back away behind their super glue walls. Ice Grenade will force them to reposition, courtesy of the Magic Squad. And the players of Naguara trying to take advantage. Ice Grenade after Ice Grenade. Here comes a glue wall melter as well right in front, which is going to prevent EVOS Phoenix from pushing up against Naguara.
One of the loudest teams in the arena today, Naguara, they might be doing it again, and all of these kills are so well done. They are no longer going to stand back. We talk about how these teams always finish strong, and Naguara, they're doing it 11 eliminations that they're going for more.
Oh, this is God Cruz here from that left-hand side flank. Can he get anything for himself? GU goes ahead, drops Brand. What a play by the Magic Squad. They're taking it to the players of Naguara. Naguara, final survivor. Maxi, can he get it done? Charge Buster in hand, going up against GU. Double barrel in the hands of GU, and MGS gets taken out. Naguara still alive, and EVOS Phoenix with the impossible survival gameplay. God Cruz, Woodpecker, this is going to be a crucial one. It's the same gun on both sides, but God Cruz already cooking up the grenade. If he gets this connection, it's going to be a GG. He does connect, and it's going to be the circle that takes him down. Naguara down. EVOS Phoenix claims the #1 spot.
And remember how this all started for EVOS Phoenix. A decision to go for a fishing hut, pincered by 4 consecutive squads, had nowhere to go, stuck it out until the very end, and even got the booyah.
Unbelievable run by the Thai squad. And talk about having that fire in your hearts after getting stomped out twice. They had a spark to reignite that flame, and they've burned it all the way down here into Purgatory, round number 7, and they dominate the play-ins. But it's gonna be a close one down to the wire in this match number 8. EVOS Phoenix proves that the home ground advantage is the real thing.
And that is why EVOS Phoenix is such a force to be reckoned with. We're going to look at the replay and the highlights of round 7 to see how EVOS Phoenix did it.
Double kill.
careful what you wish for. We wished for a competition. We wished for a play-ins that's going to be neck and neck, close down to the wire all the way into game number 8, and that's exactly what we've gotten. There's no way to tell exactly which 4 teams are going to be able to secure the top 4 spots because of how open it is, but there are certain few in there that have guaranteed the grand finals for them tomorrow already. The one and only Magic Squad surely has booked their spot for themselves.
Yeah, I think there's a huge chance that Magic Squad makes it unless something is out of this world happens. But with that being said, I agree, we have such a close play-ins, and it's to the point where even though teams like LGDS is not going to have any chance, for the rest of the contenders, this is neck and neck. It actually will come down to the last round, and it feels like your fate gets decided by one map.
Yeah, man. And you know, let's take a quick peek at the match standings as well. We want to find out exactly how many points all of these teams picked up, so we can do some quick math in our heads to see exactly how much that jump was. Naguwara, 22 points, and that is more than enough for them to hop on up to challenge for that #1 spot. But Magic Squad, the consistency out of this squad is unbelievable. They've gotten that 2nd place twice, in the 3rd spot twice. What can they not do? The consistency is mind-blowing as RRQ Kazu picks up 10 eliminations. RRQ's on fire as well with a total 15. And check this out. The team that picks up the Booyah down in the 4th place.
And that is completely justifiable, right? Because of the situation that they found themselves in. The fact that they still got the Booyah was a miracle itself. Expand down in 5th place, getting 9 points this round. Hotshot Esports getting 7. And Infinity VS getting 5, Team Flash 3. Of course, LGDS only got 2. But, you know, it's kind of a common agreement that LGDS have officially won't have enough points to make it through even after the last round.
I believe.
For Expand, though, there might still be some chance because when we take a look at the overall standings right now, Expand are sitting in 5th place, 3 points away from top 4.
Absolutely, man. So there is an opportunity for them, but RRQ Kazu, Naguwara, EWOS Phoenix, Magic Squad, they've all been on fire these past few rounds, but Expand has been riddled with inconsistencies. We need to see safe plays from them if this MCPS squad wants a shot at the grand finals tomorrow. But thus far, they have outclassed all of the other Malaysians who have stepped into the play-ins so far. I mean, the best position that a Malaysian squad has gotten at the play-ins is 9th spot. So they're doing great, but not good enough just yet if you want to make MCPS proud.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, I think it's the ample time to bring this up. If Expand fails to make it to the finals, this is going to be one of the first time on the World Series that we don't have any Malaysian representatives in the final. So this is going to be something that is going to go down in history, and it depends on what is going to be written in there. It's going to be good, it's going to be bad. But for now, let's take a look at the good part. EVOS, Phoenix, MVP, God Cruz, the only guy who got elimination in that round.
I mean, if you're getting 1 elimination and the MVP title as well, you've got to be ecstatic. You look at the look on his face. He already knew that this was going to happen, right? And we teased the players of EVOS Phoenix for giving everybody else that luck and not really taking any for themselves. But these boys clearly proving they need no luck. They've got these skills. They've got the God skills to get the job done. But of course, these are the top players of that round number 7. 5 eliminations out of Bobs from the side of Magic Squad with his M79. That grenade launcher has shown up one too many times, and it has dominated that final circle a lot.
Yeah, it can never truly live in Free Fire without a grenade launcher, right? They're followed by Maxi from Naguwara and also Legola from RRQ Kazu, all with 5 kills apiece. So this is a very even round for most of these players, regardless of the results. But we also have the key players for game number 7.
Ooh, GU getting the 4 assists. He's the assist king, but look at the glue wall master, man. Italo was just building up one after the other, protecting the rest of his team members as they pushed in through battle after battle. Magic Squad, that Pixie does still alive and kicking. I want to get a few of those sprinkles myself before we end the competition, man. Magic Squad's got the secret. Naguwara, on the other hand, I believe they stole that bag of magic dust for themselves because out of nowhere, this LATAM squad just woke up in the competition.
Yeah, and this is really playing true to Naguwara, right? Start slow, finish strong, and who can forget Yanbin from Team Flash being the field medic for the team. This is not the first time that Italo has appeared on the the key player screen.
Yep.
And I believe this is the 2nd or 3rd time, and it's all because he's the glue wall master.
And of course, this is gonna be going down all the way into the final matchup of the day at Alpine. It's gonna be a tough fight for a lot of these teams out there. Quick maths, Expand needs 3 points more than the top 4 squads to squeeze on into the top 4. They need 4 points above RRQ Kazu in this next match if they want to stay alive. Hot shot, they still have a good shot, but they need a massive booyah with at the very least 14 elimination points if they want to stand a good shot at this.
I am used to be the guy that likes to do mathematics, but going into this last round, I'm going to turn that part of my brain off and just enjoy, because I think this is too close for comfort.
It is.
And I don't want to let the numbers get to me, right? Because it's so close. Again, Expand 3 points away from top 4. But when you look at the top 4 teams, they are all the expected Goliaths to make it to tomorrow. So this is a tall mountain for Expand and the rest of the teams to climb.
Team Flash will need about 25 points more than RRQ, I believe, to hop on into the top 4. 25 is asking for a tad bit too much, so unfortunately, I think this might just be the end of the line for Team Flash. They're not going to be able to make it through, but it is still wide open. The top 4 is not guaranteed just yet, and that's exactly what we wanted at the start of the day. It's exactly what we get, and I should have asked for a landslide victory instead for the top 4, because my heart's beating, man. My heart's beating out of its chest.
I am. I mean, and mine as well, right? I think this is probably one of the best plays we've seen.
Yeah.
And it took many rounds, more than 4 rounds, to find out who has no chance of making it through. And I think that really shows the quality of competition. It has evolved across the entire globe.
Yeah, and EVOS Phoenix bouncing right back up. I mean, they're living up to the name of the undying Phoenix out there on the battlefield. Rebirth after rebirth, they always seem to be able to secure the spots for themselves. And now just 14 points away from that #1 spot. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whether or not they can get it, we'll have to find out after a quick short break.
We are a team. We are unique. We have different personalities. And gaming styles.
Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hit them, but the grenade was there.
Jadi cukup krusial juga untuk tim lawannya untuk mencoba merebut posisi.
Sometimes, we may have differing opinions.
All around a helping hand, and now Minor spots. No! And Joanna gets removed as well. No doubt.
But embracing our differences, we find our team style.
Very messy fight. Ferran gets the revive up here.
Mua rồi, kéo đi. Chúng ta mua đi CPL nggak? Nggak ada gue. Tunggu dulu, boleh Bang. Boleh Bang, atau besok?
We have the same desire for victory.
It's not going to be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go!
We practice persistently, day in and day out.
No good to go, but here comes Moji. The grenade from KLX! The rest of Ignis and All-Star Esports. And the grenade!
Though we experience ups and downs,
Try to be one!
I'm very mysterious, unpredictable. If you don't know, we've come a long way, but we ain't done here. Are you ready? Just like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop with the squad. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop. We don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped. We invincible, undefeatable, but still you try it. Like the sunshine, we level up. What a great view from the top. It's in our nature, it's in our blood. We can stop, never stop, we don't stop, 'cause we turn up in flames. 'Cause we turn up in flames. You can deal with us, with the whole squad. We just can't be stopped.
You're currently watching the Free Fire World Series 2022 live with us here in Bangkok, Thailand. My name is Husky. Alongside me is AJ. We're down to the last round of the play-ins, and honestly, the composition is a bit too tight to decide who will be the top 4, but that's going to come to an end in about half an hour.
Hotshot did manage to pick up the Booyah in Alpine previously, and if they are able to do the exact same thing once again, the Pakistani squad can actually squeeze into the top 4. But we also know that Expand from the MCPS region is really good at this map, but it wasn't proven the last time they hopped on in there.
Yeah, it definitely... They ran into some hiccups, right?
Yeah.
They shared the same drop spot, I believe, at Forest Red with Infinity VX.
Yep.
Sure, they won that 4 vs 4, but it took them a very long time to do so. And even then, they couldn't cross the finishing line. When we look at examples, the team that are currently in top 4 right now, those are the top 4 expected teams to make it through. Magic Squad, you have Nagwara Esports, EVOS Phoenix, and RQ Kazu. And all the other teams have to go up against these guys?
Yeah.
Whew, it's going to be tough.
I mean, if there's anyone to look up to, it has to be EVOS Phoenix. Just when you thought that their hopes and dreams were going to be crushed, they just bounce right back up as if there's nothing at all that happened out there. Talk about being the undying Phoenix. But a quick reminder for everyone at home, don't forget to play your pick and win. All you guys need to do, there are 3 segments within the game. Hop on in there and make your pick against Avron, first of all, for the team. And now, if your favorite team does manage to rank higher than him, you win that first segment. Second segment is the gun that gets the most eliminations out there on the battlefield. And the third one is your pick as to who's going to be the champion of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Bangkok.
Quick tip, do not do the third part until the end of the day.
Yeah.
You will know who the top 12 are, and it's easier for you to make your choice.
Absolutely, man. And of course, at the end of the day, even if you guys don't go in there and make your picks, I know I'm going to go make my pick. I'm going to get winning. So I don't know if you want to miss out on all of those free goodies, but I would suggest you don't do that. Previous match stats coming up on your screens. Let's see exactly how well did EVOS Phoenix manage to wrap that game up One single elimination, but it's all about the booyah, baby. Pick up those placement points, guaranteed placement points. That's the focus that we've been talking about. But unlike their opponents in the previous game, the one and only Naguara, this team knows how to get the eliminations when they drag on that damage. Just 1,525, there's nothing to scream about, but it kind of matches that elimination number.
Yeah, it's a case study of what do you do when you're caught in an unfavorable situation.
Yeah.
Phoenix demonstrated the step-by-step method of getting out of a tough spot in a pinch and still going on to win the round. One elimination's nothing to brag about, like you said, but that round wasn't about elimination. That round was about how adaptive EVO's Phoenix are. Of course, we also have Naguara Esports on our screen right now. This team almost guaranteed to make it to the finals. They just need one more good round.
Yeah.
But judging by how they are consistent in 6 out of the 7 rounds thus far, they have a pretty good chance.
EVOS Phoenix must have had a good teacher just like me. When I was in school, my teacher told me, if you're in a tough spot, shut up, don't do anything. You know, don't get yourself into more trouble. And EVOS Phoenix does exactly that. They are stuck in a pickle, they keep quiet, they just watch their surroundings and they wait for that opportune moment to strike. And that was the winning factor that brought them all the way through. It's just with 2 surviving members to manage to pick up that booyah when they were surrounded by 4 teams initially is just nothing short of a phenomenal gameplay from the home ground players of Thailand, right? Phoenix, this is their best play so far. And if EVOS Phoenix can continue to do this, I think they will be one of the best contenders for tomorrow. But can you imagine, if EVOS Phoenix is capable of all of this, what is Nigma Galaxy going to do in our grand finals tomorrow?
Yeah, we're looking at one of the strongest regions in Free Fire, and that is all going to come down to this one final map, all the way to Alpine. And by the end of this, we will find out who the top 4 teams are to advance to the finals tomorrow. Can you believe it? This is... I'm not ready for this.
I am not ready at all. LGDS is ready though. They want to get this sorted out quick and easy. But they're going in straight up for that high tier loot zone. I love the confidence.
Yeah, there's nothing there to lose. And luckily for them, no team is going to contest them for it. But my eyes are on Expand and Infinity VX. They have shared the same draw spot last time, but this time Infinity VX, they let Expand take it. But they're sharing very close proximity with a lot of different teams. RRQ Kazu somehow has Razor in the mix.
I have no idea exactly what we are going to see Razor do here. He flies away super far from the rest of his team members. Maybe on the other hand, he drops on the opposite side of Expand. Axel has got his eyes on him. And all over the map, RRQ, they are just going to play purely for placement points in this game based on their setup.
Yeah, and I think for Expand, it's going to be a bit more easy for them to find those rooms, right? RRQ, they navigate it away and Expand. Just like the few rounds that we've seen previously, they get a lot of space to get their resources up. And that has kind of what helped Expand to play into that late game. But I say that maybe has already found his first victim and Axel is down.
Axel's down, and that's just a little disappointing from Expand because they should have had the advantage against maybe an RRQ spread out thin, but they can still get the job done. But the one good thing about Forest Red is you do have that revival platform there, so you don't need to use your coins. Worst case scenario, if someone else does come to disrupt your revival, there is a vending machine that you can purchase your player back as long as you've got the coin on you. Magic Squad, on the other hand, they are quite safe at Stadium, and they might be able to feast on the players of LGDS as they rotate out of their own spot.
And just something that might sound counterintuitive for Expand. The 2 rounds that they got Booyah, the 2 rounds that they did incredibly well, was because they took initiative. They were taking fights. They were challenging even the strongest teams on the map. And you look at the rounds that they played safe, it didn't really work out for them. They even got 1 round where they ended in last place. So the question is Expand willing to take that step?
Confidence is key, right? This is a very capable squad that might not have 100% belief in what they can actually get done out there on the battlefield. And that's just a little bit sad. But Axel has been brought right back into the mix. It is as if nothing happened. He still does have a lot of time here to loot up before they once again meet the players of RRQ Kazu, who did manage to get that first elimination. Maybe now, keeping an eye on Too Fast, might be able to go in here for the strike once again and single-handedly forcing the players of Expand to scramble around. But look at RRQ. They're slowly encircling Forest Red. They want to take this fight against Expand.
Axel just snuffed maybe out That was Razor's partner. So if they can get Razor, this is going to be great news for Expand. They've gotten that kill early, that elimination early on, and Razor might be forced out. The grenade is going to be tossed as well. Well done by Too Fast. 2 free points for the Expand.
Yep, forcing the players of RRQ to continuously revive their players. Yes, he is going to see Razor brought back into the mix once again, but it doesn't matter. 2 elimination points, better than none, and now they lead the elimination points on the overall leaderboard for this lobby.
And just minor sighs of relief for the Expand supporters. I know the whole Malaysia is probably awake right now, right? We are like what, almost 3 a.m. At Malaysian time, but we saw how crazy the fans were. Expand kind of regarded as the team even better than the major winners, AB Radicals, which will be playing tomorrow. So there's a lot of hopes, a lot of pressure out there. But Expand handling it so well thus far. Same can be said for EVO's Phoenix. They had a abysmal round 1 and 2, but the recovery has been phenomenal for this squad.
If we do see Expand in the grand finals, there'll be 2 teams from MCPS, and I think that would be a record setter for the region as a whole. LGDS slowly circling around Naguara. Faku, is he going to get caught out here? Bruce should be the first one to spot him, but the positioning by Faku continuously making sure that there's a little bit of cover behind him, buying him more time so that he can rotate in for a safer spot. Fantastic maneuvering. And Team Flash, on the other hand, they are going to be able to catch Cobra with his pants down. Yan Bin manages to take him down with the Mag 7, and that's the first strike. Once again, Expand pressured.
Yeah, this is going to be crunch time for Expand. They have not much room to work with. They can't really run too far. They have to take this fight against Team Flash, and with a numbers disadvantage as well. The toughest challenge for Expand begins from this moment.
Let's see how they deal with this pressure. Brian, everybody's gathering up beside each other. A couple of good nades. Might be able to do the job, but too fast. Finds Shin. That's a good knock. But look at the maze of glue walls being erected here by Team Flash just to barricade themselves in. I don't know if that's the smartest of idea, but Shin's right back up on his feet, so that has worked out for them just to slow down the pressure from Team Expand. Axel holding on to the AWM. He's got that information. Bio with the right-hand side flank can punish Roy. AC 80, but here comes Infinity VX as well, potentially to ruin the chances of Expand.
They need time to capture that revival point, to get their member back, to get Cobra back into the fray. So they need to buy some time, but it has been interrupted. Team Flash knows what's up. They stopped the plan from Expand. But the good news for Expand is that they did trade 1 member back. They took down Shin, so it's a 3 versus 3. But if you look at they're conceding control of the revival point, Expand deciding to take that back seat, but they're getting chased down by members of Team Flash. Roy snuffed out from this building, and Bio gets the 2nd kill.
Mac 10, Rate of Fire, Supreme, CQC, you are going to be able to get that advantage unless, of course, you meet that Mag 7 and the accuracy of any of those players might be able to get the job done against the Mac 10. But as suspected, Infinity wants a piece of this action as well. They rush on in with 2 players, but 2 others holding on the back flanks. If things do go south for Infinity VX, they do have that 2nd chance around. And Team Flash, this might just be the disturbance they were not expecting, but could it be the saving move for Expand here with the appearance of Infinity?
Definitely seems like it. Expand are already out of this area, but they need to find a way to bring the other 2 teammates back. Team Flash very much occupied by Infinity VX, and this is also a hotspot for Infinity VX in round number 4. The fact that they arrived late definitely caught Team Flash off guard, but now Team Flash will have to take over that responsibility of keeping this area alive. Shin, though, gets down by next task.
These 2 teams have got no choice, no chance at all to make it into the top 4. But Infinity VX is playing for a little bit of money here. You're talking about a $10,000 bonus if they can slip on in to that 7th spot. Guess who's in the 7th spot? It's Team Flash. So if they get this, it's bonus time for Infinity.
Yeah, this is definitely an important moment, right? Whether they are thinking about it or not, Team Flash have been constantly reviving their members every single time. And Expand took 1 down, they revived them instantly. Same you could say for what Infinity VX is doing right now, but Infinity VX have controlled a half of the building. They've gotten Team Flash boxed in. But do they know that Team Flash are on that ground floor right now? They're conceding the 2nd floor.
Slowly but surely, Infinity circle around. That high ground advantage might just give them the best. Team Flash still trying to play possum. But look at this. It's Gatel. He's got that flank already. He's got a great position. Can he strike them down? It's all about the timing. And it is going to be Hachi as he backs away. Abdul, what a turnaround, 180 shot. And that headshot immediately knocks Brian down to the ground.
And this might be just the last ride for Team Flash. A swan song that would not play out well unless Yanbin can keep it alive. The wonder kid of Team Flash, the MVP rookie of the local league in 2022. Team Flash still staying alive, but Naguara on the other end, they are also closing in on this area.
Yeah, Harachi taken down by Naguara. Naguara wants a piece of this action. Everybody's third-partying each other, but Expand is long gone. 9 teams still surviving out there on the battlefield. It's not over just yet for any one of them. But Naguara, they want to take advantage. Abdu, one of the game changers in the competition on the side of Infinity, but it's just a pixel peep here from Bran. A double shot out of this AC-80 could prove to be lethal.
And you can see Abdul, he's playing so far away, and if he gets sniped, Infinity VX will be put in such a disadvantaged spot. But Team Flash, they are down to the 3 members, so it's technically a 3 versus 3 in this building. BO just pelting the members of INF with bullets from outside the compound, and INF seeking shelter on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, Infinity backs away. The grenades out of Shin, though, can get the damage done.
Another revive.
Yanbin buys Brian right back in. Thank goodness there are vending machines in the game. Revival point not needed at all, but you gotta conserve those coins for a rainy day. It doesn't matter. 3 revives. Team Flash wants to hang on for their dear lives. They don't want to let go of this extra 10,000 USD that they've got in their hands already. Infinity right outside, barricaded in. It is the one and only Garthel. Can Garthel respawn? Answers no. The sight comes out. BO gets the melee.
Right into the meat grinder. Team Flash. Shin, great nade, bringing both of the members from INF on that roof low, and now it allows Naguara to finally chip in. Brand taking Abdul down as well. I think this is probably going to put a stop to INF's attempt in winning these fights, but they are not out of the equation just yet. There is still one lone survivor that can keep INF in this round.
Keeping an eye on the situation, the LATAM squad of Naguara. Yakol from afar has got that woodpecker, manages to get a couple of tags in. Faku right behind him. Bran just waiting for the signal before they all rush on in, but they don't really have a good flanking position. Yes, they've split off into a 2-2 positioning out there on the battlefield of Forest Red, but it's just open ground, so even if they do try to flank around, Team Flash might be able to turn the table on them, and Naguara understands this. They understand Alpine like the back of their hands, and therefore they go in for the flank as a squad, focusing on the circle instead of Team Flash. Team Flash uses the opportunity to back away slowly as well, looking for that circle to meet Naguara later. But here comes Hotshot out of nowhere. Naguara in a lot of trouble in a moment.
It's going to be a bit tough. Sajid, he's brought down pretty low. Hotshot Esports running straight into a battlefield. There are still spots that they can hide behind, but you can see that Team Flash have the high ground. Naguara has the high ground. Hotshot, they can't cut through these 2 teams by basically, they can dodge these 2 teams, but they will put themselves out in the open. It's very dangerous because Naguara has eyes on the open fields.
You can't avoid this fight unless you are Team Flash. Team Flash still has an opportunity to run away, but it looks like they're going in for the fight. They want to force this against Naguara. They don't know who they're going up against. They take Maxi. Brand gets tagged up. There is a grenade launcher in the hands of Naguara. Yanbin going to be in a lot of trouble. One pop from Brand can be the difference maker. Glue wall melter comes through, and he now knows he needs to deal with a grenade launcher. Backs away. Yanbin still gets tagged up. Faku strikes from the back that grows as lethal.
This is going to be crucial for Naguara. If they go down to Team Flash, suddenly we might see the leaderboard get shaken up a bit. So Naguara, they're falling back. Hasu also got the tag onto Yako and actually eliminated him from this match. And I don't think Naguara has any time to buy any of their members back. On the other side, Magic Squad just lost GU to LGDS.
LGDS still stepping on up. Bruce takes Bruce out of the equation. A little unfortunate the moment we talk about them, but it's okay. We're going to stop talking about them for the time being. Team Flash, high ground advantage. Hotshot right in front. Manages to tag the player up on the roof. BO taking that CQC with the AC-80. This guy is nuts. Max 7 in hand. That's what we're talking about. Now, this shotgun can get the damage done. Anas from up top. AWM in hand. Yanbin just needs to peek out, but that AC-80 double shot needs a little bit of time before it can get those accurate shots in. Anas already with the pre-aim. Time turner pulled out by Yanbin. That's the survivor for him. Gets out of the way. Anas doesn't get the shot.
Yanbin has survived for so long. How is he doing as Shin is going into the close quarter combat? This is crucial. I've talked about this many times. It's crucial for Team Flash, but they've done so well. They're not getting kills, but they're surviving. And that's what matters for Team Flash right now. Hotshot Esports, what have you got left in the tank? in contact with Shin and misses the grenade launcher. Free kill for Sajid.
Free kill through the charge buster, but Sajid now goes down, all thanks to Bio, who manages to fight Sika as well. Sika down on the ground. Hasu circles around. Anas goes down. That's unfortunate. And now Team Hotshot, earlier they did manage to pick up the Booyah for themselves, but it's all in the hands of Hasu. Can he turn things around? 4 grenades. If he gets the pop, it can be the difference maker, but he goes in for the glue wall melter instead. That's not going to do him much favors at all.
The hope of Pakistan rests on the shoulders of Hasu, and this is a very tall task. It's 1 against 3, and he's trapped in this building. They hear his footsteps. Can he find the isolated fight? There is always a chance. Hasu starts off with 1, but that is it. Yanbin keeps it alive. The prodigy of Team Flash keeps this team in the running.
That cost Team Flash way too much, but 9 elimination points is going to keep them very, very happy. They're looking for hotshot spot as well, but that's not going to be able to earn them any bit of extra in the overall grand scheme of things. Magic Squad driving straight on into Expand. Bobs manages to pop Axel as well, has the grenade launcher. Damage has been done. Axel's going to get picked up here, but look at Italo circling around. That left-hand side flank is going to be able to do that damage, and Arch is just right behind him. Too Fast doesn't spot him, just with a pistol. He takes him down.
Cobra needs to save his team right now. Gotta stabilize the situation, and he's bringing Too Fast back up. Expand are still in the game. There's still a chance. Bobs is knocked down. Expand 6 eliminations so far. Axel finds Bobs again. Expand stays alive.
Expand stays alive, and they take Magic Squad out. Pixie Dust all run out already. MCPS supremacy towards the final circle, maybe. We gotta see a triple booyah. We still need to wait and see. Axel running out of time. They can't buy the Macham back, and this is just unfortunate for them. 3 survivors in. They move on straight. Naguara, the next checkpoint, and you know they're heading straight towards Naguara. That vending machine is going to be the saving grace to grant them Axel's life right back.
This is the most poetic final phase. All the top teams are here. And Expand, they need to get to one of them to make it to top 4. And LGDS being kind of the tiebreaker, being kind of the neutralizer right there. But Axel, bar right back. Expand, full squad once more.
Money, money, baby. It does run the world sometimes. Axel, you can't buy happiness with that money, but you can buy your team members back in a game of Free Fire. Legolas with the AC-80, double barrel in hand as well. Needs to circle around. RRQ Kazu, but from up top, that bird's eye view. Look at Axel. Flies right back in. He sees Maxi right on top, but he doesn't land. But the grenade from the side of X-Roy can take Maxi out of the equation for another elimination point.
They have to get rid of LGDS. LGDS can play spoilers. God Cruise helps them out by taking down Yuan, and Cobra also secures the second one. 9 eliminations so far for Expand. They're really getting their numbers in. Cobra charges straight into Razor, gets the knockdown, traded back. Evo's Phoenix now will join the fight.
Yep, Evo's Phoenix from the back, but Too Fast. He's got the grenade launcher. That's going to be the difference maker in the final circle. Can they pick him right back up? Cobra and X-Roy out of the equation. Expand gets expanded down in the 4th spot. Is that going to be enough? As Naguara loses out in the 3rd spot as well. RRQ out, and it is Evo's Phoenix dominating the play-in.
The trifecta, the holy trinity, the hat trick, whatever you call it, Evo's Phoenix. They started 2 rounds behind with nothing, and within 6 rounds, they backed 3 booyahs. And if this doesn't tell you that they won a World Series before, I don't know what does.
Oh my Lord, this is one of the greatest comebacks and living true to their title. This is the undying Evo's Phoenix. Home ground advantage not needed, sir. First 2 games, not needed, sir. We will be able to deliver no matter what the circumstance. And Evo's Phoenix moves all the way through into the grand finals. But what a tense moment, as we have no idea who the guaranteed top 4 are, Husky.
And with that being said, we're going to take a look at the highlights and how Evo's Phoenix got the 3rd booyah. For Expand, they've gotten that kill early, that elimination early on, and Ray
a close matchup for the final one. RRQ were in the 4th place, Expand in the 5th. They were trying to catch up, but they bombed out a couple of seconds before RRQ. They did have more eliminations, but the placement points will play its role.
Yeah, I think it really came out to the wire, right? We talked about how the teams that Expand needed to get through are literally the top 4 lords of the play-ins. They got rid of Magic Squad, but RRQ has been a thorn in their side, and it had to come down to the numbers. And honestly, I don't know who's going to make it through. It's going to be a heartbreak for one of the expected teams that's going to make it into the finals.
I mean, either way, it was a phenomenal play-ins, and no team out there can complain. They all tried their best, including LGDS. It's just a little unfortunate for them. Lady Luck just weren't on their side. Multiple times they got hot drop. Multiple times they just got caught out as they were trying to rotate around. They just couldn't keep up with their firepower against some of these other teams. But up top on the leaderboard, it was just way too close. Match standings might be able to show us exactly how this story might end.
And Expand got 17 points, the most kills, putting them in 1st place. And Evo's Phoenix, even though with the Booyah, they didn't get much kills, 16 points. Not that it matters though, Evo's Phoenix have already guaranteed their spot. You can say the same for Magic Squad and Naguara Esports. Both didn't do as well as we expected them to, but they had leeway, they had room to breathe.
Naguara down here at the 12th spot. Infinity VX, unfortunately for them, they only managed to pick up 7 from here. And we were all looking forward to Hotshot Esports popping off once again on Alpine. This was the team that could have made the impossible run and sneak on into the top 4, but it required them to pick up a massive round of eliminations plus the Booyah to be able to do that. So this clearly means the Pakistanis do not get on through, but I am so impressed with what they have been able to do at the Plains, and I want to see them on this stage once again.
Yeah, me too. I think Pakistan, as a region, as a Free Fire league, Free Fire community alone has been amazing. These will be the overall standing, and we have found our top 4 team that qualifies. Magic Squad from Brazil, Evo's Phoenix from Thailand, Naguara Esports from the region of Latam, and finally RRQ Kazu from Indonesia. Expand just falling a bit short.
Yeah, 2 points away, but look at Magic Squad, man. Pixie Dust did not run out. They bombed out with 5 points and they still hold on to the number 1 spot. Talk about some crazy magic in play here. The Wizards get it done. Hotshot Esports down at the 6th place with 73 points. Team Flash down at the 7th spot with 70. And of course, the consolation prize for Infinity VX as well as LGDS, who do have that 8th and 9th spot with 55 and 37 each.
Yeah, and you can hear Naguara Esports being absolutely thrilled that they qualified for the finals. But in any competition, there's going to be winners, there's going to be losers, and I know Expand didn't make it, but this is their first debut, and it's one of the most impressive debuts. They broke the curse, they showed us what the region is capable of.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, in the past, Malaysia, whenever they drop on into the play-ins, they've only managed to pick away the 9th spot. But let's look at the MVP here. God Cruz, 2 eliminations, ecstatic once again. Groza in hand this time round. The guy blazed it on through, and I have no idea how did the Undying Phoenix squad make it through after starting off super bad today at the play-ins.
This was a team that only took 6 rounds to qualify for the finals. Not 8, but 6. They gave 2 away in the beginning, and that really tells you that these are world champion quality, right? They were champion once, they were 2nd place once. Gotta look at the top players for the last game. We have Bio from Team Flash, 5 eliminations with the Max 7. With Cobra from Expand, 5 elimination also with the Max 7. And finally, you have Too Fast also from Expand with the Woodpecker getting 3 eliminations. And again, despite Expand not making it, I think this is one of the proudest crowning moments for Malaysian Free Fire as a whole.
That most definitely is the case for Malaysia. But, I think losing it with a bigger gap would have been slightly softer on the heart in comparison to losing it out with just 2 points, man. They now understand how Evo's Phoenix felt in the last grand finals at Sentosa. Of course, Axel, the assist king with a total of 4 on his side, but the glue wall master, Yan Bin, once again stacks it up with a couple of Legos right in front of his team members to make sure Flash doesn't really get drowned out all that too fast to keep a hold on to the extra $10,000 US.
And I think this really has been a great play-ins, right? Even though some of these teams have to be eliminated at the end, we've seen some high-quality Free Fire. We've seen Pakistan really showing up on the big stage. And sure, this is a team that had to go through trials and tribulations. No direct invites, only play-ins, had to win the local league to make it. They did leave a mark. And this mark is going to be etched in history for a long, long time.
And of course, these are the teams that do extend on into the grand finals to join the top 8 teams that have already booked their spot there. Magic Squad, EVOS Phoenix, Naguwara, and RRQ Kazu. These were the 4 kings that everybody predicted will be able to make it through to the grand finals, and those predictions were sound. I just want to see what the Pixie Dust manages to get this squad tomorrow.
We predicted these 4 teams, but we didn't predict how close it was going to be. It could have been not one of these teams. But let's take a look at who they will be joining tomorrow in the finals, because this is going to be an absolute bloodbath. We have Vivo Key, first seed from Brazil, Vasto Mundo, first seed from EU, SES Alpine, first seed from Indonesia, Ignis Esports, first seed from LATAM, AB Radicals, first seed of NCPS, and of course Alpha, first seed of the MENA region.
And this is what you absolutely love, right? Nigma Galaxy, this is the team that is the first seed within Thailand. So if you were excited watching EVOS Phoenix get that tango dance within those 6 rounds, wait till you see what Nigma Galaxy can bring out there onto the battlefield tomorrow. We also have got HQ Esports and the 4 that just joined them in the fray. These are the 12 teams that will do battle tomorrow. And if you thought the play-ins was phenomenal, the grand finals will take it up a few notches higher. I'm not so sure if or not we're going to be able to find a close fight there.
Yeah, we're going to have heck of a storyline tomorrow. We are talking about the Goliath from Brazil. We're talking about Vasto Mundo, who finished top 3 at Sentosa. We're talking about EVOS Phoenix coming back into the world stage for the 3rd time and has a chance to score the 2nd championship trophy.
You've got 2 T8 squads in the grand final.
Oh yeah.
Everybody needs to be afraid. This is that home ground advantage that they don't even need. They don't even want. They threw it away. In fact, they wished everybody else, good luck, people. We don't need no luck.
And they did win the last World Series, and it wasn't on home ground.
Yeah, it most definitely wasn't on home ground. They got close to winning it even at Sentosa, only for AAA to kind of break their hearts. But that again is the Thai squad, right? So, I mean, Thailand has been dominating Free Fire for a long, long time now. And that's one of the biggest reasons as to why the other teams need to fear their presence in there tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think, when we look at the playing teams, they might not have a lot of time to prep for tomorrow. You can say that it's an advantage for the teams who are directly invited to the finals, but we kind of talked about this format before, where you don't really have much time to prepare. It is brutal, it is gruesome, and this is why Free Fire as a competition is such an interesting game to look at. It tests who is the best at adapting.
Yeah, and sometimes you just might be able to get the advantage just like AAA. Remember, they played it through the play-ins. They were the champions of Sentosa. Could it be the exact same storyline for EVOS Phoenix tomorrow, where they bag Nigma Galaxy? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will most definitely have to wait and see. But for today, that's the end of the play-ins. We'll catch you guys same place, same time tomorrow for the grand finals.